Here we go!
TikTok, all stop.
Give it to me like.
But more psychiatric problem.
Good evening, y'all. Hello, hello, hello. It is Tuesday evening and we are here. We are here. Good to see everybody. Hey, I know, full house. I know you guys saw the title. Got a lot to cover today. Some stuff in the community. You know what? We're going to talk about it. We are going to talk about it with the group and the peeps and everybody that's come in. I know everybody is affected. So as we do here all the time, discussions will be had. Hello, everybody. It's good to see you. Keep on coming in. Please like and share. Let everybody know that we are live. We are doing this. A lot to cover. So, hey. I will say hi as quick as I can with everybody so we can get right to it. Hi, Bobblehead, Disco Biscuit, good to see you. Holly and Hell, Puppy Breath. Hey, Puppy, good to see you. Cakes, how's my dear Stephanie? Cousin It, so good to see you. Akasha, my lovely mods. Jenna, my lovely mod. DG, my New York girl. Erbegert. Can't say it straight-faced. Unclassically Ashley, although I find you very classy. Ashley Roslyn, Tradigital, always get that little squishy in my mouth when I say Tradigital. Kiss my sass. Hey, Chicken Pickle, how y'all doing? Craigie Pasta, Layla, Fifi, good to see you, girl. Good to see you. Hi, Taylor. Hi, me. No, I don't mean myself. I mean me. Hey, Doot. Hi, Nessa. Good to see you. Hey, Poetic Siren. Welcome. Poetic, I've seen you around. I'm very happy to have you here. All right, y'all. Hello. If I miss you, please excuse me. Just hello to everyone that's coming in. All right, so deep breath, y'all, because this one's going to be heavy. I live for Kali's Single My Name. You like when I sing your name? Layla! I'm so happy you are, Poetic. I've seen you around. I know that you have been in and out of the other areas of this wonderful girl world, and I'm glad that you're here. It's good to see you. All right, let's get started, y'all. Yes, we did have Tiny the other night. So as of, hey, Arsenette, as of what's been going on lately, hey, Tiny, what's going on lately in this community, ever since the strikes, it just seems like girl world has gone to hell in a handbasket. So tonight we're going to cover some girl world community drama because you know what? why not? We need to talk about some things. So the other night when Tiny was here and graciously gave us her story and we covered the whole thing with her and Monty, we had some people come in and I was very grateful for that. Tiny had come in and Lolo had come in and we had a really great discussion. And I really appreciate what they did for me and for the chat and for just, everybody in this community. I think it's important to have these types of conversations. And then unfortunately, we had a little bit of a snafu in here because this is, it's hard for me to breach this topic because I know that we're all in this community and we all have our certain ways of doing things and we all have our specific audiences. But what people don't understand is our audiences, they kind of go back and forth, right? Especially with the whole strikes thing going on. There's been a lot of people that have gravitated towards Jessica, towards Purple Glitter, I think that is. Tons of people, SJM, Roman, what have you. Everybody needs a community to go to. They all want to hang out. They all want to talk about Girl World. Yeah, Taylor, we will get to that. But the problem is that when certain people come to certain chat rooms, it seems that not everybody can feel very welcome in these chat rooms. And I have an issue and a problem with that, especially when my name is attached to it. Y'all know how much I love that. And I don't. So there's a couple of videos we're going to be going into. Not very long. I'm not one to, cut people's entire live streams. I'm not into it. But there's some certain points that I would like to address here because it did affect our chat. And also, it also affected one of our viewers, one of our people, which Fifi is a very welcome member here. We love her. She's great. And Fifi was a former Natter troll, which, hey, some of us have issues against Natter and people trolling. And, there was a little bit of tension here at first when Fifi came. But you know what? We worked it out because that's what we do here. We're adults, right? You can have opposing views. You can have, you can like who you want to like. You can dislike who you want to dislike. We have no issue with that. The issue we have is what you see in the title here. We're dehumanizing this community. There's so many things that have gone on in the past 24 to 48 hours that I am like scratching my head of what is happening in this community, where it used to only be about the certain people that started this girl world, right? We were just talking about Chantel and, ALR and, the connecting characters and et cetera. And now we seem to be having issues within the community. Now, I'm not saying that hasn't always been the case because, yes, I walked in here with some issues in this community. I had some troubles with certain chats, not certain chats, just certain places I was. Thank you, Ashley. But you know what? The best thing to do about that kind of a situation is to just move on and do your own thing and just walk away from certain situations. Is that possible with everything? Most of the time it is. Sometimes it's not because, like I said, our worlds, our communities, our chats, our subscribers, they go back and forth, right? So it's understandable that, maybe some people that we expect to see in one person's chat, we're going to see in another one's. It happens with us all the time. But we don't go tracking people down and judging those same people for those choices, Hey, Ariel. So I have a little bit of an issue. Okay. Now, the other night we were having a discussion and YTR came into chat. She was not welcomed immediately. I will say that. I will give that to her favor. I also called her out on something that I had known about prior to her being here. And it's not about the MCM fight. It's not about, any of that stuff or even the Jessica Messica, which we will touch upon in about a minute. It had to do specifically with Fifi. Okay. We love Fifi here. Okay. And it really is upsetting and disturbing to me to know that if you don't like somebody that comes to your channel, or you don't agree with somebody that comes to your channel, there are ways to divert the attention from the negativity that could be happening or could be infiltrated by your chat. Unfortunately, that didn't happen because for some reason, one second, for some reason, personal feelings, personal choices, personal things in people's lives. And I respect the fact that a lot of people have their own issues and their own ways of looking and perceiving things. But when you are dealing with the public, when you are dealing with a community, there are other ways to handle them. This particular situation was not handled very well. Okay? If you're going to bring me into this situation, do me a favor. Okay? There's two sides to every story. All right? Now, the other night, I had a friend of mine up here. Her name is Anna. You guys are familiar with her. Some of you are not. She's been in this community a long time, and she's a good friend of mine and someone I hold in very, very high regard. She's also a beautiful, beautiful mother, and she's a Muslim woman who was up here having a discussion with us, lending her views, which I appreciated because she was always so good in diffusing and also broadening our minds when we were having discussions. I had her up here for a reason. So when this went down with YTR showing up in my chat, Anna, she didn't scream, she didn't yell, she didn't damnate, she didn't call names, she didn't insult. She was just trying to understand where this oppression or this, I don't want to use the word. You know the word I'm going to say, and I'm not going to use the word. Opposition was coming from. Okay? She was giving of her culture. She was giving of her intelligence. She was giving a background to maybe understand, just like Tina and I were having an understanding, just like Lolo and I were having an understanding. Okay? No one is saying at the end of the day, YTR, that you had to change your views, but it does help to maybe give it a moment where you can be corrected in an adult, communicable way. But apparently you didn't like that because apparently you felt it necessary to go back to your chat and tell them that you aren't going to have anybody hear what you had to say because you weren't going to be attacked by 3 people. Whom of these 3 people were going to attack you? Myself, I've never attacked you ever. I don't attack people here. Okay? Anna never would have attacked you. Okay? And Mrs. Fields, I know for a fact she wouldn't have attacked you. That's YouTube Rejects Reacts. So I'm confused to this preconceived notion that being asked to come up on a panel to have a discussion about your very, very passionate and directive views towards a person because you don't like who they are, okay, and refuse that, to go back to your chat and to tell them that you were treated unfairly by my chat, by my mods, okay, and then defend the very thing that you had said to Fifi. This is not meant for that. Okay? So, with that being said, and if I do sound a certain way, I am trying to give you the background. And also, I am a little annoyed at this way that it was explained and expressed. Okay? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to invite Fifi. I have the link at the top. Yes, cousin it. And I'm going to be playing this particular live, a little portion of this live from YTR's live, of where said thing was said. Yes, Danny. Not from the last one, from the one that is Jessica Messica is triggered that I came for her, and from YTR live. I don't know how long ago this was. Okay. And I know that this is upsetting to Fifi, so you can remain in chat until I'm done playing that part. And then, Fifi, you're more than welcome to come up here. And anybody else that wants to come up here and support Fifi, by all means, do so. All right. So we're going to start with that. And I know a lot of you are confused and didn't know what was going on or who, anybody is. Hey, bobbleheaded, welcome, welcome. So that's why I'm playing this. Okay, let me play this and then we will have Fifi come up and we'll discuss it. Okay. Hey, Alyssa. And I'm sorry, guys, that I'm not trying to ignore anybody. I'm just trying to set this up. I don't miss anybody that's coming in. If I say hi, hey, trash boat, I will be saying it in between trying to set this up. I don't know. Bamboozle might be busy. I know she had to move. I think she might be doing that. So we'll see. We shall see. But we do miss her, and I hope she does come in. It's good to see you guys. Alyssa, Ariel, all of you. All right. Here we go. You'll be fine, Fifi. And like I said, anybody that wants to come up and support, by all means, you'll be fine. No diarrhea, though. No diarrhea, no bathroom trips.
We've covered that like several
All right, hang on one
It's
second.
One of those things that,
All right, to give you a little background, it's no secret YTR is not a Jessica Messica fan, okay? And that is her prerogative. She doesn't have to be a Jessica Messica fan. There are some things that she feels that I do not identify with when it comes to Jessica, okay? And we will get to Jessica as well. But in this video, I think it's Jessica reacting to YTR reacting to Jessica. It's kind of confusing. Hey, Harley. So if you hear like there's already a live going on, she is currently in this video reacting to Jessica Messica, and then Jessica Messica's reacting to her, reacting to Jessica. It's very complicated. Oh, but here we go. All right. I think it was said, I'm going to go back a little bit. I think it was at the 32-minute mark, but I'm going to go back a little bit about we'll start at the 30-minute mark here. All right.
Not the only person that has conversations about it, okay? When all of this came out about you, it was an opening for people to have important conversations that needed that. I mean, I've already been having conversations about things like this before all this stuff about you came out, about just how dangerous he is, and that, I would talk more generally and things, but I did say that I thought that mods were probably sending him nudes behind the scenes. I guessed, I didn't know who or whatever, and I didn't care to know at that time because nothing was whatever, okay? I didn't dig for shit. But I even told my chat that I suspected this was going on because I've seen it with creeps like him in the past on YouTube.
She's referring to Natter, by the way.
However, fuck it. I'm just going to say everything. Fuck it. That's where I'm at right now.
Okay, fair.
And, so I told the person that I'm seeing that I sent full nudes, right? And I said, are you mad at me? And he said,
Messica did not have her kids talk on the phone with, I've already talked about this in the past. I don't think you really watched my channel because we have talked about it in the past. Now, if some of my people are confusing it now, then, that does happen. There's a lot of details,
so currently,
I have not.
Sorry, guys, I'm going to stop this. Fifi is up here on the messages part of this. She has it highlighted. She says, y'all keep confusing Jessica Messica and Corvina. Corvina is the alleged military member. Corvina had the kid. Sorry about that. I don't know why YouTube. I don't know. 1 second.
The channel owner. I have told them the difference, but
Watched, Natter, pay attention. Okay. So, hang on 1 second. I'm sorry.
welcome to
This
Future
just
Tech Live, and I'm your
jumps.
headmaster, YTR. Now, class. We must prepare the hellhounds because the university's under attack. The jobless wonder has found the reaction, and
Sorry about that. I don't know what happened to my YouTube. Hang on 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. So the only thing that I saw was that Fifi came in and she corrected YTR by telling her she doesn't think that she's talking about the right person, meaning it's not Jessica that had the kid that was talking to Natter. It was Corvina, which you would be correct in telling her that. Right. Hang on. I don't know what just happened because YouTube just jumped off. Okay. Yeah, listen. Ever since I got my stuff removed, it has not been my friend. Let's just put it that way. Okay. All right. Sorry about that. And Jessica Meska's not the only one that has issues when we're doing lives. She does, but they were never involved with Natter. That was never a thing. Not that I've ever heard. I don't think that Natter was ever introduced, nor did she share her children with Natter. I think that was strictly Corvina, as we have seen through the messages.
Told them the difference. But again, different people come in different streams, so they might have missed that one or whatever. And we do talk about it in and out throughout. So anyways, yeah, Corvina was the one that had her kids. And you don't need to boss my chat around. Thank you. I do appreciate the information.
Boss her chat around. Where was she bossing her chat around? I don't see where she was bossing anybody. She was just saying, y'all keep confusing Jessica Meska and Corvina. It's simply that she's pointing out. It's not telling anybody how to do anything. So I was a little confused about that myself. Okay, Fifi.
But I don't think you should be talking to my chat in that kind of demeanor. I mean, it's fine to bring it up. Thank you for the information. But yeah, Corvina was the one that had her kids on the phone with Nader. Jessica did not. Nader did talk at Jessica's kid, not like over the phone. He was talking as if he was addressing her kid through the YouTube stream, which was really creepy and weird. But he was not talking to the kid. He was literally just trying to intimidate Jessica by bringing the kid up in that stream and saying, what nudes do you want me to release of your mom? It was very disgusting. If you can dish it, you could take it, Toodles. I don't care what you say to me. You were being an asshole to my chat. So this isn't about me being able to take it, because I've had people way meaner than you talk directly at me and I was fine. I draw the line when it comes to my chat because they didn't do anything to you. And there's a way to give people information without being an asshole. Have fun with your burqa too. Wear your oppression hat. Fuck out of here. Goodbye. And I don't care if that's offensive, because I'm sick of people coming in here acting like they know this place and they don't know anything about what we even talk about.
Okay.
I don't go.
There it is. There it is. Okay. Have fun with your burqa. Wear your oppression hats. No, it's not a burqa. It's a hijab. And what was the purpose or the necessity of using that against somebody that you clearly don't like? We get that. You clearly didn't enjoy the way that she pointed out something. So then why don't you just say, you know, I don't know, anything else? Anything else? Why do we have to go to that? Clear cut oppression. She has an issue with organized religion. So it's okay to call somebody out for their own, what they wear in this religion, what have you. Okay. This had nothing. Hey, Aaron, this had nothing to do with this entire chat. This had nothing to do with what she told you. All she told you was to get your facts straight. And there's nothing wrong with that. Okay. Nothing wrong with that. Maybe you could have said in a better way, hey, you know what? Thank you for the information. It kind of came off a little sassy, you know, whatever. And then just move on. Yep. So I have an issue with that. I didn't hear this until recently, because I remember when Fifi came in here, I remember how upset she was, and she told one of my mods, and we didn't know anything. We didn't know who it was at the time. We didn't even out it at the time, but we've known for quite some time that this had happened. Okay. But we stay out of that corner because, quite frankly, again, I've told you guys this, and there's a reason I do what I do. All right. I don't get involved in other people's chat rooms, but when you start bringing it here, when you come in my chat room, when you say that you were going to be attacked, and then when you use the same verbiage on my side chat, you're damn straight I'm going to say something about it. Fifi, hi, darling. How are you?
Hi. Honestly, sick to my stomach, hearing it again, because this was a while ago.
I know. I'm so sorry you had to hear that. I just wanted them to get some context about what we're talking about.
It's fine.
I wanted to give you your opportunity, because I know that you really didn't want to say a lot about it. And I understand why, but you have the floor, whatever you want to say.
I mean, you just replayed the clip, and clearly, like, I didn't come in there spouting, slurs or cursing anyone out. So when she came at me like that, I was caught off guard, and then they blocked me right away. So it's not like I can say anything. But when someone comes into your chat, like anybody with an avatar that has anything, no one tears down like, oh, you're a white person, or like no one picks race out. But for her, she picked out my religion right away. And it's like, why can't I come into a chat and talk? And yeah, you may not like what I have to say, but we've had discussions. And I remember when I first came to your chat, it was tense, but we resolved it. And you never brought up my hijab or anything like that. So that's where it got me upset, because it's like, where's my freedom to speak? I live in the US just like she does.
Right.
And if she hates religion so much, that's on her. That's fine. I never came in preaching my religion. If I was talking about religion, if I was preaching it, then yeah, come at me then, fine. But there was nowhere in that discussion where I brought that up.
Nor did it have any relevance to what was being discussed.
Exactly. If it was a video about religion and things like that, then okay, yeah, we could talk about it. But I don't even go to those types of videos. But the problem is with the girl world right now is because of Nader and his religion, which he doesn't even practice. So let's talk about that too.
Mm-hmm.
So, but people love to speculate and talk about the religion and who he is, when there's other, like with Chantel, for example, do we talk about her faith? No. and Monty over there with his panels. And that was my issue with Monty, because he has her on panels, because he condones that. And he's had his panel members mocking the religion as well. I don't have timestamps. He live streams 24/7. I'm sorry, I have a job.
Mm-hmm.
I don't sit there looking for it, but I've heard it. I've seen it. And he's just as disgusting.
Mm-hmm. I just want to clarify something. So when you were in there, she had said in her recent live that her chat was infiltrated by your minions. Who is she talking about?
Maybe because I was tweeting about it,
mm-hmm.
and people wanted to go in there and defend me, which I didn't ask people to go in and defend me or to do anything. I'm just showing people that this is the type of crap that we get on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
And that it goes unchecked. And I know I'm getting very angry right now, but I've had enough. I've had enough. And then the other day when she came on, as she was spinning all this stuff and doubling down on her little opinion, she could kick rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want her apology, because she's still doubling down. And she talked about how people are getting hurt, their Fifis are getting hurt, blah, blah, blah. Cancel culture. I've listened to some of her chats. I've listened to the stuff she says and how people are overly sensitive. Maybe so, but maybe because people are not tolerant anymore to hatred or to bigotry or to sexism or to any of those things. None of those things.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's tolerant anymore. Who wants to sit there being dragged for no reason?
No one does.
No one does. And especially when I didn't even, and she's saying I disrespect. I didn't disrespect. Get your facts right. You want to have a channel? Get your facts right. Because people spin things out of control. They thought that Jessica was showing her kids she wasn't.
Mm-hmm.
And Jessica never claimed to be in the military. They got it all wrong. Those are serious accusations too.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why I went in there and said what I said. Get your facts right. If you don't like it, why are your Fifis hurt then?
I said so much. She randomly set her live to members only when I made my comment and undid it when I woke up for work this morning. Like, huh? I'm trying in my own way, because again, we've had this discussion here again, and she brought it up in her live too. Oh, Kali should know what that's like. One more time. Do not bring Kali up when this is not the same thing. Okay. Yes, the word did come up, and we had that discussion the other day, right? And we also had a discussion of why the word was so upsetting for me, but it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist for other people in different forms, and how other people can still be, offended by something. It doesn't necessarily have to always be the meaning that I take it as. But this was a clear-cut thing. And the other day when she was in here, when we were having that same discussion on 9/11, by the way, y'all, okay, that's you actually doubled down and validated again in my chat room to say that, yeah, that's the way I do feel. I think that organized religion is oppression, and it's my right, and all that's your right. Sometimes our rights don't need to be spoken publicly. Did you know that? Sometimes our personal things need to be kept off of YouTube. Do you know that? Okay. Because we have to have some kind of a neutral observation when we're doing this, when we're working in this field, since we're on this platform, thank you, Matter, the working for YouTube. Okay? So yeah, when you use certain terminologies, which I am so sick of people's terminologies lately, get the facts straight here. You want to talk about who's using words incorrectly? Since when? Since when?
And I want to say one more thing too.
Yeah.
The other thing that bothered me about her too is her chat and herself. They call Jessica ratchet. They make comments about her lips, and accuse her of getting lip fillers. Sorry, some people actually have fuller lips, especially people of color, which Jessica is, and she has said it, which is why she's a bigot. This girl has so much hatred for people that are not white, and I'm sorry to say it like that, but it's the truth. It is the truth. And she doesn't get it. She thinks we're all being sensitive. No, why are you talking to me like that? Who are you?
That's
Who
right.
are you, YTR? Who are you? Hi, class. She needs to get over herself. She needs to get over herself. I'm sorry. I'm going to speak my piece.
Don't you ever
I'm sorry.
apologize.
And I'm not trying to get you in the crosshairs of this, but I'm not a YouTuber.
Right.
And so I've been holding this in for a while because it's been like 3 months now, or however long it's been. And then she wants to come in and then make a live stream. Oh, everybody's feelings are hurt. Da, 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 da. How about the Native American comment she was laughing about with Mia on that 6-hour live stream when she said that Jessica's from tribe Slapaho? Is that funny? Is that funny?
Nope.
YTR? Is it? I'm saying it. I'm laying it all out there. If you don't like it or nobody likes it, block me. I don't care. I'm done. I showed the timestamps. I've sent it. I've tweeted it. She's a bigot, and she needs to look it up because she thinks it's only about hatred against bisexual, whatever it was that she was trying to say. Get a Merriam-Webster and look it up. And don't you dare come for me ever again. And I don't want your apology, YTR. I don't want it. Because I know I wouldn't get it anyway. Hell will freeze over first. This is why I didn't want to discuss it too long, because it makes me angry, and then I cry because it's like I said, I've been dealing with this for since 9/11. And I was 12 years old when it happened. Can you imagine a child being called a terrorist for no reason? I went to a school that was predominantly white in New Jersey. And that's all I got for years. And even now, as a grown adult, I get looks. People expect me to talk with an accent. I was raised in this country. This is what America is? Then why am I here? I came here because I was a refugee from the Gulf War, where my father brought us here, rest his soul, and worked and never laid a hand on anybody. And Monty and his panel want to say, oh, Arab men are abusive because that's their culture. You don't know my culture. You don't. You will never know it. How dare you? And Monty, you're black. Do you want people to make blanket statements about your race? No, I didn't think so. This is why I have an issue with this community. And Natter's the loser that made it worse. And my religion is not oppressive because I choose to practice it. I don't bother anybody. I don't enforce it on anybody. I do it for myself. And if you think I'm oppressed, boo-hoo, I'm not.
Take a breath, Fifi. Okay. Take a breath. Let me just say something. Y'all, 9/11 and Natter, and I don't know why I'm hearing myself, are not indicative of the entire Muslim Islamic culture. They are not represented in everything. It's horrible that we have this kind of diversion, this kind of attitude. Okay. This is the same thing that happened with COVID, if you guys remember. in the beginning against the Asian community. Okay, what is the point? We're dehumanizing, and we're collectively blaming an entire culture for what certain individuals have done, and that's unfair. Okay, completely unfair. You don't want to be looked at for what you represent and who you are as a woman, as a male, as a transgender, as a gay person, as a black person, as a Spanish person, any of those people, nothing. You should be judged on your behavior and what you do with yourself, not by what you are. Okay? These things are based on hatred. That's what bigotry is, YTR. Okay? This is breaking my heart right now, okay? I really didn't know how far it went, Fifi, and I really do apologize that you have had to experience that, okay? As somebody who is white, has been born here, and honestly, never felt that there's a difference between myself and anybody else in any color or any kind of race or anything of that nature. It was about the person, okay? That's how I judge people.
I'm going to add as well, if we watch Dateline, like I watched that show, it's about men who were abusive, they kill their spouses.
Right.
Majority are white that I've seen, at least.
Mm-hmm.
But do we paint them all that they're all the ones who kill their spouses and all these? No.
Mm-hmm.
You look at that individual. Same thing with school shootings and things of that nature. And I know these are sensitive topics, but right away when I see comments when a person that commits a mass murder, like the first thing people say, oh, what color is he? Or is he white? Is he black? Is he Arab? Is he Latino, Asian? Who cares? Who is this psycho that did this? That's it. And are they going to get locked up and held accountable for it?
Yep.
But why should we hold people, a whole group of people responsible when we've done nothing?
That's true, Jenna. If Nader is a representative for Middle Eastern folks, that argument means Chantel is a representative for all white folks, and that never gets said. That's very true.
Facts, Jenna. Exactly. Thank you. That's what I've been saying for a long time. But the problem is people get up on panels and people open up channels and start spouting BS that they don't even know anything about. They suddenly think they're experts in our culture because of what they see on TV. They say, oh, Middle Eastern women don't have rights. Do you know that women in the Middle East, besides Saudi Arabia, which is completely different, which I'm against, by the way, from some of the things that they do. Mm-hmm. But I've been to Jordan. Women don't all wear the hijab. They drive, they work. Unless you've been there, you've set foot there, don't talk to me about it. Because there's problems too with gender in the US as well, where women can't even get abortions. But nobody wants to talk about that. Mm-hmm. It's always the Middle East are the bad guys. The Middle East hate women. Where are the rights for women in the US too? Let's talk about that. Especially you, YTR and Monty, talking about, and yeah, Monty does have Arabs on his panel, but there's one that I spoke to. I won't say her name. I've responded to her in comments before. She's very kind to me, but she was a Christian. And see, there's Christians in the Middle East as well. And I have no issue with that. And see, she said that she's never gotten on panel along with YTR at the same time, but she said she would have checked her if she did. But the problem is this girl's not going to see, it's going to be her way. She's like Nader, it's my way. She hates religion because I remember her saying that she was in some sort of cult or, I don't know, something with religion. Okay, we understand that you had a hard time with religion. Nobody forced you to hold a Bible, a Quran, a Torah. I never came into your chat doing that. This is why I removed my profile picture. Why should I not have an opinion like everyone else and then get picked apart because of my hijab? I'm serious. Mm-hmm. Why? And then everybody's telling me, put it back, put it back. No, I'm never going to put it back because I've seen how this community is and other communities too, because I comment on a lot of different things. I'm a sports fan. I like hip hop. I like a lot of different things because guess what? I'm an American too. And I love this country. I have nothing against it. But I hate when people make me feel unwelcome here. That's what I hate. When people make me feel unwelcome everywhere, even outside of this. That's my daily struggle. But do you see me removing my hijab? No way. There will be no way I will ever do that. Because I have faith. And no one can take that from me. Not even, no one. No one can. So let this be a lesson for all these YouTubers that sit and make videos. And even when they mock Natter's accent and stuff like that, he is right. It is his second language. Can you speak more than one language? So what if his English isn't perfect? And that's my issue too. Because people look at me in the workforce when they greet me when I've done job interviews and they haven't met me yet, but they've talked to me on the phone before. They look at me funny because they're expecting an accent. Instead, they get a New Jersey accent. And they're shocked. Why? I can't speak English? I can't learn? I'm educated. I've adapted to this culture. I don't have a home country. I'm Palestinian. I wasn't even born in Palestine. So I don't have a home country when people say, go back to your country. I don't have one. This is my country right now. And I don't feel welcome in it a lot of times.
I know, poetic. Hey, Katja.
Fifi, hi. Fifi, I love you. You have all the support in the world here. I am so
Thank
sorry.
you. I see it. I'm seeing some of the comments. I can't respond, but I appreciate it.
Yeah, and I'm not the person that did this to you, but I want to apologize because that person has tripled down on the fact that they're not going to give you an apology.
I don't want one. Akasha, I don't want one.
I know
I don't
you
want
don't,
one.
but it's the right thing to do. When you hurt someone, you apologize. That's what adults do.
No,
She's
she'll just
not
say, oh,
going
I hurt
to.
your Fifis.
Well, I encourage everyone to go and listen to YouTube Reject's latest live.
Oh no, they don't have to. They don't have to. I have it. So
Oh, you do?
I have
okay,
it.
Great.
I do.
Well, you
I
guys
have
are
it.
going to get to hear her play victim, triple down on this even more, complain about the fact that, every time she goes in people's chats now, she's attacked and she just doesn't understand why. Well, now you know why. And it's not just this incident. There have been many incidents where she has said the most vile and disgusting things about people. And that is why you get attacked. And at some point, you need to own it and apologize for the things you have done and said.
Irregardless of what you've gone through. We've all gone through things in our lives, all of us.
Absolutely.
There's not a single person that lives on the planet Earth, okay? I'm going to make that statement, that has not gone through something or hasn't been afflicted or affected by something. But if you're going to use that for every time you open up your mouth and you now are spouting that to harm or hurt. We hear it with Chantel on the daily. She doesn't give a damn what she says or how she says it. She just says it. It's just like dribble coming out of her mouth,
And here's another thing I want to add too, because Chantel's chat is just as vile, because I've seen their comments too about the culture. I've even read someone mention, I don't want to say the words, but the people who go in with something strapped to them, I'll give you a clue, and boom. Seriously, she's just as complicit.
Yep.
Yeah.
That cracks me up, Beans. Can I tell you that? I hear a lot of that. I keep it real. Keeping it real should mean keeping your fucking mouth shut. How's that? How's that?
She keeps it real ignorant.
Yeah, real
she
ignorant.
Keeps it real ignorant. That's what she keeps it.
Yep. Yep. Listen, as far as this goes, okay, we were discussing, Fifi was saying about Natter's several different languages. I don't make fun of his voice because of the language. I make fun of it because of the stupidity that comes out of it. That's why I make fun of it. Not saying that it's any better, because
no, which is fine. I mean, it sounds, I mean, listen, the way he says like B-Bowl, and I make fun of it too, but I have relatives who talk like that too, by the way. That's why I laugh as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to poke fun at my dad because he still had an accent despite living in the US for 30 years. But at the same time, it's at least he picked up English and then Arabic. No one else could say. Arabic is one of the hardest languages in the world, right after all of Chinese, Korean, Japanese. After all the Asian languages, Arabic is right after it. So I'd like to see someone try and attempt to speak Arabic. They can't. That's the only thing I'll give Natter with. He's right. If you can't speak 2 languages, screw off.
The reason that we even make fun of anybody's voices, and I do it with Chantal too, it's the way that they project. It's the way that they express themselves. Again, it's what comes out of their mouths. It's not the form it's in. It's not the kind it's in. Okay. Like I can make fun of myself too. I can make fun of, things I hear. Like I always used to do that as a kid. I was always like, I adapted people's voices, inflections, things of that nature. That's why people was always like, how could you do that? Because that's something that I picked up on, right? And as an actor as well, we all have to learn how to do certain accents, things of that nature. So it's necessary in some forms. But when it comes down to it again, every culture is different, right? Even whatever it is, it doesn't matter. But it's also that people relate certain things to certain cultures is my issue, is my problem with that.
Yeah.
No, just Jill. She said, I guess I have to screw off because I've never been good at languages and only speak one. No, I'm talking about the people who there are people who commented, why can't he speak English well? Why can't he learn English very well? Making fun of how he talks and the words, fine, that's fine. But when they go and say, oh, he can't speak English well. Okay.
I've always said that to you, Fifi, because I can understand him. I get a lot of people can't. Half of my family is Japanese, so I think it's easier for me. But you cannot go by someone's accent and, quote unquote, broken English. My grandmother has been here for 60 years. She still speaks broken English. And, it's, you cannot go by that. And listen, we've heard it all. Screaming, go back to your country. This is the point I made the other night when YTR came in here, because she tries to use the excuse that because of her experience with religion, that just gives her the okay to speak on everyone else's religion and say whatever she wants, and it shouldn't affect anybody or hurt their feelings. I've experienced racism in my life. It has not turned me into a racist. So you cannot use that excuse. It does not fly. It does not work with me or anyone else.
Very true. And I mean, I've gotten racist remarks from people of all different backgrounds, but it hurts even more when it's when it comes from minority.
Yes.
That's when it hurts more, because it's like, wouldn't you understand me? Wouldn't you relate to me? But, that's why I say you can't judge a group. You got to judge the individual and how they act.
Yep.
Right.
And then someone sent me something on Twitter last night where they said that, and I never watched Hannibal's videos. I've never subscribed to him. Apparently she was in his chat. YTR was in his chat last night asking to join his Discord. And Curl Connections, another channel I've never watched. I don't know her. She told him, she screamed at her like, "No, you can't." And I was like, "Oh, okay." But I don't know what happened there. But apparently she made a video about Hannibal, or she said something about him that wasn't very
Yeah,
kind.
we heard that too.
Yeah.
Nothing was clarified. I think again, it
She
had
apparently
something to do-
privated a video that she made a remark about
Right.
him that was bigoted, apparently.
Oh,
Allegedly. I don't know. I didn't see it, so
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, it's shocking that she asked to go in Hannibal's Discord because she just talked on her new live about kicking Curl and Hannibal out of her own Discord
yep.
recently. So that's pretty shocking.
Yeah, and she wanted to DM him. I think she's trying to do damage control right now.
Probably.
and-
I mean, I'm sure that's why Curl reacted the way she did, because she just got booted from YTR's Discord. So how are you going to ask to go into theirs when you kicked him out? That's crazy.
And I'm surprised they aligned themselves with her to begin with. Even
Right,
Monty.
I don't know.
I'm gonna call out whoever I want. That's not indicative of your views or
No, it's
Kali's
okay.
views.
Nope.
I'm gonna call
That's
out
okay.
people the way I've seen them on YouTube and how they're acting and how they're conducting themselves.
Please do. More of us need to.
Yeah, my biggest issue is, like I said, with YTR and Monty. Those are the two that I have an issue with. If we talk about racism and all this stuff, we could talk about sexism too. He made a video today titled "Jessica Meska is disgusting for this." Jessica touched on Life by Jen passing away, and I'm not going to talk about that. The woman passed away,
We will.
and
Don't
it's
worry.
unfortunate. It's not for views. It's not for fodder. It's
Nope.
not something to be discussed anymore. She passed away, and that's it. And it's very sad, to be honest.
Yep.
And it's
Yes,
sad
it
when you
is.
look at it in retrospect. All these reactors making videos, commenting about every little thing. Yeah, we watch YouTube, but sometimes you gotta look at it and be like, it's a little too much.
Yep.
Yeah.
It is. In some way, it is a little bit too much sometimes, especially for someone like Monty who streams like 20 hours a day about one or two people. Okay. But my thing is, he made that video titled "She is Disgusting" because of the Life by Jen clips that Jessica played yesterday. But nothing about Garlic, who made a video.
Yeah, we got that in the wings too, by the way.
Yeah.
I
And
just want to
again-
comment before you go on, Fifi. I'm sorry
Yeah.
to interrupt you. I just want to comment on that because once again, okay, as we're all talking about these sensitive things, I don't know why I'm hearing myself again.
I hear an echo.
If somebody has it on in the background, maybe.
I don't.
Okay. This is part of the reason why I say dehumanizing. Okay. Whether we agree or not, or we see certain people and right away we have to run to the computer and we have to give a commentary. We have to give, it is on Fifi's side. Maybe Fifi, you've got YouTube going on in the background or something, because we do hear the echo from you.
I'm muted, so I don't know.
Oh, okay. It shouldn't matter. Okay. There's a few examples of that. And no, I'm not going to call out Jessica. Here's why. Okay. I was in Jessica's live. All right. Listen, she is unapologetically herself. Okay. And a lot was happening and she gets overwhelmed and she's, her mind goes in several different places. You kind of have to follow that with her. She played certain things that I didn't understand. And when that happened and I didn't want to see that because I didn't feel comfortable, I left the chat. That's all people need to do. As far as commentating and making videos and monetizing and all this other stuff, that is your choice, but it's not the right one. Okay. You know what? So is Chantel. If we want to go there, I'm getting tired of Jessica being called out for this. How about Chantel? Chantel, who thought it was cute to say in honor of Jen, I'm going to eat this cheese. Chantel, who's laughing at the psychotic things that her VIBs are telling her about, oh, give it a week and you can give Gene a call. What kind of insensitive, dope-ass people do you have watching you? Okay? Chantel is 155% worse. Everybody seems to forget that. But we like to jump on Jessica. I'm not giving Jessica, and I'm not giving Jessica 100% that she's right either. But again, she didn't call her names. She didn't make stupid references. She didn't take, she didn't take credit for making the biggest video about her. What the fuck is that? Don't even get me started on him, because that's coming up later. But the point is not everything is up for content purposes. Okay. I put up a community post. A lot of us put up community posts. That's all it needs to be. Okay. Her family, her fans are seeing this. Don't you think that they're affected? Don't you think that it matters what it meant to them, who she was? Never mind her persona on YouTube. Nobody wants to see that. Do any of you want to die and have somebody personify you in a video? Do you want your family seeing that? Do you want your friends and your fans seeing that? Some asshole come to YouTube and say, "Oh, I made the biggest video on the subject." Go fuck a kite, garlic bread. All right. Seriously, there are several different reasons why I can call out certain people in this community. All right. Unfortunately. But this above all, outside of not just abusing of pets and children and mental illness, but death too. Do you feel better about yourself, Chantal? Do you feel better about yourself? So please get off Jessica, because the people who are bigger are making it worse, and they're just following suit. Some people just have something to say. It happened. She discovered that Jen died as her video was on, so she played a video. I didn't see her doing anything terrible, but I left because I wasn't comfortable. I left because I really didn't, I just, there's so much going on at one time for me when this happens that I was, and I like Jessica. I do. Come for me. I like Jessica. Do I agree with everything she does? No, I do not. But, okay, so please, can we stop? Can we stop always circling the same people? Hey, Mick. Because if Chantal does it, that's okay. Natter does it, that's okay. Don't even get me started on his bullshit. Garlic did it, that's okay. And I don't know if Monty did it. I hope not, but he called out Jessica. Like, just leave it alone.
But see, it goes back to when Tina, who was on your panel the other night, she made a video about Monty and garlic bread.
I know.
And then he immediately fires up a video about her.
Right.
Then when the Gaining Ground did a video, he didn't fire up a video about him. That's where Monty is a sexist.
Female. Yeah, it's only
I'm gonna
females.
say it with all my energy. He is a sexist. He is. And his video about Tiny Dancer, who's not even a creator, he's making up all these things about her. He's a bum. He takes no accountability at all. He deflects. And even when his Kiwi Farms thread was popping up everywhere and everybody was talking about it, he deflected and then doubled down and said that Kiwi Farms is homophobic, racist. True, there are some questionable remarks there.
Is that you? Tina, you're more than welcome to come up if you would like. The link is up on the top. It's good to see you.
But he actively references that site that he hates so much. And he has an account there.
All the time.
Yep.
So why don't you address that, Monty?
All the time. It really is something that, again, I was called out for something that's been there. You use as a reference, you use as a source, you yourself have an account and speak on it, right? I don't.
Yeah.
I read it. That's it. I hate to do this to you, Stroked Out, but I really do not need you to keep making these specific comments without anything to back it up. So take some time out. I don't understand why I was chastised. Why? Because I put it out there. because excuse me, you were on his panel, and so are I don't know how many other people.
And I told you this before when I came on your panel the first time, that when Roman came on his panel, his whole panel treated him like garbage because, again, it came from that deep-seated xenophobia where they assumed he was an abuser like Natter, so they treated him like garbage. And everybody can say, no, 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 but that's the way I viewed it because I'm an Arab, and that's exactly how I saw it. They assumed he was an abuser like Natter.
Hey, Tina.
Hey,
How are you?
Hi, Tina.
I'm well, thank you. How is everybody?
Hi,
We're
Tina.
doing good. How are you?
Good.
Good. I just popped in to see what was going on for a few minutes. Because I did another video on him and he hasn't said a word.
Just give him a day or two, Tina.
Give him a day.
He didn't take a day when I put that first one out, but I also did not tag him in this one like I did the first one.
You didn't ask me, but I'll tell you, right, Tina? That's your
Correct.
channel? Okay,
Correct.
Let me just get the link for that.
So what I did was I did another video on him, and I simply said, I explained that couldn't possibly be sexist. That's not even a fucking thing. And then I asked questions. I was like, if you answer these questions, then I'll, because my whole thing with him, with Tiny Dancer, is you keep showing this is the second time you've come for her. I remember you did it the first time. When I first started watching him, he did a couple of videos on her, and he did like some Twitter threads on her, right?
Yep.
But the thing of it is, and this is my whole problem, bro, you never are telling us what you did.
Yep.
Nope.
So between the time that she became a mod and she just lost her shit, what happened? What happened? Something had to have happened. She didn't just wake up one morning and lose her fucking mind. Something happened in between the time that she became a mod and the time that she went off on you, or you consider her going off on you. There's even on the last video that he put up where, he's like scrolling through the chat where it looks like it's only her talking. There's actually one in there, and I did not clip it, but it's in there, where he's actually kind of slut shaming her. That's the only thing you see.
Not kinda. He was.
Right.
Is Tiny still here? Because she could probably add more to that. What we were discussing before you got here, though, Tina, is YTRs.
You know what?
Yeah.
So, okay, here's my whole deal right now, because I actually came in on that. I just didn't say anything. I just wanted to listen. And so my whole thing is all of these people that you discuss, Hannibal, Curl Connections, YTR, all of them have been on Monty's panels, and they started hyping up their channels on Monty's thing. They all have done that. And then this
I'm
dude,
clapping. I'm sorry, but I had to. Go ahead.
they all did this, right? And so, and they all have, more than 1,000 subs, which is cool, great, grand, fantastic, love you for you. But me, on the other hand, I chose not to go that route because I knew what I was getting ready to do. I knew I was getting ready to come through Girl World like a fucking wrecking ball. I knew I was going to, and I knew Monty was going to be in it. So I never went to anybody to hype my channel at all because I knew what I was getting ready to do. I was about to start calling people out. And so for him to come back and tell me that that's not a way to grow my channel, well, because I'm not giving you virtual fellatio, that now all of a sudden, I can't grow my channel without you because I don't plan on doing that. I'm not going to do that. That's what your other people do.
Tina, can I just ask did you see the part where what YTR said to me directly?
No, but so when I was here the other night, you mentioned it, and wasn't it something about your hijab or something?
Yeah, she played Kali played the video, so I was just curious if you actually saw the context of everything, because YTR is doubling down and saying that I came into her chat and attacked them and bossed them around which was false.
What? YTR is a trip.
She's a bigot.
And see, I didn't know that. I didn't know
She
that
is.
part. She has hidden that quite well, because the only time I've ever seen her was on Monty's panels. And so here's the deal. I don't watch his panels like I used to. I've watched a few times, but I don't even watch Monty like I used to. I haven't watched Chantal in God knows how long, because I can't figure out who I want to watch sniping. I don't want to watch Purple Glitter. And I don't want to watch, I definitely am not going to watch Monty at this point. So I have to figure that out. And so but the more I listen, the more I'm hearing about YTR and her bigoted ways. And I'm like, ooh, I've never watched her though.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've heard
when
that
you get
she
a
is
chance, please
actually,
watch from the beginning of the stream so you could see the type of person she is.
Well, you know, it's a perfect opportunity. I'm going to play a part of that. This is the one that she did the other day.
Am I tripping, or is she bannovating?
No, she did have her channel taken down by Chantal a couple of months back, because I was there the day it happened. And she was off for a couple of weeks. And I felt bad. I did, because I was up there while it happened. We were discussing Chantal. We were joking about it. And all of a sudden, boom, it was gone. And she was gone for a while. And ever since then YTR, you know, became like every panel's member. She was on Monty's. She was on, Danny's. She was on whoever else. I can't, Mrs. Fields. So, and that's how I got to know her, because I was with her when it happened, and I always liked YTR. And then I started to see a decline when the Chantal thing happened to her, and also how she was just kind of regurgitating, like we had said about, you know, throwing your channel out there. Listen, I get it, but I'm going to tell you something that I haven't told you guys. Yes, you did realize that I was on Monty's panel for the first couple of months I was there. Never once, ever, have I ever told that man I had a channel. Nobody knew that. There were certain mods that knew that after the fact, and that's when I started going on another channel, Danny's, and I was a mod there for maybe a couple of weeks, but they knew I had a channel, but Monty never did until I started to do the reactions myself, because I left Monty's because I did not like the politics that were going on, and there was some you know, internal stuff that happened. So I left. And people didn't know I had a channel. They all said that. We didn't know you had a channel. Up until I complained about what he did and I put that post up there, then everybody starts coming for me saying, oh, well, we wouldn't have known who the hell you were without Monty. And I will say, yes, Monty was on my channel a few times and he was supportive. I'll give him that. But that does not mean he created me. It doesn't mean he created me as a reactor, because I've been here, as you have illustriously said the other day, a long time. And maybe I wasn't in Girl World, but I was in 2 other different communities. And
I looked at your channel the other day. I was like, shit, you got some old shit up here.
I do. I have a lot. So for me, I had to shut my mouth through a lot of the Monty fallout, because people were like, oh, you know, we didn't even know about you. And the only reason we liked you was right. Exactly. And I'm like, if that's your attitude, that's fine. I don't need that. It's funny, though, after a certain amount of time, when things started to come out and other people were starting to realize what this Kiwi Farms thing was. And then there were other situations that were coming into play that slowly but surely people started to crawl back in and come over here. Now, I could sit here and go, get out of my chat, you're a Monty person, but I don't. And these guys know I'm not a fan, nor do I stand a lot of people in this community. It's very few that I have. You know, I have respect for some major channels, and I have more respect for some of the smaller channels, but they're ones I don't align with at all. And I make no bones about that. But they would like to believe that they made this whole situation where it's only their only chats and reaction channels that make a difference. So we can't, if we do it, and I know that listen, I say it all the time about the SJMs and all this other crap that come from the VIBs or come from Natters, but you know what? It's different perspectives as well. I have issues with certain things with SJM and, you know, that whole situation, even Roman. But again, it's different perspectives. We don't have to hear it all from just Chantel and Natter, right? So when other people break off, it doesn't mean, wow, they're clout chasing. I'm so sick of hearing this clout chasing shit. I'm like, I have had 5,000 subscribers for the good last part of like, oh, I don't know, the last 5-6 years of my channel. It started growing, but it's not like in these huge, like, you know, numbers. It's steadily growing, and I'm fine with that. I'm happy about that. And I took 2 hits, and I took monetization lost, and I took my subscriber count being erased from me, and I'm still here. So where am I finding clout? And right now I'm demonetized. So talk to me now about what I am. Okay. But you made a good point. You mentioned about Hannibal, and we've had Hannibal here, and I've liked Hannibal. I do. Curl Connections as well. YTR as well. MCM, the other one she had an issue with as well. And we have stated here several times, because it happened on our side chat, to stop the cross promoting. Okay. It was a little subtle at first, and then it became like really apparent. It was getting to the point of like, wow, why are you here? Are you really here because you want to engage with the community, you want to be part of this, or you just want to sell your channel? And I said it the other night, I have no problem promoting a channel. I have promoted every single channel that has ever crossed my way up here, and who I use. If I use anybody's video, I will put their channel up there. Okay. YTR, I have put her channel up there. Hannibal, Curl, Chicken, anybody. If I don't mind it. But if you're going to come in here and you want to talk about infiltrating chats, YTR, you're going to come in here and infiltrate my chat with co-promotion, or if we're watching something like a video SJam did, and there they are over there, come to YTRs. And I'm like, it's a bad look. Okay. That's just my opinion. I'm not saying that everybody needs to follow the same way of building their channel. It's a bad look when you're going into a creator's and everybody knows why you're there, and you're like, oh, come here. It's a bad look. Okay? It should be on
something
the merit.
that I have noticed about Girl World.
Yeah.
And this is just a totally different side of it, but relationships are fleeting.
Mm-hmm.
They are extremely fleeting. And the one that comes to my mind is the Yaba and FFG thing.
Yeah.
So for a long time, they, one was doing one was doing the other. And then when FFG did the cow tip, and that's when Yaba went ham on her, right? Just went off on her, completely went off on her. And then when the next thing came up, all of a sudden they're best friends now. But I'm telling you, one of them is going to do something. And what I don't think they realize, okay, so let's say when this all started, Yaba probably was more popular than FFG. FFG has surpassed everybody. She might not have all the subs, but when she holds a live, she never has less than 2,000 people in her lives, right?
Yeah, that's right.
And it doesn't matter what time of day it is. And everybody can't say they do that. But my thing with I don't like FFG because I think she's a bigot, and also Yaba as well. But y'all, if you come to my channel, you'll see why. Mm-hmm. But anyway, that I'm telling you, if either one of them does something that the other one doesn't like, all hell is going to break loose in Girl World on that side. The relationships are only as good as what you can get me in this whole corner of YouTube. And I don't know how it works in anybody else's YouTube, but in this one, you're only as good as what can you do for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's very fickle. Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but you are speaking truth. It really is. It's when you really figure out who people are. It's what's important to them, right? Okay. And I'm not saying that all of us don't have that same want and need for people to view us. Of course, that's why we do what we do. But there's other reasons behind that. Now, if you're talking about, an empire of sorts, I never ever in my brain ever thought I was going to become like a Yaba or a Sam or a FFG. I watched FFG in the very, very beginning when I first came here. And I liked her chat. I did. And she was pretty cool with me. And yes, does she have very strong, very passionate things that she says sometimes? Yes. And some of those times that I have felt that maybe it gets a little too much, I walk out, I don't, that's what I'm saying. A lot of them are fickle, Vive. I agree with you. You don't have to sit there and listen to it. Okay. And that's okay, Tizzy. Everybody has their own set of who they like, and that's fine. The problem I have is infiltrating it on other people and also on influencing other people not to go to other people's channels or to go to other people's channels, especially when a creator is new or a creator is trying to just they're trying to discuss or have a panel, whatever. And it's like, oh, by the way, Monty's live, Gary's live, Kaya's live, this one's live. That's rude, y'all. It is rude. And nobody would want that. Okay. Yes. If Monty made a point, I get it. If Gary made a point, sure. And I will credit them as where credit is due. But I think that it's wrong to pull away from the actual channel holder when you're trying to incorporate, your own stuff. And there's somebody up there going about, oh, this is my video. This is my next video. Like, dude, who cares? Do that on your own. You know what I'm saying? Like, do that on your own community posts. Do that with your friends, what have you. I have great mods and they promote me and I appreciate them, but I do not try to shove my channel down people's throats. I don't. Okay. And it's true, Tina. I have found this out very early on too. They all look at you and they all like, oh, hey, oh, it's so good to see you. But the minute that you fall from grace, essentially, or that, they have problems in the community, or they suspect that you will always be in their corner when they have stabbed you in the back, wrong. I may not talk about it, but I see you. And I know you, and I ignore you. That's how I work.
Exactly. Okay? And and that's all you got to do. I said, I've never come out here trying to clout chase or anything like that. I see in the chat that some people don't know that I said that they are bigots, and I meant that. They may not have done it online, but they have definitely done it on Twitter. I am on Twitter. They have blocked every Black person they know, except for the ones that kiss the ring. But I don't want to go into that on this channel. This is not my platform. If you want to know what I think about them, you can come to my channel, because that's what I do. I call out people and I call out shit that they do that's bigoted.
Yep.
So I don't want to.
Can you call out YTR next?
Speaking of bigoted, I was just about to play this.
Please, I'm begging you, Tina. I have receipts, girl.
Okay, I'm ready.
What's your Twitter handle? I'm serious. I will send you stuff.
Is Dimag Salty Ho.
All right, I'll look you up.
I'm gonna speed her up a little bit too. Right. Here we go.
It was a very it was a very crazy night. It was a very crazy night. Because I was getting things ready to do the girl like shorter stream, and then there was all that stuff that was popping off at Cholyflowers, and it's like this kind of level of cancel culture is just a lot. I for one know that Choly is somebody that is open to talking about things, but I was not going to go on a panel 3 against 1, and not while the chat was being super abusive toward me.
Okay,
So
here
I
it
did
is.
a
Here it is.
Q&A
I had to hear that.
and
I
it
had
was
to hear that.
basically just saying,
Where was the chat super abusive?
And she was never abusive, and her chat was never abusive.
Mm-hmm.
She loves to use the
Yeah.
word abusive after she says racist things. Then she's being abused. She came in here with a certain energy and she got that energy back, and she had her people come in here as well to try and defend her. She compared herself to Hitler. I mean, it
Hitler.
was crazy the way she was playing victim and
Yeah.
doubling down on everything that she said, trying to defend it. You think you're going to come in someone else's chat and defend something like that, and that no one's going to say anything back to you? You're crazy.
Yep. Hang on, I'm just putting it up again. I thought we did this already, but I will do it again. No problem. Okay, there's Tina's channel.
You should play for Tina
I'm gonna-
what she said to Fifi and her chat, unwarranted.
Okay,
Please
I'm going to
do.
play what she said. Hold on.
saying that, people are going to be saying a lot about me right now just because I have dared to panel a couple places. And guys, the thing is, I don't think I can panel places anymore because literally when I go panel places, like, people get triggered. Like, they'll see my handle and go off the rails, even if what I'm talking about isn't even anything like crazy. And in Colley's channel, like, they were talking about the thing that I said to one of Jessica's followers, and they were really focusing in on it as we called all kinds of names. And I defended myself in the chat. I was like, they're not telling you the stuff that they were saying. My channel keeps getting raided, and I don't deserve, like, to be abused just because I don't like Jessica. But
Can somebody explain to me what this is, what she's talking about attacking her? Unless she's talking about, on Twitter, which I don't follow her on Twitter. I don't know what she means by that. And I again, where is this attack on her?
There was no attack.
Hey, Nikki.
Fifi corrected something that she said that wasn't right.
Mhm.
YTR went in on her. There was no attack. There were no other people in there coming for her at that time. So again, she's lying. She loves to say that people twist her words in the narrative. No, they don't.
No, they
You're the
don't.
one that you say
I'm good,
things,
Kitsune.
and then you try to play victim and back away later like you did nothing wrong. And by the way, she called everybody that was on your panel that night, Colley. She called you all a bunch of idiots in this live too.
Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
like, everyone's entitled to
Why
their
does
own
everybody like to
opinion.
call
People don't
everybody
like people.
idiots? I don't understand that.
I know.
Yeah, I like the term moron.
That's a little bit better. Idiot is you kind of, the thing about me and I don't like name calling at all. I really don't.
Mhm.
But I will and I can. But my thing is why you don't know anything about them except for what you hear them say on the internet. So what would make you think that they're an idiot? I mean, nobody knows what my background is. You can't necessarily say I'm an idiot. The only people know that I'm a nurse. That's it. They don't know what kind of nurse I am. They don't know what kind my background is as a nurse.
And it's
They
none of
just
their
know I'm a nurse.
business. But it's none
Right.
of their business. Listen, I'm guilty of that. I say moron all the time, and it's always in relation to Chantel or Natter. And for me, it's because of the consistent dialogue and the consistent lack of intelligence. That's why I say it.
Well, when you're talking about them, it's okay.
Right.
But when you're talking about, like, let's say the reactors, not all of the reactors are idiots. Some of them are. But not all of them. So you can't just lump all of them together and call them all idiots. Just a couple of them are. Just
Right.
like, everybody is not, just because I'm a reactor doesn't mean that I dislike or like Foodie Beauty for that matter. She's boring at this point. The Nader arc is gone. And that's what I was watching for. So she's actually quite boring. So I don't watch her. I don't feel the need to watch her as much as I did when that whole thing, shebang bang, was going on. But it's whatever. I'm just really not that interested in name calling unless it's absolutely warranted. And I, even when I'm in relationships, I lay down ground rules, we can argue all day, but when the name calling starts, that's when we're gonna have a problem.
Right. I understand that. That's a solid point. Nessa, I didn't know that. Nessa said the same thing happened to me when I corrected her about Jessica. I'm not rude, and we know that about you, Nessa. But boy, her mod was mean and gross. It felt like a physical attack.
Not surprised.
Yeah, a lot of Jessica's viewers go into her comments and, speak their piece. And just like I went in there and spoke my piece, but like I said, when I did that, she went for the first thing she saw, which was my hijab. Again, we can respectfully have a debate, but don't bring my religion into this. And that goes for all reactors.
That's right.
Harley, I have a question for you.
Sure.
Harley, are you white? People are, I know people love Sam and Yaba. I know they do. I got it. I don't. And they've done some racist shit. So I'm 100% black. And if you're not black, you cannot tell me what they've done that wasn't racist. If I said they're racist, you can't argue that point. And I don't want to, I could tell you what they did, but again, this is not my platform to do that. But you're not going to sit up here and try and gaslight me into believing that they're not racist when they are.
Is this about Sam and Yaba we're talking about?
It is. They keep, the people in your chat keep saying that they're not racist and they're not bigoted. They are. They 100% are. Just because Sam has black children does not mean she can't be racist. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. So y'all can miss me. They've done some racist stuff. The fact that I keep saying something and they want to keep turning it around like I'm bashing them, it's not.
She's answering you. If you see, do you see side chat, Tina?
I see. So mine, culture, Roma. What's that?
Cinti don't count. I'm not familiar, Harley. So
I don't know what that is. If it ain't black, and I mean black.
Same, Viv. I've only watched Yabo, I think maybe once or twice. I know a lot of people talk about her. I was intimidated about her. Yeah.
I was a Yaba stan until she started doing okay, so she uses a lot of AAVE, right? And one time, this was in December. Okay, so this was when the Cali thing kind of started. Cali was hyping up a guy named Jose and trying to get people to help Jose, whatever. So Jose did a video and Jose said the N-word. But Jose is Latino. I personally don't like when anybody other than a black person says the N-word, but that is my preference. I don't know Jose and I don't know Callie, so I would never have called Callie and said, hey, you need to tell your friend over here to stop saying the N-word, because I don't know them like that. They might have a different relationship.
Right.
If Jose was my friend, I would have called him on it, right? So Callie went into Yaba's chat and they started arguing about it. And Yaba kept saying, why isn't anybody saying anything about Jose saying the N-word? And I'm like, you can't tell Callie that. That's not a thing. You cannot gatekeep that word to a black person. You can't tell a black person who can and can't say the word. Gatekeep your own community. Stop gatekeeping what Black people say. And this went into a whole thing, and then Yaba did a whole thing where she was dogging Callie, and she said at the end of it, she said, "Go off, sis." That's not in her normal vocabulary. Period. I don't care what anybody says. Yaba does not say that regularly. What they want to do is say, well, why doesn't Zachary Michael get into it? Why doesn't anybody ever say anything to Zachary? Zachary Michael has been using sis for years.
Mm-hmm.
Ever since I've been watching him. I believe I started watching him in like 2018. I've never known him not to say sis.
Right.
So and on top of that, he's not doing it to take a dig at a Black woman. Sis is definitely from the Black community, whether it's the LGBT community or not. It's still from the Black community, right?
Right.
We have called each other sis for many, many, many years. So this is why, but he also uses it quite regularly. So it's not because he's white that he can get away with it. It's because it's a part of his vocabulary, and he's not taking a shot at a Black person when he uses it. Yaba and Sam want to keep just saying that I say just because they're white, they can't do it. That's not true. If you used it regularly as Zachary Michael used it or uses it, I wouldn't have said a word. You don't. You did it to make a problem for her. You can disagree all you want, Harley, but it's the truth. And again, if you're not Black, you don't have a dog in this race.
It's on, and I understand where you're coming from, Tina, because I don't know if I'm Arab, just like Natter and Roman are. So when Roman went on Monty's panel, they were piling on him a lot, and I felt like it was deep rooted in that xenophobia, and they showed their hatred basically towards Arabs that night, because I saw that, and it was, to me, disgusting. And even a lot of things that Monty's panel has said about Arabs in general, abusive and controlling, that's where I had an issue. So for me, I felt it. And just like how you're viewing Yaba and Sam and FFG, I understand it. I don't know how you, like, when I watch those from an outsider perspective, I would say, oh, it's no big deal. She said sis. But when you explain it, this is how you feel. And this is from your culture. Because I don't know your culture like that. I know my own culture. I can't speak for other cultures. So when I come up here, I'm talking.
When people say that certain things are racist to Arab people, hey, I can't say anything. I don't know anything about Arab culture. I know the only thing I could 100% say I knew was a racist was when Foodie called him a camel or said he looked like a camel.
Yeah.
I said that's the most racist shit ever right there.
That and the other terminology, which I won't repeat, but is very close to what they say in your race, which is a sand.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I've been called that before.
Which is awful.
It is awful, but it's out there, and
I get uncomfortable even seeing that for him. Okay, and y'all know I have absolutely no regard for him, but I feel uncomfortable saying that. I've seen it a lot on Kiwi Farms and a lot on when people are trolling him, and I just don't. I think that when you go to that extent, that it's way beyond just you know what I'm saying.
I don't know what you're. This is how oblivious I am to that. I have no idea what the word is.
I'll say, not obviously the full thing. Sand, and then the N word. Sand, because we're from the desert.
I got it. I know which one you're talking about now. Yeah, I have not heard anyone say that one on YouTube. Now, I'm not saying I don't go on the farms. I never did. I mean, I've gone to look at certain threads, never his, but that's bad.
People go into Natter's chat under troll names and have typed it. I've seen it a lot, and they do use it on what do you call it, Kiwi Farms a lot. Okay, Harley, I don't think that Tina's saying your culture doesn't matter, but she's stating that you can't make comments on certain issues or certain words that are being used if you're not Black. And I understand where she's coming from. I don't think that she's not
I'm
saying
not
your
saying
culture
that you don't
matters.
matter
No.
at all. I'm saying that if you're not Black, you can't tell me what's racist to a Black person.
Yes,
That's all I'm saying.
bamboozled, which is
Yeah.
awful rule of thumb. Same thing with wife beater. I mean, and that in itself sounds really offensive.
Yeah.
But why do we call clothing that? Because that's what we're used
Right.
to.
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday, Chispa.
Happy birthday. I think, some of you are missing the importance of this conversation. When someone is able, we have two beautiful people on our panel right now. They're speaking from their different backgrounds, letting you know things that are hurtful and offensive to them. So let's listen, let's learn, let's educate ourselves on this because it's important. It really is important. And no one is saying that any other culture, religion, background isn't important. That's not the message here. So I just want everybody to be open and willing to listen because these are important conversations that we're having.
Right. Like somebody said that word in the chat, and that's offensive to somebody else, right? That gypsy is a terminology.
Yes, and
Yeah,
that's
that's a word that I won't use.
Right.
Yes, but a lot of people don't know that. So now we've had someone from that culture educate, right? This is learning for people.
Mm-hmm.
There are so at the office that I work in, there are so many things that I did not realize were offensive
Mm-hmm.
because, like, totem poles.
Yeah. I can
Did not know
understand.
that was bad.
Yeah. Right.
I did not know that. So now I don't use that one.
Mm-hmm.
The gypsy thing, don't use that one. I mean, and almost every day I learn something new because where I work has so many different cultures.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
You can't
so,
escape that.
it's like if I worked in an all Black office, I'd be oblivious to most of this stuff.
Okay, so they want to know what the context is against totem pole. I'm assuming we're talking against Native
Indigenous
Americans.
people.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So when you say low man on the totem pole or something like that, that's just not a cool thing to say. It's really against Indigenous people.
Mm-hmm.
Because where do totem poles come from? They
Mm-hmm.
are from Indigenous people.
Not everyone. That's true, Carrie. A lot of, again, it's also generational too, I think. I think it's how you're raised and what was acceptable. I mean, I'm not even going to get into what was acceptable in my
Man.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
But this day and age, yeah. Is it frustrating? Yes, it is. It's frustrating to have to check your words and check your phrases. Obviously not for the ones that we know that are flat out just that anybody can recognize, but a lot of things nowadays, yeah. I mean, so many of
Just
them.
even like I see in there somebody says jipping somebody. Yeah. I didn't know that was bad either until like maybe I'm gonna say maybe in the last 10 or 15 years I found out that was bad.
Yeah, because it
Yeah.
relates to the Jewish community, doesn't
Right.
it?
Well,
Right.
and also gypsies, because they say that gypsies are, like pickpockets and all that kind of stuff in there. That's what they have said in the past is they are not necessarily the most upstanding citizens. And so when something would happen, you would get gypped, and that came from gypsy. And so now that's not cool. Just like the word gypsy is not cool, also being gypped is also not cool.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing for the Italians too. I mean, I've heard, I ain't going to go into the things I've heard, as an Italian, Guinea and all this other stuff. And
There's so much stuff out there. You just almost have to.
There's a lot.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. And so I try, I just try not to say much of anything. I mean, I'm a talker, and sometimes I actually kind of get things wrong, and I'm willing to say that I got something wrong, but I'm also not willing to back down if I think I'm right.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things in our pop culture, in our, all of that it's funny because we were talking earlier about, certain things that we that came on TV, and someone was telling me they watched an old movie, and they're like, and if this was said today, I'm like, yeah, you can. There's a lot of just, the things that we, right, Chris, I know, because I'm Irish, I'm supposed to be a drunk, but I'm not. I mean, do some Irish people like to drink? Yes, they do. But it is basically stereotyping Irish people. The same thing about, Jewish people, Black people. Everybody has a stereotype, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a whole lot of them for Black people.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what I was getting ready to say. I had something to say and then I forgot it. So,
Well, I wanted to say something about YTR's live last night because she
Yep.
said that she didn't want to apologize either for what she said to me because she says my religion is against homosexuals and things like that. Let me just touch on this really quick. Is there
you mean
stuff about it?
This part? Let me play that.
Yeah. She
Well,
said she would
I
get
want to say something.
stoned.
I
Yeah,
just
go
want to
ahead,
say
go
it
ahead.
really quick to give
Yep, go ahead.
context as well. I've looked at the Bible. I've seen things in the Torah. Almost every Abrahamic religion has something about homosexuality, and it's not favorable. Does that mean that I'm going to go out there and follow every little thing that's in my book? I don't.
wait. But wait. Is she Christian or something? Because
she has a problem with organized religion. When I came in her chat, she called my hijab an oppression hat,
oh yeah,
which
I
I
heard
took
about
a
that.
lot of offense to. And again, if I'm going to comment something on anybody's channel, this is why I don't have my picture anymore. My hijab should not be a target. Target me personally, not my hijab. But she was saying she's not going to apologize because of my religion and how oppressive it is and how they hate homosexuals and things like that. But have I ever come into this chat and blasted anybody for their race, religion, or sexual orientation? Never.
No.
That's not who I am. Not everybody follows every single page of their holy book. Look at Nader. He drinks. You're not supposed to drink in Islam. You're supposed to pray 5 times a day. I don't see him going to pray. He didn't fast. So there's certain, not everybody follows every little thing in their book. I don't see Christians covering their hair. There's actually things. Why do you think the nuns cover their hair? Are they oppressed as well?
Don't even
The
get me
Virgin
started on
Mary
the
is her
Catholic
hair is
religion.
covered.
Mm-hmm.
Again, and I'm not a religion expert,
Wow.
but not everybody follows every single page of their book.
No, they don't.
My
They
thing is
conser-
believe in God and
Yeah.
I treat people kindly. That's it. That's the way I lead my life.
Judy. I absolutely.
And that's what's important,
I don't come after people for their
About it
race,
now,
religion,
it's
never.
because of the vile things that they're saying to me.
Vile.
And, just because I have spoken about not liking certain oppressive religions, people just run with that shit. Like, y'all know why I don't like just organized religion in general. And it doesn't have to do
Who
with
does?
race
Excuse
or
me.
anything.
Wait the hell a minute here. Who does? I have been questioning my religion since I can remember. None of it made sense to me. A lot of the practices, a lot of the things that are done in the Catholic Church made no sense to me. I've been questioning that. That is our personal right to do so. Okay. But that's our personal right. You can't sit there and judge a person for practicing or not practicing because it's their personal right, one way or the other. We all want to give, those of us who are parents, we want to give our children foundations, right? And then when they're old enough to make that decision, they can make that decision. Or even if they weren't given that, okay? But who doesn't have a disagreement? I don't know anybody. Do you agree with everything in your religion, Fifi? Do you agree with all of the practices?
There are certain things, yeah, but at the same time, like I said, we have the 5 pillars. You pray, you give to charity, you go for pilgrimage, you fast. That's what I follow.
Right. But there are aspects, maybe
there are aspects, absolutely.
Right.
Everybody's different. I forgot who I mentioned this to. I have a relative who doesn't even practice. And that's their right. a few years, like last year, I wasn't even praying. I wasn't praying my 5 times a day. But what happened was when my dad got sick with cancer, like I mentioned, that's what drew me closer. And again, that's my personal journey.
Right. She's treating everyone as, because of her experience where she says she was
right.
in
She
a
treats
cult growing
like everybody's
up.
in a cult and they're after her.
Right. Right. And I think she was in the
She needs
Mormon
therapy.
religion. Right. But Fifi, you're an adult now. You are old enough to choose this for yourself. But
Absolutely.
she's behaving as though you have had no choice in this. And because you were raised that way, you don't know any better. You're ignorant. And so you're just rolling with it. And that's not the case. If you had to choose this all over again, would you? The religion you
Yes.
have, would you?
Yes.
There you go. And that's all that matters here. That's what matters. This is
Exactly,
your personal
Angel.
choice as a grown woman to decide what you want. And how dare she say anything about it to you?
Yeah,
exactly. When it's not even in, the topic of her video had nothing to do with religion either.
Right.
If I walked into a video about atheism or something and I made remarks, great, fine, then we can have a discussion.
Mm-hmm.
Her video was about Chantal and Jessica Meska and all that other stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that person that was attacking me, I'd already tried to talk to them and they wouldn't
False.
freaking go. So yes, I told them, you know, the bit about the oppression hat. Yeah, I did say that. I'm not fake. I don't pretend like I'm always gonna say the right thing. I don't
That's
pretend
not
like
a
I'm the
flex.
arbiter of what's good and appropriate and
Bye,
everything.
Kitsune.
I will say though, there have been people, you know, from all kinds of places, even other people from, you know, that maybe have that background, and they treated me with respect and I've treated them with respect. It had to do with,
What's the
they came in
context
with
of that
energy
respect,
and I gave
YTR?
that energy back after being exhausted by just the onslaught of just insults over and over.
Another lie.
I'm not saying it's right
Another
to
lie,
lose
because
our cool,
can we
but I'm
pause
not
it, please?
apologizing
Yes,
to that
yes, yes,
person.
yes.
Sorry.
No.
I didn't insult her. You saw the video. You saw
No.
it. I didn't
No.
insult her. I didn't insult her chat. And then on top of it, she says I kept coming back. I was blocked immediately.
Yeah, because I didn't even see your comments until they came up on her screen. I didn't see you on the side chat. So you had already
I only
been
made
blocked.
one comment.
Right.
One.
Yeah.
And then she blocked me because her Fifis were hurt.
She yelled at you first.
She likes saying that, so I'm saying that to her.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because they were absolutely repulsive toward me.
They.
And
Who's
I'm
they?
not going to apologize to somebody that's abusive toward me and you guys.
Okay. This is what I'm having the problem with. Okay. And no, I don't read her comment section. I saw a couple of things that were said on this particular one, or I didn't see the comments on the original one we watched before with Jessica Messica. But again, you have to expect that in this community, right? When you're so fervent against somebody specifically that people are very newly into, let's put it out there. People are flocking to Jessica. She's new. They like how she is. She does a bunch of different things. They like her character, what have you, whatever it is, whatever the choice is. Okay, so you have to expect that her followers are going to stick up for her, just like your followers came in here the other night. Don't tell me that there weren't YTR people in here making comments to me. Okay. So it goes without saying, it's protocol that everybody that has a following are going to eventually, you know, give their response. We've already proved that with the beginning of this. So what are you talking about?
And that goes for any of the minions that have come in here.
An enemy,
and
Kira?
then what they do, I'll explain this. What they do is, when they get blocked, they go and cry to all the other communities that don't know the backstory, that don't know that there's been a back and forth ongoing, and they will go cry to other communities, I got blocked, I got booted, I got yelled.
Yeah, like you, YTR. I do recall that. What's the point here? Okay. Fifi didn't come in here crying about anything. She came in here, okay, and she told us. We didn't have a whole thing about it. We knew who it was, okay, for a while, but until you made this big declaration on your public live, okay, we didn't say two words about it. So I don't know what communities. This is one community, YTR. Other people's chats you're talking about? Who else did you see, Fifi? Who else did you talk to?
It's probably on my Twitter because I only went in your chat and said it. Although I did comment on one of Monty's videos about her because I said, "Why do you platform her?"
Right.
And I was attacked for it, but whatever.
Of course. That's what I'm saying. She said, since Jessica is her enemy, anyone who says anything in Jessica's defense is an enemy. Okay.
Yeah, and she calls Jessica ratchet. She's used the word, and again, I don't like this word, but RTARD.
Oh,
okay, she's used that word, so she's just vile. She's vile.
Wait a minute, she said ratchet?
Yes, she did. I'm telling you, I have timestamps. Your DMs are not open. Open them up for me, because I got them.
Wait a minute, my DMs are open. I don't close nothing.
Really? I'm looking at your Twitter. I can't find the DM button. I'm not a social media person like that.
Do you see my if you go on
I followed you. I followed you. And
the salt, you see the box of salt thing?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So yeah, I don't close my DMs. I've never done that.
Okay, I'll check after I get off of this, but yeah, she said ratchet. She has.
now I gotta watch it.
Yeah, you have to.
And this is what happened. And they never, ever say the crap that they were doing to get it to that level. I also have a couple ex-mods that are disgruntled and that have decided to have personal vendettas. Hell, one of them, she was a mod over a year ago.
This girl just got problems.
You have the flu sitting.
Okay, so she could actually be a cow.
I'm wondering about that.
Just listening to her, she sounds like a cow.
Mm-hmm.
And I've gotten to the point where I'm used to people not liking me, but people were calling me bigot in Cholyflower's chat for one.
Because you are.
Okay?
Bye,
Bigot
beans.
has to do with sexuality.
Wrong. Where the fuck does this one get her definitions? It is not. It is not. And if that's the way it was used towards you, I apologize, YTR, but that is not the definition. And myself and my other mods have given you that definition. And I will read that definition to you once again. A person who is obstinately or unreasonably attached to a belief, opinion, or faction, which sounds more like you, especially one who is prejudiced against or antagonistic toward a person or people on the basis of their membership of a particular group. Where? Where?
Okay. Wait. So I see people keep putting Nurse Ratchet in the chat. No, that's not it.
That,
so
guys.
Ratchet basically is AAVE for ghetto.
Yup.
So when you hear somebody say ratchet, she's using AAVE basically and calling somebody basically hood.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what she's doing. I picked that up from the beginning.
That isn't cool with other sexualities, which I'm not. And also, the funny, ironic part about that is they're calling a bi person bigot.
Who called her a bigot? Where is this proof?
I did last night. I did.
But you
I have
are
no
not
problem
calling
admitting
her
that.
You're not calling her that on the basis of sexuality.
No, because I don't even know what hers is, and I don't care. It's irrelevant.
Right. That's what I'm saying. It had no place. Plus, that's not the definition. Again,
Being a bigot would not, and her being bi, that's not how that works.
Two separate.
Especially if you don't know that she's bi.
I was just going to say that.
And if she's bi, wouldn't you feel like? I mean, I'm sure she's gotten flack for it from people who are homophobic. So again, it goes back to me saying minorities. Where's that sensitivity to other minorities or other people that are oppressed or ridiculed for what they follow? That's my argument.
She doesn't have it. Wait till you hear what she says would happen to her under your religion, Fifi, because she's bi.
That's what that's why I touched on it before.
Yep. You had my forever cold tooth sitting. I'm so sorry. That sucks. And I'm sorry, Erin, that you feel like terrible. I'm so sorry, girl. So, anyways, they don't even know how to use their insults correctly. Not that it matters. The word bigot has become a catch-all, which I don't know. It's not really used correctly, but
it's not a catch. Does she understand that? That the words and interpretations are extremely important, especially if you're going to use something as strong as that. And obviously there was a necessary reason to use that word toward you because it fits you more than what you're expelling it to be as a definition. Okay?
It kind of sucks being called a bigot when I've dealt with my own issues due to standing up for those causes coming from my background. So the ironic part about all of this is in their fierce attempt to defend a very extreme religion, they're calling me bigot because I made fun of someone's religion, okay? Muslim shit.
Muslim shit.
And here's the thing. Muslims are followers of the religion of Islam. She can't even get it right. She's so ignorant.
Irony to all of that is in those religions, they are very much not cool with gay people. So
it's generalization. And even if that's true, that's a generalization.
And it's prevalent, especially in the older generations.
Right.
But even in this country, over 10 years ago, they weren't even allowed to get married. So, and this is happening in a free country.
Right.
So it's like the world is coming around. It may not be at her pace that she likes, but it's not going to come overnight.
Right.
And again, everybody takes bits and pieces for their faith and they do what they can. Not everybody's wielding around a sword and fighting for like how they paint us out to be, that we're chopping people's heads off, etc. over religion. Not everyone's like that. She needs to get a grip. And she needs therapy if she was in a cult and she hates organized religion. She needs it.
But is a cult organized religion? It's a cult.
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe that's fine. That's fair enough to say. But at the same time, I didn't come in there preaching religion. I never have. I come in here like everybody else talking about girl world stuff. Mm-hmm. How come I'm being targeted about religion? That's like, Tina, if you came into someone's chat and you're commenting, they start talking about you as a Black woman, how would you feel? It has nothing to do with the context of the video. Now, if you came in talking about race or anything like that, then okay, then they're going to say something probably because there's the context to it. Like if I came into a video, if she's doing something about religion, it's not even within that. And I didn't even attack her.
Well, Fifi, she said it in this live. She said that she looked at your profile picture, saw your hijab, and she said it specifically to hurt you because she knew that would hurt you. That's how low and disgusting she is.
Wait a minute, she actually admitted that?
Yes, she did.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. She's vile. She is vile.
Trash. That's trash right there. Yeah. That's awful. But to admit that you did that just to hurt somebody?
Yep.
Or Tina, if I came into your comment section and you see my profile picture and I may say something where I just disagree with your views, are you going to attack my hijab? No. You're going to
No,
come and attack my opinion.
which I do all the time.
And that's fine. That's your right. And
but
I'm ready to debate
I'm
with
not.
you if that's the
So
case.
here, listen. I'm gonna tell you something. As much as I think I know, I swear I learn something new every day because I did not know that
Thank you, pretty
the
lady.
Muslim is the person and Islam is the religion. Swear. I mean, I
Yeah.
knew that, but I that just mind blown right there.
Yes,
Because
Phoenix.
And
I've
sometimes,
always
like, I'm looking
put
for an
them
Arabic
together,
guy.
but
Arabic is the language. And FYI, not every Muslim who follows Islam speaks Arabic. There are black Muslims. There
I
are
was just gonna
Spanish
say it's a whole
Muslims.
bunch of them in
There
my
are white
neighborhood.
Muslims,
Yeah.
Asian. There are 1 billion people practicing this religion
Right.
that are all different races. I just
Yep.
happen to be Arab.
Right.
And every Arab is not Muslim, and every Muslim is not Arab.
Exactly, because there's Christians in the Middle East. There's even followers of Judaism in the Middle East.
Right.
Right, Kira. All right, I'm going to continue.
Defense of those religions, they call these followers.
You're going to say
calling
minions,
me,
weren't
a
you?
bi person, a bigot. You can't make this shit up. It is so stupid. And also, yeah, I made fun of that person's hijab, but they were talking like, are you familiar with why people wear them?
Idiot.
That was
wasn't
Anna.
Fifi. And again, this is where I'm pissed off. First
Yeah.
of all, you're disrespecting somebody who knows way more than you do, darling. Second of all, she was giving you an opportunity to be educated. Okay. That's what Anna does. All right. She spoke up here. She did not have to. She could have.
And she didn't even go in her chat.
No.
Right.
She was up here and she never, I promise you, Fifi, Anna is not
I was in
somebody
there last night. Anna didn't the other night.
Anna would never
She didn't
attack
insult her,
anybody.
nothing.
No.
She invited her up to educate her and
That's
to have
right.
to have a discussion.
See,
Brandy,
she thinks we're all the same.
I had to be corrected too. Is it either hijab or hijab? I think it's hijab.
No, hijab. In Arabic, it's hijab.
Okay, well, am I tripping? Because isn't Amy's life journey a Muslim and white?
I don't know who that is.
Oh, I don't know who.
Yes. Yes,
oh.
she is. I don't watch her, but I know who she is. Yeah.
I'm like, she's white.
Yeah, there's converts.
So here's the deal. She was one of the
Stroked out. I need you to just not keep repeating over and over that you're respectful, because you were not. You're timed out because you were not respectful. If you want us to recognize you being respectful, then I suggest you do so. Sorry, go ahead, Tina.
So Amy Ramadan, somebody put it, your Ursinate, I think, put her name in there. So she actually, every once in a while, she'll come on. She's like one of the obese YouTubers, and every once in a while she'll come on and she'll do her weight loss journey or whatever. I've not been really off into her, but she's a problematic YouTuber when she is a YouTuber. But I know that she's white and wears a hijab at all times. I've never seen her without it. So for her to think that all Muslims are Arab or all Arabs are Muslim, that's just pure ignorance right there.
Right.
She can probably Google it.
No, she doesn't care. She doesn't care to educate herself. That's the issue. She thinks she knows everything. You can't tell her anything, and that's it.
Does she have anybody else when she does these? Because I'm noticing it's just her. Does she have?
She's had someone named Mia on her panel before, and that was when they laughed together and said Jessica Meska's from Tribe Slapaho.
Is that Mia time? or Maya
Yes,
time?
and Jessica is Native American, part Native American, which she said on her channel. And I know Jessica's not popular with a lot of people, but again, why is her race or identity being brought into this?
What? Oh wow, this girl is really bad. I had no idea.
Beyond, yeah, she's not just targeting one group of people. She's going after a lot of people. And no one is saying anything prior to this. That's why I was angry too. Because I've commented in, Jessica knew, because Jessica used to be upset about her making videos about her because she's called her artard, she's called her hoe, the see you next Tuesday. She's vile. She's vile.
She talked about her kids. She came for her as a mother.
Talks about her kids, everything.
You know what? I heard about that. The coming for her kids thing. I did not realize it was her that she was talking about, because I don't watch Jessica like that. I mean, I watch her every once in a while. I don't.
Yeah.
She's
listen,
an
not everybody's
acquired
gonna be
taste.
a cup of tea, and
Jessica
that's
is
fine.
definitely an acquired taste, and I haven't
and
quite
that's
acquired
valid.
it yet.
And that's valid. But again, it's just how she talks about her. It's like other reaction channels will, they'll make commentary about the actions, but she just dissects every little thing where it's just nasty.
Have you ever been around people with that? Assuming I've never been around people with them.
I hope you never have
If
YTR.
I live in a melting pot area. I probably see people in hijabs more than these fucking idiots crying on their panel.
Okay.
Oh.
Wow.
Okay.
Baby, I got my whole family. Okay.
Okay. It only takes a very ignorant person to call people idiots that are calling you out for being an absolute asshole. Period. Point blank. That's on the real, girl. How's that? Okay. I have never come across where I have had to have this much irritability with one in this community. Okay. But I'm very, very, very embarrassed that I even have to play this for my intelligent people that are watching this, because she thinks
agree,
you're
Ashley.
idiots. Seriously, it's embarrassing. You should be embarrassed.
Ashley wrote using the quote unquote "I have a black friend" excuse. That's exactly what it is. Her saying, "I've seen a lot of people in hijabs." Great, and I bet you treated them like dirt or looked at them a certain way, because that's what I get. Dirty looks all the time.
She loves to do
from
that.
people like her.
Yeah, it's always that excuse. Well, my religious background. I have Middle Eastern blood in me too. I have people of color in my family. Well, I feel sorry for all those people around you. If you speak like this around them as well, and they're your family.
Yeah, now they know how you really
spouting
think.
this off, right?
Yeah, YTR has said she has Italian blood. Well, I did that 23andMe. I have Italian in my blood too. Because guess what?
Listen, I'm half Italian. We don't claim her. Just saying.
Egyptians have been in Italy. Arabs have been in Spain.
Yep.
We're all mixed to some extent. She's a moron.
People treat me with respect. I treat them with respect.
Where have you treated people with respect? Where? I want to know where.
Never. Only to the people in her hug box. Only to the people in her hug box.
Until they disagree, or they
disagree with her.
Yes, or they go and support Jessica. Then they're all enemies, apparently.
Yes, I do not like. I think all extreme religions are oppressive. It has nothing to do with race. It has to do with my.
I hear you, Danny.
What I've gone through. And I have a right
my
to feel that way.
Background. Everybody has a background, Dollface. Hey, Mrs. Fields. Everybody has a background. Okay? Everybody does. And I'm not saying that hers isn't valid, but in the way you're portraying this is coming off extremely ignorant and extremely defensive and extremely divertive, and it doesn't have a place here. Period.
Me.
This is anybody that is escaped religions that they do not want to be in deserve that right. Just as anyone deserves the right to practice what they want to believe. I deserve the right to not be cool with those things. However, I don't treat people from different religions bad. I hit below the belt with that person because I wanted them to go the fuck away.
Wow. Wow. You admit that.
Holly, let this part play. Let it play.
Hang on.
And they're like, why didn't you block them? Because people were making new accounts and coming back. And I'm not going to say I handle things the right way every time.
Okay, Jenna.
Well, thank you, Reaper Girl. But also, I'm not opposed to people having belief systems or any of that. For me, I do have a spiritual side. It's just not organized. It's just not in a religion.
That ain't the only thing that ain't organized.
I do understand that people connect with that. But I know what it's like to be forced into a very extreme cult and not have a choice from birth. Okay, so I know, and I lived in the West around regular people, and I know how isolating it was regardless. So
only the West has regular people? Pause that.
They wanted me to give a fuck about this.
Go ahead.
So she said I lived in the West with regular people. So only the West has regular people?
That's not where I took that. I took that
did. I'm
as
sorry.
her.
I'm because I'm enraged from her.
I understand, but that's not what I got from that. I got from that she just was around regular people that were outside of her cult. That's where I didn't think that she was saying that only regular people.
I must be seeing red then, because every little thing she says, I feel like it's a dig.
Yeah, I understand,
well,
but
you're
I
not
really
the only
honestly,
one,
and it's on her.
A lot of people in the chat are feeling the same way. You're not the only one.
Yeah.
So it's not on you. It's definitely up for question what that regular people means. But anyway, continuing.
Maybe because, again, we hear all the time the Middle East people are backwards and abusive and all these things. And she's saying the West. That's what I'm getting from.
Right.
And maybe that's from my personal experience.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, though.
I could very well be wrong, but.
Well, let's hear what she has to say further.
After this onslaught of abuse, why the fuck would I? And also, if you're going to open conversations of, you're a bigot, you're racist, people are going to close off. They're not going to talk.
Okay, one more time. I'm going to stop it. I didn't call you either thing. I said you were more than welcome to come up out of respect for the fact that I thought maybe since we were already engaged in a conversation similar, that maybe you speaking on why you feel the way you do to a Muslim woman that's on the panel who also could give you a view side into what you're talking about. No one, if somebody said bigot, that's because they're familiar with what you've said. Okay? Why is that not understood? Here's where she mentions me, by the way. I love this one.
We will at that point. This whole thing has gotten out of control, and it's so stupid. Yeah, I called her hijab and oppression hat, okay? Because I think that religion's stupid, okay? I do. Personally, I think that religion's stupid. I think a lot of religions are stupid. And most of the time, I do not treat people bad about what they believe.
Most of the time.
But like I said,
most of the time. Yeah,
constant shit. And it's day after day after day. Her little minions have been coming into my comments. They've been coming into my chats. Like, we'll be having a good time. And they'll come through, and I have handled it pretty well for the most part. That incident, I would say, was like the worst thing.
Wrong.
Right? But these people don't understand what it's like to have a channel and be treated like you're not allowed to be a person.
I do. I know what it's like to have a channel. I also know what it's like to have a word attached to me, and there are two sides to that as well. There is the way I take it and the way that it actually comes off. Okay? And that's what we're having here. The way that you took it and the way that it actually is, because you're describing it as something that is centered upon what you are. Nobody was even talking about your sexuality. That had nothing to do with this. What they're talking about is your reaction to somebody who's in a religion, that there has no reason or bound for that to be said, only for you to justify it as I'm trying to get them to leave. Your ignorance is dumb enough for anybody to want to leave. How's that?
Listen, if you want someone to leave your chat, you block them. You did not have to go where you went, YTR. All you had to do was block. You went that extra mile because you wanted to hurt Fifi. Why? Because she dared to correct something that you said and you didn't like it. And now you're twisting it and saying that you were being abused and attacked. Can we all pull out our tiny little violins for this victim up here right now? And I mean YTR in this live, because she is behaving like a complete victim for something that she did.
Yes, it is, Ashley. You're picking on me. You're saying these things about me. You don't know me. And what I do know,
and she kept mocking everybody, saying their Fifis are hurt. Aren't your Fifis hurt right now, YTR? Yeah.
and we don't do this to change people's minds. It is just like everything else. And I know everybody that leaves is going to do whatever they're going to do, but at the same time, be aware of what and who you're supporting. Okay? And we say that about Chantel, and we say that about Natter, but people still continue to do the same thing. It is just that keep it in mind. Okay? This is not a welcoming community if this is the kind of person that's putting that energy out there. So you're no longer welcome if you are a Jessica Meska fan, if you wear a hijab, if you're in organized religion, if you have any kind of oppression against, or if you're in any kind of organized religion. You are not welcome. That's what you need to keep in mind.
Because, like, whatever their views may be. Thank you. And I am. I don't care what someone's race is. I don't care.
Yes, you do.
Where anyone's from.
Yes, you do.
Well, I do care. I'd like to hear stories and all of that. And I don't mind what religion people are. It's just that person.
It doesn't mind, you guys.
It was the only thing in their picture. Wow. See, as soon as I'm addressing it, someone comes in demanding I address it when I'm already addressing it. Damn it. So you relax and just. The reason why I said that about and race and religion are not intertwined. So read a book or something. I don't know what to tell you. But anyways,
I know, Chris.
The reason why I brought up the oppression hat is because it was the only thing in her picture that was distinctive, besides just like, I wanted to hurt her feelings, okay? I wanted to fucking hurt her feelings because she was abusive toward me over and over, and I tried to talk to her. I tried to calm her down.
Over and over.
Where were you abusive to her? Where? Where is this abuse?
One comment. You saw it. I've never been in her chat previously. Run the receipts. Never been in there except for that one time. And she blocked me. So I couldn't even rebuttal. And my comment was not abusive. I don't know how many times I have to say it. She's a moron. She needs to pick up a book. She's telling us to pick up a book. You pick up a book, YTR.
Talk her off the ledge. She wouldn't stop. They already had an agenda about me because I covered Jessica.
Jenna, you just read my mind. I was just going to say that. This is Chantel, like 2.0.
And because other people brought up something about Jessica's looks that wasn't even racist, they just took it wrong. Like, I never said anything about Jessica's looks from the very beginning. I even said she's pretty because I didn't want to seem like I was just like, I don't know. I said like, well, you're asking, but you just got here, so I don't know. I'm explaining it right now. I said something like, get out of here, get the fuck out of here, and take your oppression hat with you, or something like that. I don't know verbatim because memory and things.
Oh, you've been saying it several times. We got it.
And the reason why I said it is because that was the only thing in her picture that was distinctive, and I wanted to get her the fuck out of here. And as I already expressed, I did block people, but some people were coming back with new accounts. I was getting exhausted.
That's not on you,
this
Fifi.
Is the way to handle things.
Yep.
I was getting exhausted. I've had people that said they're Muslim in the past. I never treated them that way. But they also were cool people, you know? Like, they also weren't people that were...
Did you hear the comment, though, about, well, I said she was pretty because I didn't want to come off like what?
Yeah. Yep.
Freaking abusive. They weren't people that were trying to freaking cause problems. My thing about religion goes for all religion. You think everyone in every... Like, I feel the same about other religions that aren't specific to areas or whatever. In fact, those religions aren't even specific only to the Middle East. So a lot of people don't know that, and a lot of people don't even know like the history of any of that, which is funny. And also, I have Middle Eastern blood in me. I'm not racist against Arab people.
We don't claim you.
The fact that, like, I just can't with people, okay? I cannot. I can't. Growing up, I was called a Jew. I was called a rat, okay? I grew up in a very Scandinavian area, and I was treated like fucking shit growing up. So when people look at you and assume you haven't experienced X, Y, or Z, or you don't understand X, Y, or Z, my last name is pretty much impossible to pronounce. I got bullied for that too. Like, everyone has been bullied, okay?
Okay, so if you can express that everyone has been bullied, because I can identify with that too. I grew up with people calling me names and making fun of my looks and making fun of the fact that I'm white, whatever. Okay, if you can understand that, but we become adults and we go through experiences that teach us differently. So we don't continue the same energy as what was given to us, right? That's the same adage of people saying hurt people. Yes, that's true. Unless those hurt people can learn and grow and continue on without hurting other people because they've learned from their own hurt. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Everybody's been treated like shit one way or another because
So then why continue that cycle?
Like mean and stuff.
Exactly.
Like if it's not your weight, it's gonna be something else. Like
She's saying she was bullied and stuff like that. So why are you continuing the cycle?
Mm-hmm. That's what I was.
Why are you doing it to other people?
Right.
That people have a right to be in any religion they want. I did block people though, and they would just make new accounts. They're not gonna say shit like that when they go crying to other communities.
So let me get this straight, Fifi. If there were other accounts that might have come in, maybe sounding like you or what have you, right away that's you. She doesn't consider that might be trolls.
And it's not.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not me. Again, I've shared my stuff on Twitter, and there are people that are Muslim that have seen it, and I'm sure they went in there to say something. I didn't encourage anybody to. I was merely posting on my Twitter saying, this is what is out there. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say go to her chat. I didn't say go do something. No, I don't operate like that. I'm not even a YouTuber. But I have a right to say that this is going on.
Right.
You know, and I don't even remember who's who anymore because I just kept getting people. Anyways, usually I do just block, and that's what I'm going to do going forward. But if more people come back, then I'll have to block them. My point is, I don't care what religion somebody is in. I've had people from all kinds of religions in here. Like, you guys, you're riding.
How do you know? Except the ones that have it indicated in their profile picture. How do you know what you know of people's religions? I've had all types. How do you know?
Exactly. Beans, she told me herself that she was Muslim, and she doesn't have a picture. I wouldn't have known.
She feels like you do.
For this person, you don't even know who they are. You just see them in chat. You don't know who these people are. Hell, Girlic Red is Christina the Latina. Like, dude, you don't know who anyone is out here. So the fact that everyone's running for this person, I've already addressed it. I've already said it's not like I'm going around acting proud of it. It's not like I'm going around acting like it's the best thing to do in the whole world and then I'm going to do it all again. Like, genuinely, I like to stay away from people's beliefs and all of that shit. But I get called a bigot. Okay. Yeah, riddle me that. Y'all haven't even met people that are bigots.
If someone called me a bigot,
y'all need to go and experience.
It's not something I would laugh about. I would have to take some real deep self-reflection and think, why was I called that? What did I do? What did I say? What do I need to learn going forward?
Mm-hmm.
But she laughed.
Like, actually talk to somebody that really does have views like that, because they're not shy and they'll fucking tell you. They're not going to be like caring about anyone's feelings. They're not going to be caring about anybody.
You're welcome, Judge Judy. Have a good night.
I never said it was a good move to say that. I never acted proud about it. I'm being honest about it. I wanted her gone. I wanted to hurt her feelings. That's the damn truth. I was getting exhausted of these people, and they were calling me terrible things before that incident even happened. And I understand that it wasn't a good thing.
Okay, so then what terrible things was she being called? Notice how wrong you are. YTR is so obviously saying her own opinion based on her own experience. Why would she take self-reflection based on what some weird, chronically online 30-year-olds are saying to her over the internet? Get a life? Oh, what a very interesting symposium there, Monica. You know what happens to people that say bullshit like that? Bye!
I didn't know I was 30. That's a huge compliment. Thank you, because I'm much older than
that.
that.
Exactly.
I am much older than that.
Right?
I'm 50.
Me too.
I'm 45.
Okay,
so
well,
there you go.
You know, I appreciate you listening.
And I'm okay. I love my 50ness.
And look, I understand it's not a good thing to do, you know. I know that there's going to be so many different kinds of people watching my channel. And I like that. And it's not a bad thing. I snapped and I said something I shouldn't have said. Now, I'm not going to sit here and beg forgiveness to somebody that, I'm sorry, I don't want to apologize to that person. I will apologize in the sense of, I'm sorry if I offended anybody in the audience.
Oh, so she won't apologize
except
to
her.
Yeah, she'll apologize to her audience if her audience was offended, but if Fifi herself is offended, it doesn't matter because she used it to get rid of her. Too bad. Got it. Okay.
Or let anyone down. Or not even just the audience, but
Blossom,
others,
you know,
but
I agree with Fifi. I wouldn't want an apology either. Not with the way she thinks. Absolutely not.
And not only that, in the comment section of that video, someone timestamped that, and they put laughing emojis. That's her audience too.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to be fake, y'all. I'm not going to apologize to someone that treated me like that. I'm not a fake person, and
how old is she?
I'll find a better.
She's what, like her early 30s?
Because she's like one of these people that got the participation trophies. That's what she sounds like. It's unfortunate.
Better way to handle situations, But there have been people coming in since that incident, and I've just blocked them.
Yes, Astro, we are.
Like, there have been things since that happened, and I've just blocked them, and I just take care of it, So that's usually how I do it. Sometimes I'll tell them to go away or whatever, or there have been times that I tried to talk to the people, but it didn't work. And genuinely, I'll just tell them why they're being blocked and block them. And I've had to do that after this incident. And that's the thing. People are acting like I did these things and all this. Do you know how many people have come through after that? A lot.
How long ago was this, Fifi, that this happened, this incident? Oh, she's muted. Okay. Anyway, I'll ask her when she gets back. Couple of months now, Trash Butt? Yeah, about that.
It's against their religion to be gay. Why don't people hold them accountable for that?
It's not their decision. Okay? It's against their religion to be gay, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every faction of a religion you agree with. There are some things that are difficult.
With being gay?
Because she's saying that
every Abrahamic religion.
Yeah.
So Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, they are. It's in their books. It's not something that is, a secret.
But what I'm saying, so she's just making it seem like they're the only ones, though. They're all like that.
That's what she likes to paint.
Yeah,
doesn't matter what the religion.
Girl, she needs to sit down. So, like I said, she's weird, and
yeah, Cully, this live where she said this stuff to Fifi happened on August 2nd.
Oh, okay. So not that long ago.
It's recent.
I'm gonna go real world. Or not real world, but real topics here. Her faith would stone me because I'm not straight. Do you understand?
Generalizing, okay? Generalizing. Her faith would stone you. What ages are we living in?
That still occurs. I'm not going to say it doesn't, but it doesn't happen in every.
Live in that. You know what I'm saying? She doesn't live
in that part of the world, exactly.
Right.
But it's like I said, they always take what they see. Like, for example, Saudi Arabia, women are not allowed to drive, but in other parts of the Middle East, women do drive.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So again, they
just take the
bits
most
and pieces
of everything.
They take
and
bits and
put
pieces
it on
and then
everybody.
run with it.
Right.
That she takes bits and pieces and runs with it. She's like Fox News.
Exactly, Bella.
It wasn't something I should have said, but I'm just saying. Like, I don't understand why woke people are about a religion that's anti-gay. Okay? I don't get it.
Can I say something else
yes,
too?
Yes, of course you can. Yep.
Mm-hmm. There's actually a masjid, which is like a church for us. There's one in DC, I believe, and they marry gay Muslims. Mm-hmm. Like they perform marriage ceremonies for them. Now, is that occurring in the Middle East? I'm not sure. I don't know. I can't speak on that. But again, people are not going to follow everything all in one shot.
Right.
The world has not come around yet fully. I was watching a show not too long ago. A gay male lives in Colombia, and he was saying how his family would shame him for being gay, and he's Christian. So again, it goes back to Abrahamic religions. They consider homosexuality a sin. Yes.
Right.
Now, does everybody adhere to every single word?
Absolutely not.
No.
Catholicism does too. I hate to say that because I'm not.
It's the truth. Not every, again, they always want to make blanket statements and then they run with it and then they make us look so bad and so like cavemen.
Right.
Like we haven't progressed as a society.
Exactly. Stoning. I'm sitting here and I'm getting like a heavy head
Again,
listening to
that
this.
listen, in Saudi Arabia, they will chop your hand off if you steal. That is true. Yes. Does that happen in somewhere like Jordan, Dubai? No.
But she lives in the United States of America.
Exactly. And so do I. And that's where
Right.
she needs to get over herself.
Right.
So I shouldn't have like said what I said, but I'm not gonna fucking pretend like my views are changed. That's what they wanted me to do on Colley's panel, was to kiss their ass, feel guilty. I feel I handled it wrong, but I am not gonna pretend like I'm a different person. I've dealt with religious oppression.
Who hasn't?
Yeah, I am. I'm bi, but I also have people very close to me in
Thank
the
you,
gay
Bella, for
community
saying that.
who I stood up for in an anti-gay cult. So yeah, it did make me snap to be called these kind of names, to be called a bigot, to be called this and that and the other. Okay?
Okay, first
A
of
lot
all,
of things will.
Sorry, go ahead, Natasha.
when she came in this chat,
Thanks,
she
Danny.
came in already spewing some stuff before anybody had even said the word bigot to her. That wasn't
Yep.
even mentioned yet. She came in here with that energy.
Yes, the energy was defensive. And I don't think that I said anything very harsh. I called her out because, you know, it's been in my craw for a while. And the fact that this is still existing, that she's speaking this way, where it has nothing to do with Jessica Messica, this is all on you, okay? These are very archaic views. And for somebody who's a very young person living in the year 2022, that's sad. It's not, first of all, I hate to say this. Being against gay is not just a religious thing, unfortunately. That's a prejudice that's anywhere. That's not just because of your religion, okay? There are people that are flat out against it because they don't like the idea of people being with the same gender. That's people's choices, okay?
And how about the trans people that are being killed because of who they are? That happens here in the United States too.
Right.
Again, there's bad apples in every group, every culture, every race, every religion, period.
Right. She was.
We're not all the same.
Be glad that you got out of said cult. I'm sure it was, you know, hard. I'm not downplaying that. You know, I would like to know more about that, but that does not give you any reason to say those things that you've said, and to even go through so far as explaining this in the most archaic sense that I've ever heard, just to really frontly admit she doesn't like you, Fifi. She doesn't like Jessica Messica. She doesn't care what you represent or what you are, what your religion is. She just wants you guys off the planet, or, you know, out of her chat and out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. So I don't have to deal with you. So I'm going to go and take the lowest hanging fruit I can and knock you down. And then I'm going to go cry to my chat about it because I got called out.
Won't get to me. All right, a lot of things won't get to me, but I dealt with a lot of
exactly
shit
just
in
a
that
nugget.
category. Okay, a lot of times I'll let it roll off. There's been a lot happening at once with this kind of thing,
right,
over
Ashley?
and over. I've handled a lot more than a lot of these creators do on the level of the names I've been called. Most of the time, reactors go off the handle when people just say they don't like them. Okay? People think that I'm reacting in a crazy way when most of your favorite creators cry like this when people just say something very like minuscule and petty and not even as big of a deal as being called a bigot and racist and all this stuff. You just see if your favorite creators get called that kind of thing, the way they will act.
What does that mean? What is that supposed to mean? The way we act is the way we act. That's our choice. That has nothing to do with the way you're explaining yourself.
Hey, Kali, remember when I first came in your chat and I came in with my trolling saying to your panel members, go talk to Dee Dee, and I was being a mess? Did you come after my hijab? Because I still have my picture there.
Nope.
No. You attacked my opinion, yes, and that's warranted. I expected it. And then we had a normal, civilized conversation without cursing each other out, without being disrespectful.
Right.
Yep.
And now you are a beloved member of our community. You know,
that's happened a lot. I was very, you know, especially when people troll me from Natter's chat. Hey, do your bidding. Do your bidding. I don't feel that it's a flex when people go in there because of how dangerous he is, and we have obviously seen that to be true. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, it's not like you guys are coming in here as VIBs and you're like those VIBs that came in here and had to throw my daughter in out there. Okay? I don't forget that. Guess what I did? I blocked them. I don't give a crap what kind of religion, race, what have you. Okay? I don't have that in me. What I have in me is a lack of tolerance for ignorant, stupid things that get said. And then you cease to even exist as far as like you want to be heard. You want people to understand where you're coming from. You want people to have empathy for your situation. How can they when you come off this way? And don't compare yourself to other creators. How I reacted about my personal thing that was called out was, yes, it was hurtful because of whom it came from. All right. And from the fact that people really thought that I would actually do something to hurt their feelings. That is what hurt me more than the actual word. And yes, I did take the word hard because of what it meant, but I learned something differently. And I am not sitting here today defending every second of my attitude about it. I'm not going to. And that's the way it is. Yeah, I cry. Yeah, I get upset. And what's your point? I don't go to
ownership.
I don't go to every other panel. I don't go on people's panels and go, I was blocked. They called me a bigot. Get the fuck out of here. Don't talk to me, honey. I am aside from the mentality, no offense, from this community. And I'm not talking about the newer people. I'm not talking about Tina. I'm not talking about any of y'all. I am not part of this bullshit that y'all get involved in. All right? Y'all want to trash each other and do what you do. That's on you. But if you are going to say anything towards me, you bet your ass I'm going to speak up for myself. And I'm going to speak up in the context of what you're trying to say about me. If you're going to use words like that, or if you're going to say, oh, I'm going to out her past, I gotcha. I gotcha. Nobody can out my past more than me. Nobody. Okay? So don't compare yourself here, YTR. I am not you. You are not me. And you are not other channels the way they react to the way things are said about them. We all see how Monty reacts. Okay? We all see how Natter reacts. When, God forbid, you say anything, you call them out on their abhorrent behavior. All right? But what about what they say about other people? That's okay, right? That's all right. What you said about Fifi, what Natter said about Gary, what anybody says about Jessica these days. I mean, they go far beyond just they don't like her. You don't have to like her.
I mean, I got really mad when Natter called Monty.
Same. A monkey? Yes.
Yeah, I did. I was upset. And you know what? I will say this. There is definitely, and Middle Eastern folks, some of them, they need to stop with that mentality, with the skin tones and the colorism, because it's out there. I mean, I'm very pale, and so I've gotten comments where people would say, oh, you're too white to be Arab. Are we supposed to be dark or tan or olive skin tone? We're all different shades. There's some with blonde hair and blue eyes that are Arab. You know, there's a lot of colorism in the Middle East, and I will say that. And it's unfortunate.
I'm sorry, Fifi. Brandy, you're misunderstanding what Tina was saying. She was speaking on things that she has learned that she didn't know was offensive. That's what she was discussing. She wasn't saying that it's not cool. She was saying she's learning that it's not cool to say certain things that she also didn't know were offensive.
This has been day in, day out, day in, day out. How would you feel if you were called that stuff and you know you're not? I stand up for people of color. I have people of color in my family. I have a multicultural, multiracial family. And I would die for any of
See?
Yep.
See?
Tina, I'm telling you, she didn't just come after me. She's coming after other people.
Listen, if I let that slide, I would have to let everybody that says I have a black friend slide. That's not it. Having other people of different races in your family doesn't absolve you from being a racist
Or having
whatever. It just does. That's not a thing, and people need to realize that. That sounds worse than just not saying anything.
Yeah, she did play that card.
any of them, whatever they need, they are my blood. For the love of God, dude.
I know,
and that
Ashley.
was just yesterday. It's been ongoing, day in, day out, day in, day out. I've still put out good content for y'all. I've still tried to even when they came in interrupting the live streams, I've still carried the live streams on. You know how many creators wouldn't be able to do that?
She needs to stop comparing herself. Okay, it's quite irritating to listen to this. It's stop comparing yourself to what other creators do, as if you're so exclusive and individual.
You know who else does that?
Oh, who?
Amber Lynn.
Yeah.
You're not these people. You're you. Stop comparing yourself to other people. That's
people would have to turn that live stream off just to regroup in their head.
Is that a dig to Mrs. Fields?
But I do know those things are not true. That's why I keep going. I understand people can feel offended, right? And they can feel offended at what I said and all this. The way that people are coming at me is not like.
What about the way you're coming at people?
She needs to log off.
If they
she needs to log off, whole thing.
believe that's the way to have conversations with people, they're fucking nuts.
Oh, now we're nuts.
We're
not only idiots, we're nuts.
I am these things. How the F do they think anyone is going to grow from being berated constantly? Nobody's going to have productive conversations that way. I don't like using the word bullied because I'm a grown adult. It's just, it feels like just dogpiling is what it feels like. I can handle people coming in, whatever. It's just been people.
Oh, now we bullied her. Doesn't that sound familiar?
She says she can handle people coming in. She can't, because I came in with one remark, no insults, and she blocked me. She can't handle anything. She's a liar.
Look at what Sandy's saying. The amount of disrespect and bullying just yesterday YTR got was vile. What?
Oh, Sandy's her biggest butt licker.
But Sandy was in here too. No one bullied you. We called you out on something that was extremely offensive to somebody that's in our community, in our chat. Okay. And we do deserve somewhat of an explanation. If you think you're going to come in here and be able to coexist while you're uncomfortable, while I'm not comfortable with the fact of knowing what I know. So excuse me, nobody attacked you. We wanted to know what the hell was going on. You need to decipher here. If you're going to be an adult in this community, actually pay attention to what's being said to you.
slandering my channel name, dude.
I can't.
I like Cauliflower just had an incident where people called her racist
And
over a meme
Cauliflower?
she shared. She of all people should understand
Me of all
what that
people.
feels like to be called that.
And why is that? Why me of all people? You don't think other people in this community have been called racist? You don't think other people in this community have been called names and have been whatever? It is what it is. You paid attention to my live because I cried and I got upset and I defended. And it's also because one of the members of your chat was involved. Maybe that's why you listened. Okay, let's call it what it is. I know Curl is friends with her or was friends with her. Okay, and it's over. But don't point me out. Oh, well, cauliflower. It just sounds like Monty. Cauliflower should know better. Oh, should I, Daddy? Should I, Mom? Sorry, but I learn my own way. I handle things my own way. I process things my own way. And no, they're not always the correct way. I am very emotional. I do react. That is nothing I ever say I don't do. Why are we trying to use me to vindicate you at this moment? Yeah, videos that are still up, Ursinit, people that are streaming very sick, people that are flashing their appendages and calling people the flat out N-word, other people that were playing music and then use the word and they're laughing on behalf of it. I'm sorry. There's hypocrisy there. Okay? Call it what it is.
Can we pause for a second on here?
Sure.
Brandy has a misunderstanding right now with something Tina was saying. So I just want clarification on that. Tina was explaining things that she has recently learned from people that she's worked with of different cultures, different terms that are being used that she didn't know was offensive. I don't want to say the word, but Harley said it. And we were educated that that's an offensive term to call someone from her background culture. That's what she was talking about when she said it's not cool to say that. When she said it's not cool to say that word, that's what she meant by not cool. She's not saying that it's not cool to be of that culture. It was using that term for that culture is not cool. That's what she was saying.
I actually said a list of words that weren't cool to say. So
right.
Yeah. I don't pick out if somebody was, I think I saw somebody say that their mom called them that at some point or something.
Right.
Why would I be tripping off of what your mama called you? Listen, my dad called me some of the wildest shit ever. My mom called me the other day. It threw me off because my dad's been dead for 10 years. I would never tell anybody, my mom, that you can't call me that because daddy called me that. What? That's weird. If your mom called you something, you can use the word. I personally will not be using the word. It's not cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay.
But even she on her panel said, "Hey, I do have a respect for you," and she did seem like she was more open to hearing my side when I said some things in the chat. But the people in her chat were fucking triggered to the umpteenth degree, and none of
by
them
you and what you said.
None of them.
It was by her and what she was saying when she came in here. That's why
they're treating me like freaking
well, she's also
Hitler next, dude. They're treating me like, look, if people want to be uncomfortable and wear a stupid scarf around their fucking head for their God and be uncomfortable every day of their life.
Yeah, there it is. There it is again. Hold on.
Got it. Go ahead.
She keeps doubling down. I don't understand this part. Like, how dare you?
Yeah, can you replay that part again, Collie?
You got it. Yeah, no problem.
Just want to make sure everybody heard that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see some people in your chat right now that are in her chat, so I can't wait to see what they say.
Yes, I'm identifying. Yep.
But even she on her channel said, "Hey, I do have a respect for you," and she did seem like she was more open to hearing my side when I said some things in her chat. But the people in her chat were fucking triggered to the umpteenth degree, and none of them cared to have a real conversation.
That you know of.
None of them.
That you know of.
No, they're treating me like freaking Hitler and negs, dude. They're treating me like, look.
She's the female
If
negs.
people want to be uncomfortable and wear a stupid scarf around their fucking head for their God and be uncomfortable every day of their life, because you can't tell me that's not uncomfortable to live in a hot state and have to wear that all the time while the guys get to wear breezy clothes and shorts and get to be comfortable.
Okay, can I say something now? Because I wear it and I can speak on it.
Mm-hmm.
When it's 90 degrees out or 95 or whatever, and you walk outside, you wear shorts and a t-shirt. Is it still hot?
Of course.
Okay then. Okay then. Is it warm? There's light fabrics that you can wear in the summer, and I don't care. I don't mind. It's part of my religion. I'm proud to wear it.
Would you say
And she
that
has
to a
an issue with it.
non-YTR? Nuns have to do that no matter what the season.
Exactly. And on top of that, what did she say? Can you remind it one more time? What did she say also?
I'm sorry, Tina, what?
Some Jewish women, you don't see their hair.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they wear scarves, they wear wigs. You don't see their actual hair.
How about
the men wear wool suits?
How about people that are in mourning? I have seen women, older women, when I was a kid, very, very old, that were head to toe in black, covered in, in front of their face. The Italian culture also, when they're in mourning, will wear all black no matter what season it is. Okay? So that is the most ignorant stupidity I have ever heard.
Actually, the crazy thing about that is like farmers and stuff like they actually wear long sleeves because it makes you sweat, which cools you off. So
that's right. That's right.
I mean, have you ever seen what goes into wearing a proper kimono?
Oh my God.
Man.
Yeah.
It's a lot. Okay?
I'm surprised they still stand.
Yes.
And wait a
it's
minute.
A lot. So every
and
every religion has their thing. Like this, she's beyond ignorant. I cannot.
I'll tell her what's oppressive. Her making remarks about it and demonizing it. That's what's oppressive. Who are you to tell me what to wear?
Right.
Okay. If they want to live that way and live
you've got to be kidding.
For their God, that's their choice. What do I give a fuck?
That better not be you, Chantel.
That's on them. I had to wear I could wear normal clothes, but in the cult I grew up in, they had strict rules of like your shorts had to be to your knee. You can't wear sleeveless. Like you got. Guess what I wear every day of my life? Tank tops and cutoffs, bitch. Because as soon as I can get the fuck away from that, I can enjoy my summers, not feeling like I'm gonna overheat and
This girl
pass
needs
out.
therapy. She needs
Call
therapy.
her a rebel, you know?
She's
Call
been
her a rebel.
traumatized.
I still want to know why Melissa Cook, Miss AKA Foodie Beauty, isn't here. What you want, Foodie? Your man's not in here. Wrong chat.
I can't imagine
exactly, Ashley. I know, Ursula.
In the dead of summer, but that's their choice. That's their fate. That's they want to do that. That's on them. Like, it's stupid. Their men don't have to do it. You know why? You know why? Because the men get more freedom. But if someone, the thing that I don't like about organized religion is the children having to live that life without choosing. Sure, you could say, hey, they're grown adults, let them live how they want. Well, nobody thinks about what happens when you're raised in a very strict, oppressive religion and you don't have a choice. I know what that's like. I know what
I
that
know.
feels like, and I hated that shit.
Yeah, arsenate. Yeah.
So yeah,
Can you guys hear me?
sure.
I can hear
I
you,
like
Tasha.
to.
Sorry, you
Okay,
said-
good. I had to switch headphones.
Okay. Were you trying to say something?
I just want to make sure you could hear me because I
Yeah.
had to switch them.
What? Oh, no, never mind.
Say, believe what you want, do you, as long as you're not hurting anybody. But my reality isn't that black and white. The things I've experienced.
Hey, bamboozled.
And if people want to do that, that's fine.
Oh.
I just, anyways.
Hello, Nary.
You think when I see someone with one in real life that I say shit? No. I don't live in like bumfuck America. There's people, you know, if you live anywhere that's like a city, you're going to see all kinds of people. And like I said, I don't care what people do. You give me good energy, I'm going to give good energy. I'm not going to judge you.
Whoa, GC. She used to panel up with Negs on his YouTube channel.
Oh,
Wait, what?
Didn't know that.
Well, that makes a lot of sense now.
Oh my God.
Interesting.
The plot thickens.
Dun dun dun. Hey, Nary. Okay, then. That's why we're comparing. Like I'm Hitler or I'm Negs. Well,
Does she stream from an attic too? I'm not trying to get in trouble because his they're all crazy over there, so I'd rather not get involved. They call the cops on each other, and I'm good.
That's a couple of years ago. Interesting.
Well, I mean, I don't want to say I'm not going to judge you. I still wouldn't care to be part of a religion like that. But, you know, it's your life kind of thing.
But you have a problem with my life.
Mm-hmm. She sure does.
But anyway,
you have a problem with it.
The thing with all of this, it's simple. I'm covering Messica. They don't like it. And now everyone is jumping on the bandwagon of whatever that crew says. They're all drinking the Kool-Aid. And now I'm like fucking Stalin or Hitler or fucking Kim Jong-un.
Is that you, Nancy? I can never tell.
Whatever villain they want me to be, that's what I am.
Sup, Death? I'm sorry. I thought the villains here were Natter and Chantal. I wasn't aware that, you know, the reactors now have become villains or what have you. You know, am I losing my mind here? Like, what? Oh, Terrelyn, I'm sorry. I hope you're okay. That's all right, Blondie. Nobody. Listen, again, you're not being judged if you are a fan of her or not.
Also, hi, Blue. It's been a minute since I've seen you.
Mm-hmm.
It's in the chat, which is like, okay, I get it. People hate me. It's fine. But it's just like, I just don't get treated like a person anymore. Well, I do with y'all, and I do with people that get it, that understand me and where I'm coming from.
Oh, she's got a hug box.
And look, I'm not telling anyone to,
right?
If what I said to that person offends somebody, I'm sorry. I was saying it to that person. I was angry. I lashed out, and I looked at their picture.
You're the former mod that she's talking about, Death.
Yeah, she was talking about her mods, like 3 of her ex mods too on this one.
No, Blondie, I said it's fine. You don't have to like her. You don't have to. It's fine. Everybody can have an opinion. That's absolutely fine.
I knew that was the only defining thing about them, and I said that to get them out of here. I'm just being honest about it. Like, and usually I just block them and we move on. And like I said, since I've done it, since that's how I've done it. Things have happened since that incident, and I just block them and keep it pushing. And then people will go and cry to them about being unjustly blocked without having a conversation. It's like no matter which way I do it, they're crying to other communities. So it's like, I get it. I can't please everybody and stuff.
Isn't it better to say, listen, isn't it better to cry that you're blocked because of something you said than to go to the route you went? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Am I, crazy for thinking it that way? I'd rather block somebody that's going to, upset my chat or upset me or whatever it is. If I don't like them, and there have been people in here, and Natasha can attest to this, that I have not liked, that I've allowed to stay here.
Yeah, you have.
But it's just kind of like, if they've made up their mind about me, it's kind of like...
Exactly, Ursula, it's a choice.
I can't do any good with it, I guess. But, yeah, they kept going on and on about, the school thing, and I'm just domineering over you guys, and it's so rude. And I'm like, I have a lot of respect for the people in my chat that I've gotten to know, and we have a lot of really insightful conversations. And like, I always tell you guys,
I cannot stand bamboozle.
Something you said is like, insightful
I give a wrench
to
to shut her up.
I never act like I have all the answers. In my mind anyway, I'm not trying to. But if people perceive me as
get out of my half
know-it-all,
brain, bamboozled.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like we all vibe in the chat and we all talk about like really insightful stuff. And
y'all. They talk about insightful stuff because the rest of us idiots don't know how to talk about insightful stuff. You know that, right?
Out you guys, and I feel like I do communicate that.
Yep, pretty much, bamboozled. You got it. Yep, finally. Yep, you figured it out.
I don't know. It's not even just YouTube. I'm going through so much in my personal life. So it's just kind of like I'm not getting a reprieve anywhere. So it's just, it got to me a little more than it would. Yeah, I know, Funky. Yeah, you're really selective about,
I know.
You're good at you
Fiend.
can read people really good too.
Whoa.
Bottom you me teach. Ginger.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, and
Ashley.
Like, it's just meant to be funny, y'all. If anyone is new and they kind of think it's weird or something.
Did you see what Dad said?
It's meant to be funny. You know, it's just a joke between the chat and everything. It's just something to be fun. Like, it's not meant to be literal.
This is about calling her chat a classroom. Like, I could care less about that part. When he was on a panel with MCM a few months ago, she was talking over MCM and went completely off when a sub in MCM's chat tried to correcting her on Middle Eastern men. Wow. And the plot still thickens here.
This is why I am a proponent of therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
She needs to get in some quickly.
She does.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just had therapy today. It's good for you.
It's wonderful.
If you look at the top chat, Death, it's there. It's in that little box. The link is up there. I have it pinned there. So absolutely come up.
Like, make people
She's a hot man.
Like, that's not. Oh my God, Blue. You guys are funny. You're all trying to make me laugh. I know what you guys do.
Yeah. And now she's crying. I'm sorry, YTR.
She's crying?
Uh-huh.
Oh, God.
Don't worry. It clears up real quick. Don't worry.
Oh, she's Chantal.
It doesn't last long.
She's Chantal with the crime.
I'm a strong person because I've had to be. And I think that some people get the idea that I'm just like,
Nessa,
they don't
right?
care, obviously, if
we're all like, death.
Like, how dare I hurt somebody?
You're fine,
but
Terrell.
They don't care that a whole community is like attacking me at once. I said something to
Okay,
one
but
person
why
that was
is
a
that
one-on-one,
YPR?
but apparently
Wait.
people
Have you ever asked yourself why that's happening at all?
Hang on, y'all. No, that would be a no, Akasha. That would be a no.
It's the victim for me, man. It's strong in this one. No accountability.
I gotcha. Hey, Death.
Hey.
Hi, Death.
Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you.
I feel like I've gate crashed a party. I've seen Natasha put like a few things on Twitter before, and I subbed, you know, but I'm on UK time, so I don't always. But I happen to be up late tonight. And I was like, oh, what's this about? So let me storm in and I have a little peek. And I was like, okay, I know all about this.
Well, please, floor is yours, girl.
I mean, I don't know where you want me to start. Well, why I'm such a hated figure, why she's still speaking of me, where everything ties in. I don't even know if you just specifically want to know about her.
Okay, so she commented earlier that she still has former mods from over a year ago speaking about her. Are you this former mod that she's relating to?
If I'm speaking about her, it's only because the place where I'm a mod, where my good friend Punk, he has a channel, and I mod in there, and she's my good friend. She came over to and decided to jump up on panel. Now, I've had her blocked for a long, long time. I've never not mentioned her. She spoke about me even when I left her community. Didn't even leave with a shitstorm. She said a load of shit about me, which was totally untrue, just because I was like, oh, God, you're all a bunch of drama fucking whores. And this was when she was on her good side. This is when she'd done a flip-flop. She originally started off as a hater, right? Then she saw, I don't know if you all know Peanut and Negs, when they all started doing this white knighting thing. Yeah, so they went from hating on them, then they were the anti-haters all of a sudden. She decided to try and get in on that action. That's when she was seen in Negs's chats and things like that, and Peanut's chats then, because she decided to flip-flop. And I thought she was turning over a new leaf, and I was like, oh, well, this is good, and maybe she's all right, sort of thing. And I started hanging out in her little small chat, and I quite like small little chats, if I'm going to chat somewhere. I don't really like put myself out there too much, you know what I mean? So like, all right, let's go chill over there. She seems all right. And she seemed to be spouting off all this sort of moral high ground stuff that, she was accountable, that she shouldn't have been doing what she was doing, and this was the reason, and the rhymes, and and then she started doing videos on those that were hating on the fat women. So she did a whole series. She even did one on DC. This is on her old channel that got axed, by the way. So she's on ban evasion, mind, because this is channel number 3.
Okay.
Okay. And she used to have another channel called, I think it was VCM or something like that, which she had as a backup channel, which was shadow banned. When she lost her second channel, she then returned to that one and then renamed it to this, like back to the YouTube reject, or the reject as I just call her. Yeah, so whilst I was a short time mod, she was on that stage of not actually hating against people that are dealing with weight issues or anything, you know what I mean? So, and it's the same even when I was Negs's fucking mod and whatnot, but not on YouTube when he was doing all disgusting shit, and not now when he lost everything and he went to Twitch, and he was trying to turn over this new leaf and do positive content and whatnot for a few months. It only lasted. And I was doing I set up the whole channel. I was the channel editor and manager, and all things like that as well. And then I started to see the tide turning, that he started fucking ranting like a maniac in my DMs about this one, about that one. I was like, what the fuck are we doing here? You know, I'm not down for this. I don't want to affiliate myself with disgusting people. I never have. I'm all for giving people second chances, and if I think they can do better, you know what I mean? But when I realise I'm onto a loser, that's when I dip out. And I did that on her. I did it on Neg. So I've done it on several people.
Okay.
So, yeah, if they're doing good,
death
I'll
is the
be like,
grim reaper of YTR.
or I give you a second chance. But if I see like falling back into old patterns of behaviour, I'm out. And that was the case with her.
So in reference to this, how much do you know about what she's currently been talking about for the last hour that we've covered this, in relation to somebody in our community? How many times has she been in this position where she seems to call out someone for something that she's against?
Constantly.
Right.
And then it'll go the other way, and then again back the other way, and she just tries to get in on the action, and it always backfires on her, it seems to be. This is why she can't even grow a channel. I mean, her other 2 channels that she lost, they didn't even get to 100K. They were like a few hundred before she even got them lost. And then she was just about to get one monetized. Then she almost got it axed, and then I think she got it back because I think it was only like a copyright thing or something. And then, but really, her channels shouldn't exist, if you know what I mean. It's on a technicality, and not enough people would bring attention to it to even, and nobody cares really, you know what I mean. It's not like she's bringing a lot of attention, and that tells you a lot as well, because if you can't grow a channel in the foodie beauty realms, and you've been on YouTube for years doing this shit, and you flip-flop several times and you still not made it in either realm, you're onto a loser. It's something in your personality that people are just not attracted to. And yeah,
no matter what you do.
Right.
Because they see you in one way.
The anti-haters, no matter what. She's tried all different techniques.
Right.
She goes around, you know, even when Hussey lost his YouTube channel initially, then he had another thing. And immediately when this is when he did that. Do you know that unpopular stream that he did with Negs when they weren't really friends, but then all of HN started turning on Hussey?
Yep.
She jumped up on panel with Hussey, and that sparks demand, and she couldn't wait to be all over it. And I warned them all. I said, look, don't trust that bitch. She's a little attention seeker. She's just like never to be seen again. Of course, she's all like, oh, I'm all for you, Hussey, da 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 da, never to be seen again. And she does that in everywhere. She'll latch on to whatever's popular. She'll ride the coattails. She'll climb on the dick. You know what I mean?
Yes, I do know what you mean exactly. So when did you discover that she was, because you've been away from her for how long? How long was it?
Oh, it's got to be a couple of years at least.
When did you realize that she was back out on YouTube again?
I don't even keep track of her, to be quite honest, to even know what her moves are enough. But no matter what circle I'm in, she seems to encroach upon. So it's not me mentioning her. She's coming to the places that she knows that I stomp in. Because I'm kind of an infamous character because of I've blown up communities. I literally will throw a grenade and go, fuck you all. You're all abhorrent. You're all disgusting. I thought you could all do better. Obviously you can't. There you go. And then I dip. You know, so it doesn't make me very popular, because when you're the only person in the room calling people out for the shit, it makes you an unpopular character.
Yeah, I get that.
You know, but
I have a
I
question.
don't care about that, because I'm still going to be me and speak my truth no matter who I am. And that's all right. I'll self-villainize myself even before you can, because I know who I am. I stab from the front, never from the back.
Go ahead, Fifi.
Has the issue that I personally have with her is because I came into her chat and I made a comment to her, nothing derogatory, just correcting her. And she went off on my hijab and called it an oppression hat. So has she ever used like bigoted comments in the other communities that she was in, or?
I've never seen that from her before.
Okay. I was just curious.
Not in the time that I was her mod. And like I say, I didn't really keep a close eye. I did hear because one of my friends was still in the loop. She would tell me occasionally, "Oh, she's still talking about you," or something like that ilk. But that's a bit, you know what I mean? I don't know how vile she's got since she flip-flopped back. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
All I know is that when she came up on the panel the other night, because Molasses Cookies, I don't know if you know who she is. She's if anyone,
Yeah, she's been speaking out a lot lately.
yeah, she's
Mhm.
been doing the rounds in the boy, and she's an ex-girlfriend of McHenry Cruiser. McHenry Cruiser is like he just likes to have a laugh on YouTube. He doesn't even
trolls,
run his channel. He just wants to have a fun time, and most people take his stuff as serious, but it's not to be taken as that, you know. And he's been trolling DC, he's been trolling Foodie Beauty, he's been doing all this, and he's been getting a bit of like attention because of it, and he doesn't care about that, but everybody else seems to, as you see.
Right.
And those that are smaller that are trying to clamber care about it the most. And yeah, Molasses has been doing the rounds, and she did an interview on my friend Punky's channel, 2 Girls 1 Chat, and she couldn't wait to jump up on panel. Now, she can't see my comments, even though I'm a mod in now, because I blocked her a long time ago in a different chat, in a different community. It's blocked no matter where, right? Whether I've modded or unmodded. But Punky happened to put up one of my comments on the screen. So this is the only chance she'd probably seen anything of mine all evening. And she immediately leapt on it, which was funny because it was kind of indirectly towards her. And that's simply because the discussion of McHenry Cruiser being essayed by Molasses came up, right? The fact is that when they was in this relationship, she wasn't medicated. She pretty much kept him almost in a hostage-like situation where he felt
really?
Wow.
because she was throwing mugs, turfing the place upside down, doing all kinds of things. This is when the infamous pegging video, if anybody knows about Henry Cruiser, happened.
I've heard about it. I don't want to know anymore.
Yeah, but the thing is that people were going into deep discussion about it. Now, I know Henry Cruiser, and he's told me that he didn't want to do that, right? He didn't want to do that, and it fucking hurt, right?
Molasses did on MCM's
Right.
Terralyn.
And if that was a woman, and I pretty much said, I don't know why you're all fucking laughing, because they were all talking about lube and this and that. I said, I don't know why you're all fucking laughing. And it was UTR that laughed the most. She was like a little 12-year-old girl. I said, I don't know why you're fucking laughing, because if the situation was reversed and this was a woman that we was talking about and saying that she was in pain and she didn't want to do it, you wouldn't be going, oh, she just needed some more lube.
Wow.
Is that what she said?
So my screen got flashed up on the comment and she was like, I need to address that. I wasn't laughing at that. I was laughing at the lube. Like, that makes it okay. I was like, I can't be, you know. And I was like, and then in the chat, which she didn't see because Punky didn't put it up, but everybody else saw it. I was like, yeah, whatever, but fucking like giggle like a 12-year-old girl, you know. And I was like, fuck you, sort of thing, you stupid little cunt. Sorry for my language.
Don't worry about
But
it.
yeah, that's how I felt. So I really didn't, I don't pay her no mind, really, but because I know the full situation of that, and that as much as he jokes around and as much as he trolls on the internet, there was something real there that went on in a real life relationship that wasn't necessarily correct. And like I said, if it was a female that happened to, we wouldn't all be laughing. And I don't like double standards, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just call shit out. I just do that. That's just my manner. I just go, I see it as it is. Fuck you all. I'm going to say it, even if it makes me the most unpopular person in the room, on the planet. I don't really give a fuck. I'm still going to say it.
And it seems to me the situation with Molasses and with McHenry, she seems very... Obviously, she said listen, I have respect for anybody who can identify the fact that they need to have help, right?
Yes.
She's saying it now that, you know, she feels like maybe she should go inpatient. She said this on, I think, on Monty's. I have no disrespect for that. Listen, we all make choices here. This is why I think everybody, making the judgments they make on Jessica Messica or Corvina. Listen, there's reasons why they start in the first place, okay?
There's a reason why she's fixating, because this
Yeah.
relationship long over. She's fluctuated like this over the years, and it usually goes in cycles with Molasses. I've seen her do it before to McHenry.
Yeah.
1 minute she's okay, and then all of a sudden she obsesses and flips, and it's often when she is spiraling, unfortunately.
And that's what Foodie's doing.
When people are struggling, what often happens is that all your moments in your life, all the bad things that have happened to you, all the negative things all creep in at the same time, and it all comes crashing down, and you start reliving those moments, and if you're unmedicated, it gets heightened, and I think that's what happened here.
Definitely. And it's not a laughing matter one way or the other. I mean, again,
on either side. And I thought, this is a serious discussion. And the minute she jumped up, it turned into a laughing matter, and I wasn't happy with it, you see. And I just needed to call out what I saw to be true. I don't care if fucking all of them were laughing in the room. I would still have been the one not, And
it doesn't sound like something that she wouldn't do, because she seems to have this kind of a reaction to a lot of things that she doesn't seem to understand. Very immature. I said that to Akasha when we were listening to this, prior to the live. I said, this is a lot of immaturity, know.
It is.
I mean, when I say she's attention seeking, I mean, I was glad not to be her mod anymore. She had this other little mod called Captain Obvious. We was all in a VC one day. There was only about a handful of us in a VC. And people were talking about the stuff. Now, I'm a cards close to my chest sort of person. And I'm good for advice. But I'm not really good for sharing, because I know what people on the internet are like.
Interesting. I figured
I won't share anybody that wants to share with me. I've also got integrity, especially in vulnerable moments, And there was somebody that was going through something with their relationship, blah, blah, blah. And it was long distance. And I happened to be in a long distance marriage, married American. And so I was trying to give them some words of wisdom, like the processes, and because they was like, oh, hop, skip, and a jump, and I'll be over to Europe with my, betrothed kind of thing. And I was like, it's not that simple. It's a process, and this is what you need to do, blah, blah. And then later on, I heard that made her freak out, and I'd caused some sort of situation by giving her advice. And I was like, what are these antics sort of thing? I just gave her advice that she could look up on Google even, and read those documents. Would that make her go into a tiz reading a document? You know what I mean?
No.
So that was kind of hilarious to me. And she kind of went all off with me in the DMs. And I was like, oh, do you know what? And at this time, I think I had the flu or something, And I was really knocked out by it. I remember being terribly ill, and I couldn't give two shits. I couldn't give less of a fucking shit if I tried. When you're absolutely laid out, and I've had a fever, everything. Now I'm finally just looking at my phone, and I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? You can all go fuck yourselves, you little nightmares. These are games that are not for me. Yeah, she was always in my DMs moaning about her love life, about everything, basically. It was a constant drama with her. So it was always something.
Right. And it seems to has continued. And that kind of behavior will always continue if left untreated, unfortunately. Okay.
Well, she used to come online and tell us all her business. Everything from her past relationship with a drunk, and that was smashing up the place, picture frames, doing damage around the property, all kinds of things, to her fucked up flatmate, or whatever you want to call it, roommate, that would cook in her bedroom, probably because she disliked this YouTube reject so much that this poor fucking roommate used to stay in her bedroom and like she was camping, cooking on a little gas thing. And wouldn't come out. But this YouTube reject started ripping into her own roommate when her own roommate was in earshot, right? Now, one day her roommate came storming out whilst YouTube reject was on live, right? And said, I hear you, everything you're saying about me. It was the funniest moment.
Oh, is that the roommate that she calls Rat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
She got caught so bad, and it was like you could tell she was so embarrassed and humiliated, you know, that she'd been caught. And I was like, well, what do you think? You probably live in like one of these little units with paper thin walls. She's like literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from you. You know, her gas stove cooker in her bedroom can't be that loud that she can't hear you talking shit about her on the internet, like 8 foot away.
Interesting. That yeah, again, I appreciate your input
It
on.
shows you her ethics, even in her real life. That just highlights, like, if she's willing to do that to her own roommate in front of, you know, within earshot. I'm a big believer in how people show you to be themselves, and I don't trust somebody if they're going to badmouth other people to me, or like in their real life, like that was an insight. It'd be like, well, I wouldn't want to be your friend, because the minute I left, you'd be doing that to me, or you probably are, you know. And
yeah,
I was like, no, thanks. Yeah.
it's funny, Akasha. We kind of had this conversation, you and I, about, you know, if it seems sometimes there's like this way about certain creators, certain people in this community, like they're so not, they're overly nice, or they're kind of, you know, like, oh, like kind of wanting to know more, but like, hey, you know, if you ever need to talk, if you want to talk, and you kind of know that it's not from a genuine place. It's more of a, oh, give me some information about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very manipulative.
Yeah.
Also, it's about this like false morality, because this is the stance that they have to take, because to do unadulterated hatred like they're doing, they also have to take this stance like, oh, but we talk about interesting things. It's from an educational and a medical aspect, and people need to know this, and we're only speaking the truth, you know, and really this is what it is. Well, yeah, but the thing is, these people aren't hearing you, so for whose benefit is this? You know, it's not like you're giving them advice. You're not a nutritionist, a dietitian, or anything of that fucking ilk. And secondly, they're not tuning into your shit because you're spewing so much hatred. You know, they would never hear, even if you had one sentence of advice anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting.
She's a strange one. And I'm sure if this gets word back to her that I'm up here on this and I happen to be speaking to her, that'll feed into her. See, you know, I haven't spoken about this bitch. It just coincides that she came into, as I say, my friend's chat, saw the opportunity that there was a panel, got up on there, you know, to put her face up on there.
Listen, this is a community that on a daily basis is commenting and reacting on people of this, you know, the same person, the same people, right? And now it's within the community, which is unfortunate. And sometimes we need to have these types of, you know, lives. I know some people are uncomfortable. They think it's bullying. They think it's, you know, we're all collectively, you know, jumping down.
Collectively bullying or dogpiling her.
Right. We're not dogpiling at all. What we're doing is having a discussion.
Let's be devil's advocate and say that
Right.
we are. Then that's exactly what they're doing when they do what they do, right? So what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Oh God, Tina, did you see?
Because when she starts talking about Chantel or Molasses or whoever it is she wants to that day,
did I see what?
Struggling people, right?
Akasha, do you want to tell Tina what you just saw?
Not really.
Sorry.
It seems that some videos are out or about to be out. Oh.
About me?
Yes.
Yeah. From you know who.
From Monty?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't give a fuck.
The edge lord himself.
I'm ready. Let me go over here and see.
See, this is what happens here, Death. It's anytime that anybody has an opinion or speaks out on another individual about something that we're concerned about, or
Yes,
that
if you're
whatever.
controversial to the,
We're controversial, then we're bullying, and we have no right.
So
and how
this is
dare
what
we?
I've found, and this is why I'm villainized.
Yeah.
You see, and this is exactly the reason, because the minute you speak out against mob mentality, because you're spoiling the YouTube fun, right? Right?
Oh, I'm a racist now. All right.
Oh my God.
He said I'm a racist.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh
why-
Lordy.
That's why I didn't want to say it. You know, I knew you were going to get upset.
I wish someone would. I wish
Got
someone
it.
would share what I said about him tonight, because I blasted him.
Oh my goodness.
I'm a racist, y'all. All
Well, it's a
right.
good thing you got informed of that.
And I called him a sexist, because he is.
But this is what we're talking about. See, apparently you cannot form an opinion because stop listening to what you hear on the internet. Well, then that goes for you as well.
Exactly, that's my point. If that's what we're doing, then that's what they're doing, right? So
Right.
you can't say, oh, well, you're picking on me, or why are you saying this about me, or why are you that, or how dare you have an opinion on me? Well, you're also on a public platform doing exactly the same to other people that you select as your topics for discussion.
Right. And they are sounding like the very people they are reacting to and the ones that they make videos about daily. Those people are crying and moaning and groaning, specifically Chantel, about, reaction channels and all that they're full of crap and blah, 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 and all this crap. But yet, if we stop talking, that's not good either. And on the other side, now it's I'm going to strike you if you even mention me, if you put a video of mine out there, what have you. But you're doing the same things. Even if you're not a said reaction channel, you're going to sit up there and you're going to react to certain people's comments about you in certain lives that they do. You're doing the same thing. That's why it's called commentary. Okay?
So what he's doing, he has actually taken one of my videos. I haven't watched it yet.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's hoping that I'm going to strike him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that way he would be able to dox me. Nigga, fuck you.
Don't strike it. Don't.
Look, I invite criticism.
Yeah, I'm like that as well.
I'm not going to strike this man for what? So he can get my information? Suck it.
Exactly. I say to people, if you're going to be on the internet, then you not only do you need to have thick skin, you need to have a rhino jacket, and that's what I wear. I wear a fucking full-time rhino jacket. And
listen, I have one. So what I'm going to do though is I'm going to leave. I'm going to go listen to this video, and then I'll come back if you guys are still here.
No problem. Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead. Thank you.
Curiosity. I would be like that too. If someone made a video on you, you'd be like, I can't watch this right now.
Well, because it's a common practice here, Death, that every time something is discussed, these are people that other people go to, right? To watch Foodie, to watch Nat or what have you. And their practices are, that they think that their shit don't stink, that they think that they're not fallible some way. So they call out the very audience that watches them. It amazes me.
Right. And if you want a full disclaimer, right, there's this, right? This is another little thing. So I throw in the fire that about the negs and the YouTube reject and whatnot. And obviously DC hates me because negs anyway. But she also, her hatred goes back to a time when I was briefly Chantel's mod.
Right.
And I was briefly her mod. And this was when in Negs' community, when Foodie Beauty first came over and they were trying to be friends before they set up the actual interview.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're trying to be friendly to community, so someone comes over and then like a few of you all pop over to the next live.
Mm-hmm.
So we did that as a group. A few of us all popped over, and I think we did that once or twice. And she literally just threw a wrench at me, and I was like, "Oh no!" And, you're like, "Oh, I don't really want this," and now I feel obliged that I got to come watch this shit, And I was only being friendly for the sake of that reason, just like popping in. And I was only there for a couple of months because I was like, "Oh my god, this is atrocious." I'd never really watched it too much, and this was on the cusp of the turn of her meeting that guy, that Nada, right?
Yes.
So literally, you remember this about over a year ago when she was doing the walks around the lake? Not
Yes.
this year, but the one before.
Mm-hmm.
Literally before she met him. So she was on this little healthy thing. That's when I was in there, and I was like, "Oh, you're doing really good, Shanta." I didn't know about all the other stuff. Then I started seeing other behaviors. I was like, "Is she trolling? Is she fucking just a full-time troll?" Then I started speaking to a few of the other mods behind the scenes. They were all on the same page as me. You know, this is before she got rid of all her mods and whatnot. And I wasn't speaking to ones like an EP or those ones, but just like the normal ones like Brenner and I think Snatch Batch. A couple of us like were a bit fucking miffed what was going on. Like this seems extreme. Like her behaviors all of a sudden just went like she was leaning into it all more.
Right.
You know,
Yes.
you could see that she'd hit a wall where no matter what she fucking did, she was going to get criticism for it. No matter what, whether she was being healthy, whether she was, you know, not eating badly, whether she was doing this, whether she was being clean, whether she didn't have a chip now, she knew she was going to get hatred no matter what. And then I saw this switch where she was like, I'm going to full-time lean into it. And, you know, then the Nada thing, I was like, I'm out. I dipped. I was like, I won't be affiliated with this, especially with drugs or anything like that. I was like, whoa, out.
Oh, is that so?
I just left and never to return. I wasn't one of those mods that made us think, like, bought into it so badly, like, Chantel, I'm disgusted with your behavior in the chat. Do you know what I mean? Like some do before they leave. I just slink away and was like, this isn't for me, you know.
You know, I expected that. Fifi, listen, again, you know, we give everybody an opportunity as far as speaking out, and I don't know why this is any different than what they all do. They all do the same thing on a daily basis. I don't know why this is always like, oh, they're talking about you. Well, you talk about everybody else in the community on a daily basis, every single one of you.
And it's even interesting to see Life by Jen. God rest her soul.
Yes.
You know, I think this is another reminder, you know, these people are sick and struggling. They fucking are.
Yeah.
You know, and they don't want to be in that position. That's the other thing. I know it seems like it because they're reaching for the extra cakes and things or whatever it is that they're eating. But it is an addiction like no other, you know, because even in terms of alcoholism or in terms of drugs, you know, you can go for a program and you quit those and you can pretty much abstain from those in general day-to-day life, you know, maybe in social occasions with booze especially, you might come across it, you know, weddings and things that you might have to attend where people are drinking, but otherwise you can pretty much abstain and omit it from your life, these things.
Right.
With food, you can't. Food is the only addiction that you still have to maintain. It's like taking like a little teaspoon or of heroin and dipping the fingertip in each day and go, I'm just going to have a little bit. Do you know what I mean?
Right, because you need it for survival.
And that's basically
exactly
what they're dealing with. And that's why food addiction is probably one of the hardest.
Yeah.
And even people that lose weight often regain it. It's because of that reason.
Right. That's absolutely true. And again, it's a necessity, as you said, not like your common addiction like smoking and drinking and what have you. Even though some of those things are also necessary if you have, you know, if you have things that require medication, what have you, people get addicted to medication for pain and for other things. But, you know, food is a definite requirement because you can't survive without it.
Those things you're detoxed, you know, and then you've got the mind struggle with it all, of course, and the emotional struggle. And we know that there's a part of the brain that illuminates every time that pleasure button is pressed, you know, and that's like any addiction. It feeds that part of the brain. But like I said, you know, it's that whole some days the mental brain and the physicality of the situation doesn't align, and it's like it's going to override. And this is why they do binge eating and things where they just lose control, it seems.
Exactly. And it's devastating because this is why I think that people are reacting right now to others saying that it's really in poor taste to make content based upon even though she was in the girl world, what have you, she had an obvious struggle on, in her life and on her channel.
I do feel like there are massive parts of it that are embellished. I am going to say that.
Oh, am I dangerous toys? I'm sorry that you feel that way.
Not in terms of a eating addiction necessarily, but in
Mm-hmm.
terms of some of the other behaviors that we've seen from her, and she's leaned into a lot of stuff to become more of a notorious figure on YouTube and to keep the talk talking.
Yeah. It's
She's
sad. This
She's
is
very,
a woman,
very clever.
right? And this is a woman who suffered. She was bedridden. She couldn't move. She couldn't do a lot of things. Chantel is still capable of doing. Okay, Chantel has options.
Little by little. This is how you make progress.
That's right. But my thing is, Chantel has options. Okay, take the platform away from you. All right. You seriously have to look at, you're a 38-year-old woman. You had your hysterectomy. You have a lot of health issues, and this constant binging and eating and gorging for what have you, whether it's because you're stressed out or you're depressed or what have you, needs medical attention. I don't care what you think. You think she says to all the time about she cured her diabetes and there's nothing wrong with her. Yeah, there is. There's a lot wrong with you on a daily basis. It affects your brain. It affects everything. You think it doesn't have anything to do with the way you're acting mentally. It has a lot to do with it.
Exactly.
A lot to do with it.
Exactly. Erratic behaviors.
Exactly.
Yeah. And you got to remember, it does have a physical effect, spiking the blood sugars, all kinds of things, aggressive moods,
Like you were saying about molasses, the untreated, she's got untreated mental health because she does the same thing. She does the same spiraling and gets obsessed, and then she's calling him and she's proclaiming her love for him. Then she hates him. Then she wants nothing to do with him. Then she's making all sorts of threats. It's not, we find it entertaining because it's not us, but in the reality, it's really dangerous to be going the way that she's going.
Yeah, it's no different. A food addict opening the fridge door when they've already had their calories for the day, to a person that's mentally health struggling, not being on their medication, a drug addict taking the drugs, an alcoholic having a glass of whiskey or whatever.
Exactly.
All of these things they're all akin,
Exactly. It's like, an alcoholic will be, clean for a while. And I've said this before about, sometimes it's like a holiday or a dinner and it's like, oh, I'll just have this one glass of wine. But, in essence, in your recovery, it means more than what you think, because to the world, it's like, it's not a big thing, but it is, because your body's been without it for so long. At the same time, it happens. It does happen. It's almost part of the process to relapse. You have to learn from constant mistakes and constant whatevers, but that's the whole part of therapy. You know what I'm saying? And once you're on that track, you'll get your way back as long as you start the process. That's what I'm saying. It's like, start the process, Chantel.
It is a recovery process, but like any addict, they can fail, more times than they ever will, because it only takes one time to succeed, right?
Right.
And who's to say how many times you get to fail as well?
And every day that she has is a blessing, Death, every day, because every day she could wake up tomorrow and it could be, what just happened here.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. I got a long night. I mean, I gotta get to bed.
Fifi, no problem. Yeah.
But thank you so much for having me on.
By the way,
no. You're more than welcome, Fifi. I'm very, very.
I feel like a Christmas party, and I was like, I've got a lot to say on this shit, so I'm sorry if I've taken over.
Right, bamboozled. No, and I'm very thankful that you were up here and you were able to finally, say the things you needed to say. It was very important. So I'm glad, and thank you.
It's a real coincidence that I happened to just be awake this late. I checked Twitter, and I was like, oh, what's this? And in case you posted it quite a few hours. Okay. So, and I was like, I didn't even know he was still alive. I just, let me go check this out. I thought I was going to watch a video actually. And I saw you live and I was like, oh, okay, maybe I can say something.
Yeah, definitely. No, and I appreciate you coming up as well, Death. I mean, as far as like, giving your perspective.
Thank you for letting me come on. And I know it was a lot to unpack, but I appreciate that I got a chance to voice it because it is hard on me, but I'm
Not a
glad that I
problem.
got to do it.
Thank you,
bro.
Fifi.
Thank you. You guys are amazing.
Thank
Seriously.
you. And so are
I
you,
appreciate
Fifi.
it.
So are you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have a great night.
You too.
Bye.
So y'all, moving on, because there's more to this than just YTR. Garlic bread. Garlic bread. Isn't it bad enough? Isn't it bad enough, everything that has transpired? And I'm not even talking about the Christina the Latina, because who had to jump and insert himself in all of this? But, that person over there. I don't even know what, where, or how. Like, can you not understand where you're being trolled? Can you not understand where you're being, tricked, essentially? But my problem with Garlic is this video that he decided to put out last night. We were speaking about Life by Jen. And this is more disgusting than any display could ever have been made in this community in regarding to somebody that we just lost. So if you haven't seen it, I'm going to show it, and then we'll go from there.
No, I'd like to see it. I dipped my toe in the water of it, and I heard about the whole. Because I didn't know about the Breezy and the Jessica
all my
massacre.
videos are privated. And in reality, I'm glad that the Life by Jen videos got swept into that. And I will let you know right here and right now, those videos will never be made available again. I wasn't aware until today that we had lost Life by Jen. And it's mixed emotions because, this is a person that I obviously made a lot of videos about, probably some of the most popular Life by Jen videos on the platform.
What?
Yeah, did you catch that? He's made some of the most popular Life by Jen videos on the platform. Yep.
I'm sure she didn't think fondly of me, and I'll never have the opportunity to make that right with her. I want to commend her for having contributions made to an animal shelter. I want to say, Jean, if you ever watch this, I know a lot of people said a lot of things about you, but one thing they won't say is that you stayed there till the end, and that's a very commendable thing to do. If you want to go back and rewatch some of her videos, I'm sure they'll be on her channel. But I want to close this out by saying there was a part of me that hoped I was wrong. There was a part of me that hoped that when I looked at this community post and she talked about all the progress she made, that she would come online one day and walk through a door and read every one of our names out and tell us that she proved us wrong. And there was a lot of remorse in my heart when I realized that she won't be able to make that video.
I don't know. That was more for him than it was about her.
Well, he made it about himself,
I mean, this is what, like, the third thing now that we're back to making about yourself, and I'm moving ever so slightly into the Mo Translates video, which also relates to this whole thing. I'm just, it's appalling. It's appalling to hear that you hoped you could have had, make some sort of amends with her. Meantime, you had all this time, but yet you make a 1.5 minute video to talk about your most popular upload. It disgusted me. It just disgusted me.
Yeah, I never watched him, but I didn't know that he had any videos on her.
I didn't either, and I don't care that he had any videos on her. It's bad enough he had videos in this community.
Yeah, I thought it was all Chantal.
Yeah. I think Jessica played it last night too. I think she did. It's just absolutely abhorrent. This is not the time to make, a return. We thought you were gone. We thought, you were making your little disappearance. And now you come back because you have a guilty conscience, and then you want to throw out there that you made a video that was popular? Come on, dude. Did I watch Troll Detective about a second channel? Are you talking about the Madden thing? No, I didn't see that. I was actually going to go into Mo's video, which is really gaining some traction. My DMs with Garlic Bread. Is he also Louise Garlic Bread, aka Christina the Latina? Yes, aka Ryan, aka Louise. Like, hello, Sybil.
Then I saw somebody saying as well, is this Louise count DC?
Yeah, and it's funny now that Louise once again I think was taken off Twitter. I don't know if that's temporary, if that's by coincidence, but she did. I wasn't aware that this was happening. This really pissed me off too, because it included about the article that he so inserted himself in because he was trying to, I guess, white knight for Jessica with the what Natter was threatening to do to her, when in essence it did nothing, because this wasn't even included in the article, because he ruined that for her. She could have, anybody else could have given her the information. All of us got that information. Anyone that was struck by Natter, we all got that information, right? It was a tweet. It was a tweet. It was sent out. I saw it. I sent a message to one of the editors or what have you, writers of the article, and another person got back to me, and that's how it went. It wasn't that difficult. I don't know why he had to insert himself. I think he ruined her chance. She could have very well had her part inserted into this, as well as Gary, if he didn't get involved. That's just my take on it.
That's a typical theme, isn't it? That people insert themselves. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, I guess whoever's going to criticize this will say, well, you inserted yourself tonight. Well, yeah, I did, you know.
Yeah. For a person that didn't even...
I'm holding my hands up to that, though.
For a person that didn't even get a strike on his channel. You didn't get a strike, dude. Yeah, I'm tending to agree with that. So I'm going to play this as well, and we can discuss this as well, because I know it's been going around and what have you, and Mo translates, I have such high respect for her, love her. Really, this is like amazing that this happened. Not that it happened, because I think
curious what GC's saying in the chat. I can't remember his Jen videos. What Messy Jessie said in her remarks after she heard about Jen's death was disgusting.
Wait a minute. What Messy Jessie said with her remarks after like I said, I got out of that live. I was in her live when that happened, and people were telling her that, like by Jen had passed away, and she reacted and she's like, oh, I'm going to play this video. This is for Jen. This is for Jen. And it was like a weird video. I don't know, like somebody was in a costume or what have you. I clicked out after that. I was like, yeah, I'm out. I don't really want to.
It didn't seem very respectful.
No, it didn't. I have to be truthful here. It really kind of was making me uncomfortable. So I was like, I gotta excuse myself. And then I sat and watched, because she was trying. Here's the thing with Jessica. She was trying to show this Mo Translates video, and then people were telling her about Jen passing away, and she gets all over the place. So she was going back and forth. She's trying to watch Mo, and then she's reacting, and so it's kind of like, I don't think she knew how to process it at that moment. So I don't really want to make a decision about what she's thinking.
You've got to learn to think on your feet, because anybody could say any comment in the chat, right?
Right.
That you've got to respond to,
right?
Regardless whether it's news that you're prepared for or just something hateful that they've come in saying. So you've kind of got to think on your feet anyway, as you're not good at going live. Full stop.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a good point. Okay, here it is. This is Mo Translates. Let me start it from the beginning here.
To the point that I'm telling you about my real name, about my other big channel, and only you know, so I hope that you won't tell anybody else. And if that's the case, that is really messed up. I totally respect if someone wants to remain anonymous. But this dude, that was just absolutely uncalled for. The audacity to play with people like that, that's not okay. I know recently there has been proof by Jessica Massica that Garlic Bread is also Ryan Moody, is also Christina the Latina. I just want to share with you my side of the story. So I'm going to show you DMs, and this person actually gave me permission to share DMs. So you know what? I'm going to go ahead and share the DMs. I also have a feeling, but I cannot prove this, but I will show you why I have this feeling. I have a feeling that this guy, Garlic Bread, Ryan Moody, is also Louise 90001008 on Twitter, who has been harassing all viewers in this community and all content creators. And I will show you why when we get to those points. Let me start by showing you the DMs from the beginning, and I will read them just in case if you're like me and you like sometimes to put on videos as you do chores around the house. So I will read the screen for you. That way you don't have to look at the screen if you can't or if you don't want to. So it actually starts off by him introducing himself to me, and I never asked. I never did anything. It was totally out of nowhere. He messaged me on Sunday, August 21st, and he said, "Hey Mo, I don't normally out myself, but I'm very sorry about the Natter strikes. Hope things work out for the best. Garlic bread." So I responded with, "Thank you so much, garlic bread. I really appreciate your message." First flag that I want to bring up here is the timing of when he introduced himself to me. So Sunday, August 21st, that was the day after many of us got several copyright strikes. So I don't know, right away, I just feel really weird about that. It just seems to me like he's in on it somehow. But again, I couldn't prove anything. So I just dismissed it as me being wrong about this whole thing. But anyways, so that was my first red flag from this guy. And then he said, "I've got a theory. I will post it later. I think since they know they must go a legal route, they are only dealing with creators in Canada. Because Natter may not even be able to enter the US, what can he really do to me?" So I responded with, I see what you mean. Honestly, I don't even know what to think. This is also bizarre to me." So then he responded, Garlic Bread responded and said, "I can't give you any legal aid, of course, but I will tell you what my YouTube manager told me to do. Print the last 90 days of your earnings, all channels if you have more than one. This way you have a baseline for what you make per day. Then you'll be able to counter them with true damages, a known exact amount." Then he went on to say, "Even if this means you lose the channel short term, you have an estimated income to go by because we all know this is not holding up." So I responded saying, "That's a really good idea. I will do that now. Thank you. I appreciate the advice." And then he responded with, "I will do a video." So I just gave that comment a thumbs up. Now, Monday, August 22nd, I just responded back to the video comment and I said, "I will keep an eye out for it." And then he responded with the video going up now. And then he put the video in our conversation. He copy and pasted it there. And I said, "Thank you." And then he responded with, "You're welcome. Keep your head up. Hope things got easier. We got this. We really do." And I just want to bring up to you guys' attention the fact that he uses the word "we," like "we got this. We really do." And later on in the end, we will find out this idiot did not even get copyright strikes at all. So I don't even know why he was involving himself in a fight that many of us have really struggled and still are going through it. I'm trying to keep my cool over here. I'm trying to keep calm about this. But honestly, this really, really pissed me off. So at the time, I still didn't really think anything of him other than he is another content creator. And I said, "I hope so. Fingers crossed." So then he sent me this screenshot of a little dress shirt with a bow and a vest. And I guess he was making fun of Natter. And he said, "I'm going to get him this youth XL suit." That was around the time when Business Insider actually started making contact with us people here in the community. So what happened was there is someone on Twitter and her name is, the handle is Thrive Life. And it was thanks to her, she got the attention of Business Insider. But I made sure to tag as many people as I could and tell as many people as there are many people who got copyright strikes. Everyone deserves to speak. So I messaged him and I said, "Hey, media from the Insider is interested." And then he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "There's a journalist who is interested in a story. Her name is Lindsay. It's in one of my recent tweets. Her DMs are open, so you can message her if you'd like." And then he responded with, "Is she legit? Are you following through?" And I said, "Yes, she is a senior reporter." And then he said, "What is she looking to cover/do?" And I said, "I will let her know about the channels that got struck by copyright and how YouTube isn't doing anything to help despite the amount of copyright strikes from Natter's channel." And then Ryan responded with, "What is her Twitter?" So my next message was me giving him Lindsay's name and Twitter handle. So then Garlic Bread responded to me saying, "Okay, I reached out. I love the fact that we're applying the pressure back." I just want to point out that, as you can see from this message, he said, "I reached out to Lindsay." So he was the one that reached out to Business Insider. I know he was going around making it seem like Business Insider contacted him and he was the one that was like, "Oh, please go save the women in this community." Like, screw you, Ryan. Like, nobody asked you for help. Literally nobody. None. And he was the one that told the women in this community, including myself, that we are the ones that needed help and he was here to save us. Dude, we don't need you to save us. We don't need you at all. That was the first thing that annoyed me about this. It doesn't really matter. This isn't about taking credit. You have people getting doxxed. You have personal information being leaked. You have people's kids being doxxed. And another thing that upset me was the fact that he's like, I love the fact that we're applying the pressure back. Again, using the word we, like.
Yeah, exactly. Who's this we? Who's this we? We means the rest of us, not you.
Like he's in this, like he's affected by this. But then again, we find out that he was not affected by this at all, that he was just using other people's problems to get some sympathy for it when he was not even involved. Ryan then said, these two, meaning Nader and Didi, are at a mental, financial, and public image disadvantage. I just fear that Didi is taking the brunt, I don't know, of the fallout. So I responded with, I really hope she will be okay and safe. I know she hates me. She has said that on live streams before, but I absolutely hope she will be safe and not experience anything negative. Now we're moving on to Wednesday, August 24th. Ryan sends me a screenshot. So this was a screenshot from Louise's account that Garlic Bread sent to me in our DMs. So the tweet says, you may want to look into this person, Kenneth Ryan Moody, aka Ryan Moody, for not declaring their YouTube and other incomes. Their Twitter is Shutdown Safety, and YouTube businesses are YouTube Garlic Bread channel and YouTube, the other channel, which is Ryan Moody 21. And then this Louise person tagged the Baltimore government, hashtag Ryan Moody, hashtag Maiden23, hashtag Maiden. So Maiden is the game that he gives his opinion on or critiques on his other big channel. And I just find it really interesting that this Louise person went as far as tagging Maiden as a hashtag in the tweet. I mean, go back.
I don't know if Thrive Life is connected to Ryan, but I do know that Thrive Life is the one that put out the tweet that offered the information for the Business Insiders. The Business Insiders, right? The writers of the article. They're to get the community in contact with the insider.
To our community here, go back to any tweet, to any account at all, any of us, viewers or content creators. Many of us play video games, but none of us ever talk about garlic bread and in that same sentence make sure we hashtag Maiden. We don't do that. No one here in this community does that. We don't care to do that. We're not in the Maiden community. We don't really care. We don't really care to make that association from girl world to the Maiden gaming world. So this hashtag right there just proved to me that it was actually, I think it's Ryan. I think it's Garlic Bread behind that Louise account. This person, Louise, included screenshots, but apparently these screenshots share information about Ryan Moody and where he lives and whatnot. And then he said to me, side note, they also started following my former college. My college records are public, but I think they made the wrong connection, assuming that because I went to University of Maryland, Baltimore County, UMBC, that I must maintain residency in Baltimore County. And then I said, I see. Do we know yet who this Louise person is? I just saw your video also. I am so sorry you're going through this. Because I saw that he made a video about how this person, Louise, was harassing him. And then he responded with another screenshot where he shared the same thing again. Basically, the Louise person tweeted the same thing again about how he is a YouTuber and he's harassing people. He needs to be reported. And in the tweet also, it ended with hashtag Maiden23. Just never seen anyone in this community at all really address garlic bread with a hashtag Maiden. Like, no one has done that. Except for him. He was the only one that was making that association on his Twitter account. At the end of every tweet, he would always...
I mean, I love Mo Translate. She corrected herself, but they meant the Madden community.
End it with hashtag Maiden or hashtag Maiden23. So, and after he sent me that screenshot, he sent me a message saying, holding that here, I'm with the police now. So I felt really bad for him and I said, I hope they are able to help. On Friday of that week, he said to me, so proud of you. And I responded with, thank you so much. I hope the police was able to help you resolve the issue you were having on your end. And Garlic Bread responded saying, meh, they can't do anything. LOL. That response also raised another red flag for me because if somebody is saying a bunch of horrible things about you online and outing you and for cyberbullying and harassment and saying you're attacking people who are, wanting to unalive themselves, like that's pretty horrific. That's pretty horrific stuff. Like that would not make me LOL at all. And so the fact that he's like, meh, they can't do anything, LOL. Like, what do you mean LOL? So that part right there just made me really uncomfortable. Like something isn't right here. And then he proceeded to post a screenshot of Nader's live stream. So he said, I called him and Foodie out. They both need to respond to the article. They can't be as dumb as this chat. So I was like, yeah, sure, great. You're calling him and Foodie out and that they need to respond, but I don't know why you're showing me the screenshot. But when I look at this screenshot of this live chat, I actually notice a name on there, and that name is Louise. And that Louise person was actually having a conversation with Angel Horns. In that screenshot you're looking at, Louise says, "What calls?" Basically, Angel Horns was trying to defend Natter and say that he shouldn't just answer any phone calls because they can be traced. And Louise was saying, like, why isn't he answering phone calls? Why isn't he making an attempt to say his side of the story? So Louise in this conversation was pushing Natter to speak up about this. But as you can see, I don't really know why he sent me that screenshot. I was trying to look for garlic bread on there to see like how he called him out and Foodie out, but instead the name that appeared to me was Louise. So that was weird. I went back to Natter's video where this screenshot was taken, and in that live stream I was trying to go back and read the conversation, like the full conversation between Louise and Angel Horns, but it turns out that Louise actually ended up getting blocked, which tells me that Louise was really pushing back or trying to create an argument in the live chat and got blocked. So I responded with saying, last I checked, he and Dee Dee were upset about the article and denying everything in it. And then Ryan said, well, they tried to contact him. Guess he was too busy burning shit in the oven to realize he was being burned online. And then Ryan sends me a message and he says, so, ... So then I waited, looks like I waited 5 minutes, and I'm like, sorry, did you mean to send a message? And then Ryan says, a video is going up at Foodie just slipped. So I guess he was trying to show that Chantal accidentally said something. And then Garlic sends me a message saying, is Louise's Twitter down? And I responded with, oh, I'm not sure. I think that account has been down for a few days now, but I might be wrong. And then he responded with, check for me. And then I remember when I saw that message, I just got angry right away. And I was like, why are you asking me to check for you? We both have Twitter. We both know how to check for something. You want something checked? You go check it. Why are you asking me? But anyways, I really try hard to give people the benefit of the doubt. So I actually really did forget that this message even happened. So around 11:30 p.m. my time, I said, so sorry, I saw your message and I forgot to respond, which is true. I forgot to respond because at first I was angry and I was trying not to respond when I was angry. And then just other things came up for me and I forgot to respond. And I said, I think the account is active again, but only because I can see it says I have them blocked and they have me blocked, which is true. I have Louise blocked and they had me blocked also. So, and then Ryan responded with, nice, I made a video. It might not be Foodie Booty, but I think she's connected to it. So he's referring to Chantal being connected to that Louise account. So I responded with, I saw your video. I agree. I think she might be connected to that account somehow. And then on Saturday, he said, Garlic Bread said, hey, just so you know, we talked for a while and never had a crossword, or at least I felt so. I'm not outing this too publicly. I'm above that, but the channel is being deleted. So here he was talking about the situation that occurred with Just Brazen and Jessica Messica. And I think here he was just like, I'm not outing these two publicly. I'm above that, but he's going to delete the channel. So then, honestly, on that Saturday, I was living my best life with people that I love. And then when I got that message, I was just like, I have no clue what this dude is talking about. At the time, I really didn't know. So I was just like, I responded with saying, sorry, which channels are being deleted? I literally had no clue what he was talking about. And then he was like, none. I had enough actual people in here that supported me over this dumb shit. I'm convinced it will blow over. So this was after Natter did a live stream where he confirmed that he struck everyone except for Garlic Bread. So I messaged Ryan or Garlic Bread privately in our DMs, and I said, hey, did Natter copyright strike your channel? How many videos did he strike you for? And then he responded with saying, unless something changed today, just one. And then he added a message saying, why? Did he say something or did Natter say something? And I responded with, he said he never struck your channel at all. I don't know why he would say this shit to me because I'm one of the people that got 2 copyright strikes from Natter. And you don't need to be home to check this. You don't need to be on your YouTube studio account to check this, because I could see in the email, and you could see this in every single email of every single content creator that was struck. You can see it says your video has a copyright strike and was taken down by Natter El Shami. It will say that on the email. You do not need to be home. You do not need to be checking your YouTube studio for that. So again, another red flag right here. So then I responded with, I thought earlier when you asked me about the media and who was covering the copyright strikes story, that it was because he struck your channel. So then Garlic Bread says, I defer them to the girls and expressed concern with Louise. The girls got far worse than me. And she didn't seem very interested. She being the journalist, when he reached out to her, she didn't seem very interested. Do you remember how Louise was attacking him literally 2 days after the copyright strikes happened? Yeah, this is why I think he is Louise. I think he was trying to insert himself. I hate to say it, but I actually think he's Louise. I think he is the one who outed himself. I think he's the one that said all these horrible things about himself on that Louise account. And I think he's the one that tried to get the media to believe that he was a victim of that Louise account. But I actually think he was the one behind it this whole time. But his efforts didn't really seem to work because the journalist was not interested in his Louise story. And then Garlic Bread said, she also contacted Jess about the revenge porn and never spoke on it. I know this for a fact, as I was the one who gave her Jess's number after she asked why nobody had contacted her. I just want to say, I'm very sorry to Jessica Mesca if I forgot to tag you as, part of the content creators that I tagged to reach out to Business Insider. I didn't mean to exclude you because your story is definitely important. I really do think Natter coming at you with revenge porn is really messed up. So in this part, sure, I think it's great that Garlic Bread told Jess about the journalist that was interested in covering the story. But I cannot comment on why the journalist didn't speak on that part because I actually don't know. Like, I don't know what happened on the journalist's side. I can't speak for them. All I know is they were trying to reach out to as many content creators as possible to get their comments and their feedback about what happened to them and their copyright strikes. So then I said to Ryan, I see. I'm going to post the clips of him saying he didn't strike your channel on my Twitter because he keeps talking about it. So this was me like going back to Garlic Bread and letting him know Natter said it twice. So I'm going to post the clips on Twitter and that way he can see it. And then Garlic responded with, okay, I probably won't cover much till next week. This community is fucking wild. I mean, I thought the maiden community hated me. LOL. Well, Ryan, seriously, dude, how dare you? Like, first of all, you catfish people. You are lying to people. You gaslight people. And now you're calling us fucking wild. The nerve and the audacity. Seriously, the nerve of this person. Anyway, so I responded saying, hey, I made a tweet out asking you a question because people have a question about a post where you showed cash and saying you have a lawyer for the copyright strikes. Can you please respond on my tweet just to clarify what's happening? And then he responded with, well, I had to get a retainer. My channels are tied together, so I can't just risk 8,000 to 10,000 of income a month. I can't wait for Foodie Booty or Natter to strike me and then respond. Way too much at risk. Dude, you just told me in our DMs that you had one copyright strike from Natter. And when I pressed the issue, you were like, oh, well, I have a copyright strike, but I don't know from who. And then now when I ask you more questions, you're like, oh, I didn't get any strikes, but I just had to have a lawyer just in case. Unbelievable. Seriously, this guy is something else. So I said, hey, I just saw a clip where you mentioned Business Insider reached out to you and you gave them the contacts of the 6 women in this community, including me. I'm just wondering why you said that because we both know that's not what happened. So I said, also, I am wondering, why do you think they wouldn't want to listen to Gary's story? I tagged Gary under my tweet informing him and other content creators that the media was interested. He absolutely 100% deserves the right to speak about CSA and how awful the things Natter said about him were. And then for 2 hours, Ryan/Garlic Bread ignored me. And then so I said, is there anything you'd like to respond with or no? And then Garlic Bread responded with, at this point, share whatever you like. I've got my DMs here, so I know what truly took place. Feel however you like. You're looking for something that truly isn't there. Sincerely, I show DMs, and this is all a mute point. So I said, okay, cool, thanks. I will report back to everyone in this community about what happened. Everyone, though, especially people who follow you, are expecting a response from you. Have a great day. That was the last thing I said to Ryan Moody /Garlic Bread / Christina the Latina / Louise / many usernames. I will now go through a bunch of screenshots in no particular order and tell you why.
I absolutely love the way she narrates this entire conversation, because this would have been so frustrating for me that I would have probably blocked him by now.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm just listening to her. I'm like, how did you put up with this dude?
Why I think there's something behind Garlic Bread / Ryan Moody, and I think he may be also Louise 201008. This first screenshot you're looking at is of a post that Garlic Bread made, and he's showing a lot of cash in it, and this was around the time the copyright strikes happened. So he's showing a lot of cash, and what most of us in the community concluded from this post is that he got a lawyer because he got copyright strikes and he's fighting back.
Yeah, but again, all of us weren't I was never under the impression he was struck, right? Because of the way that Natter would speak about him. See, this whole thing reminds me of Chantel again. It's like, in 1 second, he's like talking him up and he's saying he's the only reaction channel he likes. He's fair. He's got respect, blah, blah, blah. Then in the next minute, he's pissed off at him and, I'm going to expose you, that kind of thing. And then this happened, right? So nobody's thinking about Garlic Bread because, quite frankly, I always found him pretentious and just very condescending. So I wasn't really into
I think this is typical YouTube stuff in the sense of either people make alliances with other creators, channels, orbiters even, you know, and things can go sour really quickly, or they expect them to do certain things and then the other person says, well, no, that's not really, and rather than agree to disagree, it has to be an all-out war, you're against me now, that kind of thing. Or there's also the other side of the coin, which we know also goes on, where they're in cahoots with each other. So they're actually okay 1 minute, then they're having a row, then they do it because it actually brings more. So rather than being seen publicly as friends, it suits us better to be seen as enemies. We'll both get more attraction, more attention. This can be a whole thing. I've seen it from both angles, if you know what I mean.
Yes, I do know what you mean. For me, this entire situation diverted from the, because the weekend before was the Just Breezin', Jessica Messica, Hugh Mad Bro, all of that whole thing, right? Because you're a dog, that you were exposed as a dog, and that's what you are, fine, okay? But now we've got this new entity with Christina the Latina. That is she Christina the Latina real, or is she, is she him, or what have you? Like, all of this doesn't match up. None of it does. Like, I remember a Christina the Latina at Alaska. Hey, Alaska, Akasha. Wasn't it Christina the Latina that we've seen? Okay.
Yes.
Now last night, Natter had on his phone what looked like DMs and messages from Christina D-A Latina. Okay. And I don't think this is the same person, although the person that called him is claiming they're in the relationship with Ryan, blah, 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 what have you. Why this matters to Natter is starting to be a little bit more suspect. Right. So why are you involved in choosing to make a video that's saying she's a real person, guys? I have her on the phone. That could have been anybody. That could have been fucking Angel Hands for all we know. All right. Can't trust anything that comes out of that camp as proof, So then as his live is going on, Christina the Latina is making comments about saying, why did you just scroll through so fast through the messages and something? Did she say he asked her for money or the other way around, something like that? I'm not certain. I forget the comments. Somebody might.
I think it was he asked, no?
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. And that was glossed over, just like everything is glossed over when it comes over to that camp, God forbid, because Corvina says anything or, anybody says anything, glossed over until something happens, right? My thing is why is this now? It's almost like, what are you trying to prove here? Okay, first off, you're against Gerlich. You're standing up for what you believe is Christina the Latina, that she's a real person. But why are you involved at all? And then this aggravated me the most. When I saw this post, this money post, I'm like, what is he? What is he, flashing money now for a lawyer? Like, who are you helping? Like, I thought he was actually, when I first saw it without the context, that he was raising money for the community. I'm like, what is happening here? The things that I saw on Twitter were just so confusing and boggling to me. I'm like, I don't understand what your inclusion is here. But again, Mo has got a great point. All of these messages to her about this article, and it included nothing of the fact of what they were fighting for. Gary wasn't included. Jessica wasn't included. How coincidental that it's Garlic that's involved. Why do I feel like this was a sabotage here? I just
sabotage or setup. That's the question.
Yes, an absolute sabotage. Because ever since this dude entered in, as much as he's entered in, lots have gone wrong. And then the Louise thing. Now, when I first saw Louise, she named all the main reaction channels, right? It was FFG, it was Just Saying, it was help me out here, Akasha. A lot of them. And I thought included was him. I thought she had him in there too, about reporting videos to YouTube, what have you. Unless there's multiple accounts, I don't know, because since then it seems like this Louise came back and was going after Erie, and then this Louise came back again and now is going after, the rest.
Erie pepperoni.
Yes.
Yeah, but what I've noticed, because they have me blocked so I can't see anything, but I've seen screenshots on Twitter. It seems like that Louise account, if you're paying attention to the way each tweet is laid out, they all sound like they're done by different people. Has anybody else noticed that? The way that they are speaking
accounts like that. I've seen that before as well, though.
Yeah, the way they're speaking and there, it just seems like different people are writing these
and it's
tweets.
always the ones that are most random that pop up. All of a sudden they start causing trouble, and you'll find that there's usually more than just one person. There's some sort of cahoots going on, and people have got access to that account, and shit starts to fly.
Yeah, so I think maybe it is more than one person with access to that account. I don't know. It's weird though, unless they're doing that to try to throw people off. I don't know. I really don't know.
Or the lifting information, i.e. copy and pasting things that they agree with or they're not clever enough to come up with, and therefore there's no, uniformity between it.
Mm-hmm.
And in the comment section of that post, you will see people were praising him and encouraging him to continue on and to fight this. Moving on to a second screenshot, this is another random fact that makes me think that Louise is the same as Garlic Bread, is the same as Christina de Latina. So if you look at the screenshot, Louise starts the tweet by saying, "Oi, oh, I." And there's something I noticed about Christina de Latina. Whenever she messaged me or made a comment, she always started it with Ayo, AYO. I just feel like they're both very different ways of starting a conversation. I mean, they both mean hey. I just felt like they were a very interesting way of starting a conversation. The way that Louise started this tweet reminded me a lot of how Christina de Latina starts her tweets with me, or when she used to tweet at me before she deleted her account. And if Christina de Latina, if it's true that the person behind Christina de Latina's account is Garlic Bread, then clearly it's Garlic Bread who's tweeting from the Louise account as well as the Christina de Latina account. The other random thing that I wanted to bring up, where it just didn't seem right to me, is how Garlic Bread Orion talked about how Louise was not mentioned in the article and how he stresses that Nader and Didi are not the ones behind doxing his information. And he goes on to make another post again saying it was not Nader or Didi that doxed my information. They're not that Louise person. They are not behind that Louise account. He says things like, I have valid reasons. So if someone has valid reasons, and if you're that sure, then you obviously know who is behind it. And this also didn't sit right with me, because how are you going to go and be so confident about who you think is behind that account, but you're doing nothing about it and you're being so nonchalant about it? Another thing that didn't sit right with me is actually the date of when Garlic Bread started his channel. So he started his channel, according to his statistics page, on March 23rd, 2022. March 23rd was actually exactly 5 days before Chantal regained access or got access to her channel back after she had lost it. And this was very interesting to me because Garlic Bread / Ryan, he always brags about how he knows true connections at YouTube. And I will show you screenshots on your screen where he brags about how he actually knows people at YouTube. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually knew someone or is friends with someone on the YouTube side who has maybe talked to him about the situation that's going on with Feudy Beauty. We all talk about work with our friends. So it's very possible that maybe his YouTube manager, or maybe he does know someone on the YouTube side that shared Feudy Beauty stories with Garlic Bread / Ryan. And maybe he decided that he would start a channel. But can someone please tell me why anybody would start a channel about a content creator who was kicked off the platform? You wouldn't. Most of us were thinking, okay, so since Chantal is kicked off the platform, we're going to shift our focus into covering other topics. But nobody was like, okay, I'm going to continue to cover Chantal even more. I mean, she was already kicked off the platform. None of us thought she would come back again. But the fact that Ryan or Garlic Bread started his channel 5 days just before she regained access to her account, I mean, did he know? Like, did he know? Did someone at YouTube tell him? As maybe he's friends with someone there. Did someone tell him about how the Feudy Beauty might be getting her channel back, and she's a controversial YouTuber, and maybe he saw it as an opportunity to start a channel in Girl World and cover information and stories about her? That part didn't also sit right with me. Before you say, oh, that theory can't be true, this is too far-fetched, I mean, think about it though for a second. Ryan's channel was a part of something called MCN.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Something just hit me. So Ryan started the Foodie Beauty, his reaction channel in March. Didn't just Breezen say that they started talking in March?
Yes.
Wasn't it also
And Gorlick also made his channel in March as well.
right? But Mo makes a great point. So Foodie was pulled, right? That was around the time that Foodie went, and she was freaking out around that time, right? Because she made a whole thing
5
about
days before her birthday, you know.
I know, but I'm talking about just Breezen. She freaked out when Chantel was taken down.
Oh, she did, yeah.
They were giving her crap about her talking about going to, I don't know. They gave her money towards taking her kids to Disney or whatever it was around the time that this was going down. Coincidentally, you're talking to this guy while this is going down. And now it's starting to make me uncomfortable that she did say that about, oh, I'll help Louise.
When did Breezy start talking to Garlic Bread? From what starting point do we know?
That's when March.
She said March, but Mo's pointing out that
his channel, she leapt on it, sort of thing.
Wait, say that again.
From when he started his channel in March, that's when she immediately started talking to him.
That's what I'm connecting right now. That's when they're
prior to this in the community.
I don't think so. Is that what she was saying that when she made that video after the live that Garlic made where she was ignored and upset and she went and she's like, you know, Jessica Messica obviously just found out that they were even in a relationship allegedly. I thought I heard her say that they were doing this since March. Am I wrong with that, Akasha?
No, you're right. That's what she said.
I just find it odd.
It's all odd. It's all March.
Right. And then I find it odd that the one thing that she said in relation to, you know, tell the truth, Ryan, or I'm going to pair up with Louise, of all things. Do you know what I'm saying? It kind of giving me a little bit like, yeah, maybe, Rosalind. I don't know.
I always say with a lot of these, especially like the ones that think they're doing something in their own little corner, they run in packs.
Stephanie.
They never move as a singular item. It's very rare, you know, in terms of people like myself, that I'm a lone wolf. And I really, like when I said to you earlier, like I stand alone and I don't care if I'm the most unpopular person in the room or wherever I'm at. I'll do what I'm going to do anyway.
And what I also remember is Breezy was not struck either.
Most people have got mob mentality and they need the security of a group to be able to make moves.
Right, me. But I'm just saying there was a lot of goings on Twitter, you know. I mean, people talking about what had happened and how Natter struck all of us, and you know, and you didn't know what channels because everybody kept saying that the number kept growing every day. So it was like everybody was asking, like, you know, I asked Breezy myself, but
I know somebody that I'm quite friendly with. I don't know if you know Belinda Hillbilly Uncensored, who used to be Hate and News Network. So she was like in between the two communities. She would talk about on both sides of the fence the whole mess of it all at one point.
Yeah. So I asked Breezy if she was, and she said, "Oh no, well, obviously, I guess not. I think she just covers Chantel, but who knows? I mean, Natter might have been brought up in any of her videos at any time. I don't know, but I'm just."
All Belinda did was use a clip of him dancing and stuff, you know. So it really wasn't that big, and it was transformative and everything, and still got struck for it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the coincidences that are starting to make me think now that Mo is, you know, putting it out there, and also that, you know, getting into her DMs. I'm wondering if he got into anybody else's that was struck. I don't know. You know, I'm sure Barbecue Chicken would have said something by now, or Troll Detective, what have you. I know I didn't, thank God. But this is all.
It is interesting that the two people Garlic was talking to, Breezy and Jessica, neither one of them received a strike from Nader. That is interesting.
Yeah, it's kind of just like, and the timeline that he started his channel in March, and she's been saying that they've been talking since March, so it might not have anything to do with anything, but I'm just saying.
It was at the very end of March too, so that's a very short time frame for them to start talking and having a relationship already.
Right.
That's a little weird. Yeah, I see what you mean by that.
And the monopolizing of, again, I hate saying this, but vulnerable women in this community. What did you think you were accomplishing? First, you're defending, Jessica, like, you two are having this major thing and denying, Just Breeze, and saying basically she's a stalker, the way that he was expressing it to Jessica, right? That's the way it was painted to us. Then all of a sudden, here comes Christina, the Latina, who's professing her love for you. Like, what the hell?
I'm not so sure.
I'm not so sure either. So all of this is like, it's way too suspect. It's getting way too identifying with Natter's situation with those ex-mods, and I don't mean cousin it and them. Okay?
Yeah.
Just say.
MCN network or MCN channels, and it was a group of channels, and they basically, I think if I understood it correctly, they reported to their parent company, which was called Fullscreen. Now Fullscreen was acting as almost like an agent between YouTube and the creators. So Fullscreen was actually very hands-on with the content creators on YouTube. So they paid them, I think it was via PayPal, and they always provided excellent service when it comes to answering questions for content creators and helping them solve problems right away. They always had someone to go to and someone to speak to. But after MCN/Fullscreen media companies, after that was dissolved, some of the content creators that were on YouTube making content for MCN/Fullscreen media, they actually ended up losing their channels completely. Now, I think Ryan/Garlic Bread was pretty lucky because on his bigger channel, I think he was able to actually get it to transfer it from MCN to /Fullscreen to AdSense by Google. So he's now getting paid by AdSense by Google. So in that sense, he was lucky because a lot of content creators were not. And maybe somebody who's working at the Fullscreen/MCN network, maybe this person that happened to be on good terms with Ryan/Garlic Bread, maybe that person ended up going to YouTube as well and now works for YouTube. It's really not that far-fetched also because people change jobs all the time. I mean, look at this article right here. It says YouTube and Twitch executives, people are changing jobs, and it happens all the time. Sometimes even people quit their own jobs to start their own companies. So in that sense, you are the competitor. You are now the competitor of the company you were just employed in. So it's not that extreme to think that he may have had contacts. But I'll tell you something. I think whoever was in contact with Garlic Bread, I think Garlic Bread did something and messed it up. He did something bad and pissed off that person because he always bragged about how he knows someone at YouTube. So let us suppose that Louise is Garlic Bread for a second. So you see here, everybody in the community was so surprised because we have been tweeting at Team YouTube and we've been tweeting at YouTube for a long time. And we barely get any responses. But this Louise person tweeted YouTube and immediately got a response. Something is not right. Something is not adding up. But what if this person behind Louise, who is Garlic Bread, what if he knows someone at YouTube and was trying to get them to help him? It just didn't seem right to a lot of us. Now, I know this is a lot of points, but my next point is about this whole DM thing. So in this screenshot you're looking at, you are going to see that I think this is after the fallout that Ryan/Garlic Bread had with his YouTube manager or whatever contact he had with YouTube or on the YouTube end. Because the first thing he was saying to Team YouTube is, can someone DM me? I need someone to DM me. Okay, but I've never seen a content creator immediately say that to YouTube. People always start with saying what their problem is. People always say what their problem is in a tweet. No one. I have not seen this happen before, except for the Louise situation where the DM was an important thing in the topic. So that was very weird to me that as soon as he didn't get any response from YouTube, his immediate tweet was, DM me. I didn't even think YouTube DM'd people. The last point I will mention here is the location. So Baltimore seems to be a location that keeps coming up. So as you guys saw in the DMs with myself and Ryan, where he said that he went to the University of Baltimore and the person who was outing him, this person Louise, assumed that he was living in Baltimore and that's why they tweeted the government there. And here's the first thing I noticed when it comes to Baltimore. So this is a screenshot that I got from Twitter today. And thanks to this person right here, Jessica. So the tweet from Louise said that they couldn't wait to go try food at a restaurant. And the person in his tweet says this restaurant is actually located in Baltimore. So this Louise person must be there or around that area. The second thing about Baltimore that I remember is I made a tweet out during Labor Day weekend, and I was in Pittsburgh with my husband, and we were on a trip. And I remember when I made that tweet, I obviously don't have a screenshot because Christina deleted her Twitter, but Christina the Latina actually responded to my tweet, and she said, she started the tweet with AO, AYO. She said, AO, I live in Baltimore, and actually, I'm in Pittsburgh also this weekend. I'm here for a birthday. And I remember liking her tweet. And so Christina the Latina told me that she lives in Baltimore, and she was in fact in Pittsburgh that weekend as well for a birthday. So if Christina the Latina is in fact garlic bread, I really think this garlic bread Ryan person is also Louise. My conclusion is I think garlic bread, just like he messaged a lot of content creators in our community, I do think he also messaged Natter privately. And we may never see those DMs, but I do believe that he may have reassured him that, you're not going to face any negative consequences because I have connections at YouTube, and I promise that nothing will happen to your account. This is a theory. I have no idea if this happened or not, but I just can't explain it in any other way. Of course, I know this is all a lot of information, but I would love to hear what you guys think. And if you made it this far in the video, thank you so much for listening and for watching.
Wow. So a lot of interesting points there. A lot of, I don't know, makes it very confusing.
And let's remember, even if not all of those counts correct, you know what I mean? There could be a chance of 2 of them or 3 of them might be, or, you know what I mean?
She's just too happy. It's what it is.
But that's still enough, and it's enough information that you can marry up, if you know what I mean. That's too coincidental for our liking, I think, we've discovered. It can't all be coincidental. It's just too much, right?
Exactly. Irate, the voice, the ring, etc.
I mean, even if you're coming fresh to the table with no insight to this, I think you'd come out with that outcome.
I don't know if you could, honestly. I mean, on a daily lately, ever since, the last few weeks, it's like my brain feels like spaghetti.
It is a lot, this stuff. Yeah, this is why I say you need a rhino jacket for it.
Yeah.
It really is. And every time you think you're done with some sort of crazy, another layer of crazy comes along and side sweeps it, and you're like, Jesus, what's this now? I feel like somebody needs to make a documentary on this whole corner of YouTube. And I've never known a community, like it.
No, that's for sure.
And I've been in several, and I work with several people that do all different content and whatnot. And yeah, this is, it's almost like a fatmosphere 4chan almost.
That's true.
I don't know how else to describe it, but it is really extreme. I just feel like somebody needs to independent documentary maker. There's some strange people in this community, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I find that on a daily basis.
Right? It's scary because it's like the more you look into it, the more people crop up, and you're like, it's a numbers game. And if you look at it like any community, like a small version of society, it freaks you out.
It's more than one person because I don't think Garlic got that much time. And yeah,
that's why I say, even if the 2 of those accounts, and you know what I mean, or if somebody else is doing the other 2, or I don't know, there's some sort of, I feel like there's cahoots here. They're all in it to get something. It's not quite.
Yeah. M. Hobbs, yeah.
What do you think, Acacia? Is she there?
Akasha.
Yeah, I'm here.
Akasha, sorry.
Sorry, I was on mute for a while because my little kitten was all over me, and
I know I had to let my kitty out.
I want to mute to give him attention. There's a lot of craziness going on right now, and I do think a lot of people are in cahoots together, and I think things will be revealed eventually. They always are, given enough time, and the truth comes out.
Yeah, you're right, because all we can do is speculate at this point, right?
Yeah.
We don't have anything to confirm either way, and it's interesting to look at and examine and try and add the pieces up for yourself, but there needs to be that keystone piece almost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually one person ends up getting mad at the other, and then they start spilling the beans, so it's only a matter of time.
That's what you usually find.
Mm-hmm.
Or one starts to lead the other one down the garden path, and there's some sort of betrayal.
Yeah.
Very true, Kat. Or you have to limit your trust. Yeah, exactly, Bamboozled. Well, some of them never go away.
Even recently, I've been people are reaching out to me left, right, and center, trying to drag me back into all previous drama stuff that 8 months ago was a thing. And I'm like, for God's sakes!
Oh man,
some people just don't have anything else better than the time to manipulate other people, try and force them down. Lead them down false pretenses, and make them believe certain things, so it gets a reaction, and then they go, "I got ya." So it's like, what are you doing?
What did you miss? Are you serious? Hi, Loopy. I know.
You want to know the next drama? What do you want to know about that?
No, BBW King is, what did he miss?
No, Princess Consuela wants to know all the next drama. And what do you want to know?
Hi, Loopy.
That's an entire stream by itself. Maybe I'll come back another time or arrange it for, and because that is a full thing, because it leads in from Negs into Miss Hussey, if you know them as well. The whole thing exploded. It's a whole big. This is why I've been villainized, basically.
Hey, Deb, do you ever question why Foodie keeps in contact and always seems to go on RSN's panel, who's also involved with the same people you're talking about?
You mean with Tragic?
Tragic, MFW.
Well, Tragic's totally disassociated from Negs and recently Hussey, apparently. Now, I don't know how true that is, because who knows?
Well, now this McHenry guy.
McHenry, I know, and he is, like, I introduced him to Tragic, so he didn't know Tragic until I introduced him, because Trag basically said that he's like, I like to have fun on the internet, I like to troll, and I was like, well, I know somebody that you'll probably get on with then, because that's basically what McHenry Cruise is all about. There was a period in his life where he was off medication, he was doing silly stuff on the internet that he shouldn't have been doing, and he doesn't do that anymore, and he realizes that it's not what he wants to be or do, and he's stabilized now for a few years. And I thought you'll probably get along if that's what you want to do, but then I'm not sure if that is what he wants to do, in one breath that's said, but in the other breath it's all this drama stuff. This is what I was talking about, being tried to be dragged back into it recently, like just yesterday, and he asked me to do a stream with him. Now, I haven't streamed with him in months. We had a little bit of a falling out from the Hussey incident, because he's another user, and he spoke disgustingly, basically all his audience, it's all about what you can get out of them, and then he's like another Negs, basically use, abuse, and drop you, and then speak on you and make you into content.
Right.
And then if anything you say about them, you're a liar. You're a liar. Don't believe them. They're a liar. So they go around discrediting you before you've even spoken on the matter, just to ensure in case she does. You know what I mean? So, and then that makes you double down, and you're like, well, I'm going to have to defend my position now. So that's what you do. And then they make that into more content. And then you just realize you've got to stop it at some point, you know? But yeah, I went on Tragic Stream to speak about the Hussey situation because I hadn't. Because I was like, well, if I'm going to be villainized, you know, with the whole Neg situation, when he was threatening to drop nudes on Savannah, do this to this person, that to that person, I was like, fuck this shit. I leaked it all out, threw a last grenade in the Discord, didn't give a fuck. You know, he says, oh, you was exiled from our community. No, bitch, I didn't come back. I didn't come back to get booted. I knew what I was doing. You know what I mean? The whole Hussey thing unraveling, and then it ties into Tragic. I wouldn't have got involved with Hussey. It was only because I had all the technical know-how, how to set up Twitch channels and bots and all kinds of stuff. That he asked me to help Hussey out after losing his YouTube channel, and I was doubtful. I was like, I don't think I like him. You know, my initial instinct about him was correct in the end. You know, I gave him a chance like I did Negs and thought maybe they both lost their YouTube channels. Maybe they both can do better. Twitch rules are a lot stricter, blah, 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 you know, and we did this joined community where we had a big Discord and everybody was in there, all separate creators. I had many creators in there, you know, and I had no drama, no this. Everything was meant to be positive. You know, and they all agreed to those terms until they didn't anymore, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Grateful.
And yeah, like I say, with the Tragic thing, I wouldn't have got involved with Hussey. He convinced me that Hussey was wanting to do this good stuff and all that. And it turned out, no, that was too much like hard work. He'd rather cause a load of fucking drama. I never convinced him. When I imploded everything with Negs, they were like, what would you call it? YouTube acquaintances. And I was managing both their accounts, and Hussey obviously panicked or something. I don't know what he thought. And I said to him, no, you don't have to choose. He was like, it's fine, darling. I choose you. Like this. I didn't want that. I even said to Tragic, I don't want you to pick my side. It's fine. You can stay friends with Negs, but I'm out, sort of thing. You know? But before Tragic didn't pick a side, Negs decided to fucking drop him as well, turn on him because he didn't pick him quick enough. So that's where that was as well. So he turned on Tragic. He thinks Hussey did a betrayal to him. And he thinks I lied about things because Neg said in DMs to me, because when Hussey was being obstinate and didn't want to do positive content, I was like, oh, he's driving me mad. And he was like, what's wrong? I was like, oh, he doesn't want to do this now. You know, it's like too much like hard work. He's being lazy, basically, Negs, you know?
Yeah.
And he was like, don't worry, you know, some people are like, you know, I only need him up until the summer because of court, because he had this court thing with Callie, right? From what had overlapped on YouTube, why he'd lost the fucking channel in the first place. So all of this stuff, it was all just too much. And yeah, I was just like, these are all crazy. They're all users. They're all clout chasers. They're all disgusting. And I'm being proved it again, because even helping you know, people out, like even speaking on the Hussey thing, I didn't go around telling people, hey, this is what he said, this is what he did, this is how he spoke to me, he's a disgusting person, he's a user. I didn't want to convince his community or his audience, especially because I'd already been villainized from the next situation. It was like, I'm not going to let people buy into that now and be like, oh, look, there you go, she does do that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just sat on it and I was like, whatever, you know, just got on with things. And it was only recently that Tragic said that he had this massive falling out with Hussey, got back in contact with me, and he was like, can you come do a stream with me? You know, so I went and did this stream. And now all of his community, which a lot of them are remnants from Negs' community, are all like flipped on me, saying they're going to destroy me for doing one stream and speaking on Hussy. I was like, what? And Tragic asked me to do it, and these are Tragic's people. And I was like, this is all crazy. You're all crazy. All of you.
Yeah.
All of you. And I drag me back into it, try and set me up with some shit. Now saying you're going to destroy me. And I'm like, you're all nutso. All of you. No wonder I just like left you 8 months ago high and dry, the lot of you.
It's like The Godfather. They dragged you right back in.
Yeah, but I basically spoke on the Husky situation just because I hadn't. And the opportunity came up and it was like, okay, I'll air out the truth once. But I don't have any plans on returning to it. And after what I found out today about his orbiters, as I like to call them, you know, I'm like, yeah, there's something amok here. They're all in like some sort of weird thing that they've got residue feelings about me, or some sort of revenge. Or
Interesting, Bamboozled, that you said that. You should have been here the other night. Should have been here the other night. You know, because you have to, unless you screenshot, it didn't happen.
Yep.
No, I've had to screenshot because what happened even with the next situation, literally as I imploded it, I was like, fuck, you know, like I knew he was going to go out there and say, this didn't happen immediately. So I thought I'm going to have to. And I just kept it on my phone. Still, it hasn't seen the light of day. I've shown 2 only. And that's because he went around in the narrative, death lying, death lying, death lying. I'm like, you said this twice. I've got 2 examples of which, bro. I even went on a Gator Time stream. I don't know if you know Gator Time. With Irate Alex and all those lot for like blood sports. And I brought the receipts to the table there, you know? And Negs immediately went, no, it's not my DM, that's not real. I was like, well, what else can you do, really, you know, apart from that? You know, I can't prove it beyond that, you know. I mean, because he went into the Discord literally as I was saving it. He must have seen me online. This is the next day after the fallout. He must have seen me online, and he immediately deleted, I think it was like a 3-month chunk of our DMs.
Right.
But I was at the top of the thing and I literally snatched the last like DM at the very top as he deleted the 3-month chunk of like the most important stuff. And I laughed because I was like, I just got it literally within 2 milliseconds, the whole lot. I still haven't shown them. I don't need to really because I know what the truth is and I don't feel the need to. They feel the need to because they've got this reputation that they need to protect. And when you don't have anything to lose, you can move much more freely and not care because you know where you stand from. Whereas they're all like, you know, they got things that they're like, oh no, if this gets out, so we best discredit her. It's like, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely, Bamboozled. Well, that's the thing. It's that it starts out to be very innocent. You think that, you know, that's all nice and fun and games, and all of a sudden it becomes shady, and then you're like, oh, now I have to be on my.
Yeah, that's not my general practice, Bamboozled. Yeah. Although, like that's the practice, and I know that to be the practice, and they've displayed that to me again and again. And because I know who I was dealing with and how other people have been bitten in the arse, I went from their experience and watching from afar to know, okay, well, that could happen to me ultimately. Never go into a situation blind. So I'm going to have to prepare myself for that. With certain members that, these were a couple of people that, you know, have lost YouTube channels that I was trying to give the benefit of the doubt to. But I also had my eyes wide open as well at the same time. I'm not naive.
Yeah, but the difference is, Loopy, you don't use it on them later. You know what I'm saying? That's for...
No, that wasn't my plan. It was just a case of if I needed to, because, you know, that they could do that to me or just show mine and not theirs. And then I can't show anything of theirs, do you see?
Yeah.
Because people do that out of context stuff, don't they?
That happens a lot. It does.
And yeah, I just wanted the example really mainly of Neg saying what he did, because he's still going around now going, Def lied to Hussy. No, Hussy picked me over Negs before I even showed him that DM. I didn't show him that DM 2-3 days later. It was because I disappeared for a couple of days. I took a couple of days offline. I was like, oh, I need a break from this fucking madness. What has just happened? So I didn't even have the opportunity to tell Hussy this is what an ex had said. So Hussy couldn't have made his decision based on that, you see.
Right. Okay, so last video I'm showing tonight, since we don't stream certain people, but Piggy was gracious enough to make a video about this, so I'm going to share Piggy's video. Chef You Know Who demands Tanya, the insider journalist, not to publish the article. Oh, how I just love sitting through this, listening to this nonsense. So we're going to take a look at this as well, because this, yep, some people just don't get it, apparently. Shout out to Piggy for their video.
Please let me know if you'd like to respond to these allegations and any further comments you have about this issue. I'm hoping to hear back by Monday if possible. You check?
I hear you.
So Nader doesn't check his emails every day, right? You don't.
No, this week was the week.
Yeah, definitely. So,
There you go.
Yeah, so that was August 26th, and then on September 1st, he wrote again. Following up with you, we're publishing our story shortly. This is shortly. So shortly could be in a week, in 2 weeks, and you know. And so, if you're interested in providing any comments to it, please let me know soon. I can also update the story to include them after we publish. How's that possible? How's that even professional?
No, you say I have time until each day before you publish. And what this was the date? And here?
And September 1st, I answered.
Answer the same day.
So August 26th, September 1st, there was no answer. But okay, so she sent a reminder.
September 1st, we talk again and say before we publish. I say, okay, I have to say my part.
It said 11:10, Akasha.
We answered back, good afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to say my side of the story. I prefer doing this over the phone. Please advise your availability. Then on September 1st.
You go again.
Hi Nader, thanks for getting back to me because we are close to publishing. If you can respond to these allegations and inquiries directly, I will work to get them into the story. So then she writes points.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going off of my own DMs with Tanya. That started August 25th. Okay. And they asked me if I was available and, you know, for a call and when and the specific times, et cetera, et cetera. Also, and I explained to her I was on the East Coast, et cetera, and no problem, right? So,
is this Tanya Z?
This is Tanya. This is the author of the Insiders article that just came out. So we had our discussion, and then the next day, she asked me if I had an email or photo or phone contact for Nader. And then she found it. Okay. So obviously I'm going to assume that this is when she's reading from August 26th. So from August 26th until the fact of when this came out, which was September 1st, right? Oh no, actually, from what Tanya had told me, it was supposed to come. Hi, we may publish the story today or one aspect of it to exercise an abundance of caution from Nader. I may lock some of my social media down, blah, blah, blah. So, okay. So she said they had to push the timeline back to be extra careful. That was September 1st. All right. September 2nd is when the article came out. Okay. If you're not checking your emails, all right, if this is important, this is obviously important. And yes, a journalist's job is to get all parties involved, all right? But this was mainly a story about YouTube. It wasn't necessarily about him specifically, except of what the situation was. But it kind of painted us in a very bad light because of what the so-called source had said about the videos not being transformative enough. So it gave him an extra ego boost, right? So what did it matter? By September 2nd, the article is out, and now it's, what about what he has to say? If he had something to say, it should have been said before that. Yeah.
I don't know what fulfills him saying it's not transformative enough, because if it's transformed in any shape or form, then it's already transformative.
What he's trying to say is that YouTube, because YouTube allowed the mass amount of striking that he did, okay, and YouTube, it's not, all of a sudden, now it's YouTube. Before it was the courts, now it's YouTube. YouTube, we all work for the same company. We all work for the same company. Oh, I didn't know we were all co-workers. Okay.
This is the legal stance on YouTube. This is why they do it that way, is there's a non-liability clause in YouTube. So although there are policies you should adhere to and there's TOSs, when it comes to legal matters such as copyrights and things of that ilk, you know, it's out of their hands. YouTube isn't ultimately responsible. If you counter-strike something, you know, and that creator needs your information to do so for legal interactions,
right?
You know,
we do know
that's the
we know that
responsibility of you as the creator. YouTube backs off from that point.
But now, before it was, he was in, you know, driving home that this was going to be a court's decision. Now it's back to, oh, YouTube made the decision. No, YouTube made the decision based upon the fact that you didn't supply proof that you were taking it to court. So that's why every single video was reinstated.
Every counterclaim you must then supply that you're taking action. Otherwise, it's deemed as a false claim.
So now we're complaining. You got your way. We're complaining about your part in this article. Are you kidding me? This article was for us. And I guarantee, again, because we apparently have no rights, because, you know, there's a lot of talk about TOS in terms of service being broken. That's right. And you continue to be on there. Okay. But when it's the other way around, and now we're all bullying and harassing because we all made videos and we're all calling, you know, insulting and not giving you can't describe to us the kind of commentary that we are allowed to give. If it's criticism, if it's what have you. Yes. Are there things being said? Yes, there are things being said. That's why it's called a reaction. Commentary is also speaking on what is being shown. Okay. And what is being shown is offensive. So no, it's not going to be.
That's also why it is very important as a creator to jump around with your content. Don't just cover one main topic or even two even. It's really important to do that, because the reason why, you know, bullying and harassment and things in TOS of that ilk can be taken to that level when it's not just deemed as a reaction or, like you're saying, criticism, you know, is when you target a particular individual day after day after day.
All it is.
Every reaction is critical.
That's
a reaction, we've got to remember, is you come to the table with an open mind. That's what a reaction is meant to be, not with a prejudged attitude of, I'm going to go really in on this person today because I hate them already.
Right. It has, you know, again, you're making it out to be something that it's not. This is not a choice of somebody that we just decided to hate one day and to put up in this light. It has nothing to do with that. The two of you have accomplished that enough. Okay.
But even if you made a video or a couple of videos on that particular individual and it wasn't favorable, it still wouldn't be enough to cause claim of harassment and bullying, because there's not a whole channel dedicated to that one subject alone.
I want to ask a question of the community. Name me one video that was on the opposite side in a commentary critical type of a way, that was positive, that was feigned as not a negative or what seemingly is said as bullying and harassing. Name me one video that has done that for this person. One, outside of GORL. I don't want to hear about garlic. Okay. There isn't any, because of the kind of narrative that was said here through Chantal, which she absolves herself of all of anything. I might have put him here, but I didn't. And that's right. She put him here, but she wasn't responsible for his behavior. That's what he is.
That's right.
Then again,
but the only videos that you will find that are or can qualify under that radar of not being critical of him would be ones that have been transformed or taken clips from when he was dancing and things, and they're not harassment, you know, they're joyous, they're comedy in a sense,
Right,
you know.
right, that's right. So in a sense, the ones that are done in a parody sense is not necessarily damning or anything of that nature. That's you, obviously. This is, you know, I'm not saying anything about the channels that choose to do nothing but that and say nothing. That's what they do. They archive. He doesn't understand that either. There's archive channels, and they obviously that's what they do, you know, as far as, you know, they don't offer commentary, what have you. So maybe that's up for scrutiny. I can understand that. But what we have
can be definitely up for scrutiny because they're not transformed if they're just archiving and putting the same content re-uploaded elsewhere. But also, and again, you know, if it's just that one person as well, it's like, yeah, you've got it all dedicated to this person and it's all the same material, you're just saving it here. Or if that's the case, then go unlisted. If that's the case, if you're using it as an archive, you know, and you want to be able to, for the community, give them access to it, and you don't want to get struck for it, well, the best thing to do is to make these videos, archive them so other members of the community can tap into them, unlist them, and share your links on Twitter to those that need access to it.
Yeah. And again, it's also that it's what has been put out there already is not what we're not dictating a story from nothing. This is what's out there. Okay. This is what's been talked about. Oh, I stayed quiet for a year. No. Maybe that's how you perceive that you stayed quiet for a year, but you really didn't, because during that year you were involved in what was going on, and also the goading and the you know, the back and forth, and did she go there and did she not go there, what have you. You can't enforce people to stop talking. Okay, this is America. We have free speech here, so you're not going to get that. This. I want people to stop. I like people to stop mentioning me too. They don't. But
I think this is all part of the game, though, and I really have to say that. I think Chantel taught him early, right, when they were on good terms even, and she was like, you should do this, and then we can go back and forth and blah, 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 and this is how it works, and it all works on hatred, and they love to see you spaz out. My best videos are when I'm raging at McDonald's and this and that. I think she clued him up so thoroughly that everything is calculated.
Yeah.
I really do. Even these moves. And I've seen creators do this time again. Amber Lynn's done it. Chantel's done it. Even, you know, other people in the community have done this. When the shit starts to, or they haven't got much to talk about, or they're on a little bit of a decline, they start making moves like this because it'll get the community stirred up again and all talking. And going, what's she doing? Oh my God. Then people go watching her again, make more videos on her again. Her name's circulating on YouTube. It's all that circulation on YouTube, which is what salvaged her channel, you know, by the way. If she didn't have such a huge community with all these hundreds and hundreds of reaction channels, YouTube wouldn't have salvaged her channel because she's under the 100K.
Yeah.
At the time, they would have let her slide through the door, right? If it hadn't been that they saw how many fucking videos on the day does Foodie Beauty's name have? How much money would they lose, right? In terms of AdSense, 30% super chats, all kinds of, you know what I mean? How much would YouTube lose? Because it's a whole huge community surrounding her. It wasn't even just about her views. Her views, her channel, her subs was the, you know, sideline to the thing. But if she didn't have any attention whatsoever, no, not one reaction channel out there, she would have been out the door. Somebody in YouTube looked at this up, she dug into it, and they looked through, fuck, that we're making a lot of money from this bitch. I'm not being nasty, but that's what they thought.
But again, this is a diversion. This is a yes, this is a diversion from the main source of this whole thing is all of the things collectively that they have gotten away with, that they are now spouting back at reaction channels and blaming them for, that they are clipping and content and making as their content. Meantime, you're getting away with that said behavior that breaks TOS, but you're going to shove TOS down our throats and tell us that we're breaking it by talking about it, by showing it, by showing exactly what you're putting out there. So now we're the villains.
I truly feel like they don't. It's all purposely.
Well,
like they're doing it without malice in a way. They're doing it as a calculated business move.
It's YouTube. There's not much business you can conduct outside of what you put out there.
Their names speaking about you. The more when you're a controversial figure, the best thing you can do is feed the controversy.
Right, because it gives you more exposure, whether it's bad or good, doesn't matter.
Exactly, and that's what they've both learned, you see.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's again, but ignoring the fact of the matter at hand. It seems to be the running theme in this community. Ignoring the matter at hand. Everybody's got some kind of a problem with something else. It takes
it's full of hypocrites.
Yeah, it takes the exposure of what we're trying to deal with. Yes, why is SBL still up and what's included in reps? Right. That's when they speak out again, because they want to be credited for exactly what they started, but they're not willing to finish it, right? But come and attack me again, pretty genius. Let's have that discussion. Anyway.
Oh my God, pretty genius, Jesus.
Yeah. Okay. That's what I'm saying. Again, when you are willing to give a person
genius out, it has been somebody else. Who was it now?
Yes, it is a shit show. When you're willing to give somebody an opportunity, and they're not willing to use that said opportunity, but they're willing to go behind and they're willing to spout you out on somebody else's chat because you called them trash. No, I didn't call you trash. I said you're a coward. And I still stand on that. All right. Because all of this was a mechanical move for what? For what? So we all take the heat and y'all can go crawl under a rock somewhere.
Uh-huh.
Okay. That's how I feel about it. And I don't give a
pretty much it. That's what they want. And
yep.
You know, and they kind of feel like they're protected under the guise of the more people are talking about them, the more channels that spring up about them, the more they are protected by YouTube, and they can do these things, but the smaller channels can't, because YouTube will look at, well, this is one singular channel, but look at this person, they've got a whole community surrounding them.
Mm-hmm. So I'm saying it just becomes extremely frustrating, and I think that's why after a while I just backed away and I didn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it as it is. I don't want to talk about.
Yeah, I got the same. Like, you do reach a tap out on things, and sometimes you come back to them and then you regret it instantly.
Yeah, but this article that came out, yeah, I felt let down, unfortunately. I mean, as much as we appreciated what it was trying to do, we were all let down.
Yes, it wasn't a fair piece in the sense of it's a one-sided piece. It wasn't good journalism.
No, it was a exposure piece that got a little bit of traction. And what are you talking about, me? And you know, we thought maybe that it would get the attention of YouTube to do something differently, to understand that this is not, that through their own guidelines, that this is not acceptable. But I guess we go on different guidelines elsewhere in different parts of the world. I don't know, but it's frustrating. And then I personally don't give a crap about that side of it.
Guidelines, you know, in terms of community guidelines, TOS, and then you got the policies that live within the laws of the land, right? So all the YouTube policies have to fit the laws internationally, you know? So
right. They're all different.
First of all. So it doesn't matter what country you're from, whether it's China, America, England, wherever. It's one size fits all in terms of the international laws, because it's an international corporation. It's not, although YouTube is essentially American, they don't This is why the whole freedom of speech doesn't apply, because it is an international platform and not everywhere over the world has that. And then secondly, you've got the policies within those laws as well.
Well, then make those laws clear to the applicants that use it universally. Stop making it one way for one place and a different way for another, because that's a bunch of garbage.
Well, I think that's what they tried to introduce now, and they've had to with the international laws and shake up, especially when Europe tightened its thing on online laws in terms of bullying and harassment and things. So it started to do a shake up of that. But YouTube is a massive monopoly company, as we know, money-making machine. And ultimately, that's always what it's going to come down to. And they will overlook certain things when it comes to earning too much money in one area.
Yes and no, because
I think you found that out with Foodie Beauty, you see.
Right. But how could you give someone who breaks TOS all of this clearance to just do what they've done, right? To mass strike everybody. This isn't right. Protecting my content. Fine. We're also content creators as well. Okay. And what I was doing was protecting the rest of my content. I could give a crap about those lives and a crap about those videos. They don't matter. I did what I did to protect my 10 years here. That's what. Okay. And that's number one. Number two of all of this, okay, and not only was I given the strikes, but then because I took my channel away, I lost my subs, I lost my views, and then my monetization gets taken away. And what do I get told? That I wasn't transformative enough.
Wow.
Are you kidding me? To an entire community that does the same thing that I do, okay? But because my channel got struck for that same exact reason, now on top of it, you took monetization away. So what else do you want from me? What else do you want from me?
That's why I say transformation of content, right? It's provable in this sense. Any alteration to the content, any alteration, right, is transformative. If it's not as it was, then it's transformative. Now, for example, with you, you're doing more than some do. Some put like little emojis and things and just play the thing, right? You're actually doing true commentary.
Right.
So we can definitely say 100% it's transformative. Do you see? No argument in the court. Any judge, any lawyer, anyone can see that legally it is transformative content. And you know about the H3.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, one. So we know from that standpoint that it's transformative. And if you had to take it to court and it did go that far, you would ultimately win.
Every video that had that strike was an edited video. Okay. Every single one of them, all 6 of them, right? I deleted 2 of them because they really didn't matter. Okay. And all of these, I had already received whatever on it. Okay. I don't expect that after my lives go up, or even some of the videos after they're previewed and they've been up, my lives, I don't expect people to watch again for because they're long, and I get that. I get people go back and they watch parts that they want to, but for the most part, nobody's going to sit through it. That's fine, because I'm a talker. I talk a lot. Everybody comes up here and we whatever, and it doesn't even seem like the time goes by. But we also show other things. We also discuss other things. So that's why it goes the level it goes. The videos I make, okay, they're all cutting the parts of things that are important, and they're highlighted. I don't know how many more things I can say over it, or music over it, whatever the case may be, but they're still
you put overlays over it.
Yes, they're still telling the story. It's exactly what it's meant to be, because here it is, y'all. Chantel, nobody wants to sit through all of your damn lives. So again, this is not about taking the views away from you, because it's exposing your channels more. It's these people that are coming to us will not come to your channel.
No,
period.
I could go to, let's say, for example, a big corporation, let's say CNN or something like that, right? They've got a YouTube channel, and they've got, all their own stuff on there. And now me or you could go on there and pick several of their things and edit bits and pieces together, right?
Yeah.
And CNN technically couldn't claim us for editing their news clips together and putting the whole thing. Do you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's no different.
Right. I mean, look, again,
it's no different.
YouTube
though,
also counts.
That's basically what you're doing.
Right. YouTube also counts retention time, which means the amount of time you are watching said content as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if it is compacted and if it is edited and it's given to you in a different form, more people will see it. More people will want to see it. They don't choose to want to sit through hours and hours and hours or several different streams of what you're doing to get what they need to get. And that's why people come bamboozled. That's why people come to reaction channels. Okay.
Well, if you've got a huge community surrounding you, like she has, let's say, for example, then that's what's expected, because that's what that community is providing, because there is so much material coming from this one person and so much discussion to be had that so many things have sprung up because of that. Yeah, because there's room for it. And because of that, there's going to be people that, regardless whether they hate her, love her, whatever, are into the long form content, will watch the long lives or whatever. There's always going to be that. But like you're saying, there are a lot of people that, there's a lot of content, a lot of things to be discussed, whether it be on Twitter, whether it be on YouTube, wherever.
Right.
In Discords, whatever, that do want the short form version. Can we get the Cliff Notes kind of thing, you know?
Mm-hmm. And the people that do go, the people that are members, that are ones that are choosing to be there, they're there for whatever they think that you're giving them. But at the same time, you're giving them the same thing, except that he'll explain it away. And it's, I have a cooking channel, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. Yeah, but every damn day you're talking about somebody else. Okay? Every day there's a constant blah, 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 about somebody or what have you. So no, you're not. You cook at the same time that you're still bitching. So it's the same thing. The only difference is that you don't use people's clips. I guarantee if you knew how. And what happened when you used to put Chantel on? And her the same thing. It's the same thing. The only difference is it's not being presented on the screen. It's so hypocritical. Oh, you have a dedicated channel to me. Well, then I could say that about Chantel. Dedicated channel to all of this nonsense, right? Because all she really does outside of when she's home and doing stuff with Pete or whatever is talking about this drama. And that is when those views go up, and they know it.
Well, you sign away your rights as a public figure, right? Immediately, the minute you publish a YouTube channel, right? Or whatever, or come into the public forum. We know this to be true. So let's just say, for example, right? If I wanted to, the president of America, if I wanted to make a channel based on them and get all clips and do things and, talk about them, whether it's favorably, critical, whatever it was, that's out there in the world as a public figure for me to examine and, speak on. And it's no different for them. It's absolutely no different.
Yeah, it is.
And you can make commentary, fair commentary, without being vile towards that person, even when you're saying things that, don't necessarily go in terms of being favorable towards that person. You can say things quite, eloquently about calling them disgusting names and things like that. I think there are some channels that do take it a little too far, for sure.
Yes, there are. I do agree about that. I do agree that people do get to the point of just, going that extra mile of calling things that we already have had discussed earlier. Okay.
I don't comment on the behavior,
right,
not on how the person looks,
right.
And so forth.
I'm not in agreement with that. Have I said things about foodie in my own commentary on my own channel?
No, it's not necessary as well. You'll find more often than not, we all know what isn't right. So we don't really need to keep stating.
But that's what I'm saying.
Like
it forces you, this kind of a thing forces you to have to look at it. And I get it. I do. You know what? Sure. I will correct some of the things that I do, because for me, I'm like, yeah, maybe they have a point there, and it's not comfortable for me because I don't want people to always constantly relate how I'm doing it into the way of like villainize. They're villainized enough. They villainize themselves. Okay.
That's where I
Yes.
think the line is drawn. You know, Charlie, in the sense of the between creator and viewer. I mean, as a viewer, you know, to go into a discussion like the chat's talking now, in terms of if they wanted to say, oh, Chantel looks like this, or, you know, Nada looks like this, or whatnot, it's one thing. But as the creator, you have to be a little bit more conscious and a little bit more aware of your words and, you know what I mean, what you're putting out into the world and whatnot as well, in the sense of, you know, am I doing fair content? Am I doing fair reactions? Am I going in a little bit too hard? Am I commenting just on their behaviors, or is it a frontal attack? You know what I mean? And there are a few channels that do that. We probably know the ones, you know?
Yeah. I get that. Like I said, I get that, but they are still active, and they are still, you know, going on and whatever. And there are way worse channels than just reaction channels. It astounds me how we are being depicted.
And you've heard Chantel go off on a rage. You've heard her say some disgusting things about people. So yeah, like I said, what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Right. But that's the perspective of the individual person. Again, there's so many different people on this platform. There's so many different ways of people making content. And unfortunately, a lot of people get away with a lot of things. So,
Yeah,
and that's a YouTube issue.
It comes down to this, you know, how you want to be seen, how you want to conduct yourself as a creator. That's what it truly comes down to. Because you got to remember, how you conduct yourself is the community that you'll get as well, you know.
Absolutely. And I've been fortunate, you know. I think I'm very fortunate with what I've attracted here, and you know, that's what's kept
you all seem really lovely, to be honest. My experience of you all tonight, and I'm like, oh, you're all welcoming, you're all level-headed, you know, you're all very fair, and you're willing to discuss things from all angles, which I really, really enjoy. You know, because I think that's the best way to explore any subject, is from all angles, all viewpoints, where you agree, disagree, you know what I mean?
Right. It's not attractive to stay on one, you know, like just like on one road kind of view, you know?
YouTube, just online behaviors in general, when people, how they interact, it's become a really toxic thing to disagree. Like it's ultimately defining, that's it, you're against me now. And I work in the adult world where you can have healthy discussion and disagreement, go, yeah, you're right, you're wrong, or I don't really disagree with that, whatever. And that's how it should be. You know, people read too much into things. It's okay to disagree as well.
And it does happen. It does happen. Like I said, there's been a lot of times that people will express, well, I don't like this person, but, you know, I appreciate, you know, what they're saying, and don't necessarily agree with this, and even some of the, like earlier, some of the terminologies that were being used, and people were feeling offended at, you know, like things that they're used to, and they're like, oh, I never thought that was offensive, or, you know, I was always used to that. And then, you know, other people stating, well, maybe it's not, maybe it's fine for you, and that's fine in your community, your race, your gender, whatever it is, but it's not for everybody else. It's just that it's keeping your mind open. It's not about just shutting down and saying, okay, well, it's one way and one way only, and screw the rest of you.
Highway,
right? Exactly.
I absolutely agree. And people do have too much of that mentality, and it's not conducive to anything. It's not a healthy approach, online or offline. It's just not, you know. And I'm hoping that people start having a turnaround and have had enough of attacking each other, and start realizing, do you know what? It's not that fucking deep. It's okay. I can like you for 10 reasons and not disagree with you on one and still walk away liking you. You know what I mean?
And I know this has already been expressed as we are attacking and we are jumping on. No, this is something that I think has been hidden for way too long. And I think it's it should be what should be a learning situation. It might not turn out to be that way. But for us, I wanted Fifi to have an opportunity to be able to speak about what it meant to her and what happened to her and how she felt about it. Okay, it's not only fair to do it on one side where they're getting, like, oh, don't worry about it, you're a good person, blah blah blah. That's fine, but we what that is an extremity. It is not just a disagreement, you know what I'm saying? And if it was a disagreement, a conversation, an argument, that's fine, but that's not what that was. That's
I
not a
agree, because I'm a
simplified.
big believer in, like, the two ends of the spectrum. Often, they're neither place that anyone should be, and usually you'll find that truth is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And that's what we've always got to remember, even in terms of disagreements. When you come from absolute polar opposites ends of opinions, spectrums of things, that okay, but we can probably navigate and meet somewhere in the middle. Do you know what I mean? Most of the time, I think as humans, that's the way we've learned to coexist with each other.
Right. Or else then what are we all doing?
Right.
What are we all doing?
I'm just tired of this, the antics, the games, the foolishness, the backstabbing, people not being able to take a bit of criticism. Everybody wants a hug box. Everybody's in cahoots with each other, making alliances, best friend one day, then everyone's attacking you the next. It drives me insane.
It does. And then you're always looking over your shoulder because you don't know who's going to fire up something next and completely pick apart what you've done, which I know happens every day. Every time I put up something, I know, I, on a normal basis, maybe have about this amount of people all night. I know that we've been running numbers higher than that, but for them to retain, for 62 people to still be in here, I know it's not all the people that watch me and that what have you. I know it's other people that are looking for something.
But you also get a lot of probably on the replay because you've got people that are on different time zones.
Hi, Angel. Yeah, right. I can't. To be honest with you, I have been paranoid a long time, even before this community. I've had some personal situations that went awry, some, obvious online situations that went awry.
Me too.
Yeah, right. You've been in other communities. I have as well.
Or as you've heard from tonight, that I've had a full experience of everything.
And to be honest with you, I knew Negs way before all this, way before. And I'm talking back in 2015, okay, when he was a nice person at the time.
Well, I don't know if that's ever really been the case because I'm very good friends with somebody known as Skeeter Jenkins that used to hang out with Negs over 10 years ago. Used to do, remember when he was doing comedy skits and that small town famous stuff and all that?
Yeah.
So he goes back a long while. And when I mentioned to him that I was going to be helping Negs out with this Twitch stuff because I was the only one that, could step up basically, and I felt pity for the man. I really did. And I thought, oh, maybe he can do better. And I didn't realize that this whole violin playing, shielding himself, victimizing himself, all these patterns of behavior have been long lived on the internet. I didn't realize that he uses, abuses, gets rid of community members and then gets new ones and then indoctrinates them into this, oh, woe is me, I'm poor Negs, I've been victimized by the internet,
And I don't even branch on that whole section of people. The only reason that it integrated here is because of the RSN lives that Foodie went on, and there have been the appearances of Hussey and Onision and Tragic and Negs has brought up, listen, like I said, back way before all this, before any of this, even before he was on Twitch, I knew of him on YouTube because he used to make videos about Karina Kaboom. And
he did.
And I used to find them hysterical. I will admit that. And, back then, drama channels were a taboo thing. You couldn't be an admittant drama channel
before
because
he got on his whole hatred and vengeance of
way before that. And he used to do lives with his son on You Now, and like with very, very limited audience. And
I remember that. I've got some video stuff of that, even where his son was running around in the background and he's telling him,
So
he's a hindrance.
At the time, I kind of I thought he was funny. And then like later on, when things happened to him and he pulled away from, YouTube, whatever, I had dropped, I forgot all about him, but like, I know that things went dark, very, very dark. And he was talking
that's
very
the thing.
dark.
I mean, that can still be true. I mean, I found him funny. I mean, I wouldn't have liked him enough to want to help him if I hadn't certain things, and this is the other thing that people got to remember, like even when you have a falling out or you realize that someone's not for you or a situation or anything like that, certain things that you liked about that person initially still stand true. And you shouldn't have to throw the baby out oh no, they're disgusting, they're this, they're that. No, he's got some serious problems. I'm telling you now, he's manic as fuck. The way that he was speaking to me in DMs, like sentence after sentence after sentence after sentence, it was and I still feel on a human level some remnants of empathy for him, even though he probably went more crazy at me than I've seen him go at anyone that he's ever fallen out with. More crazy at me than he did even MFW or anybody that's ever said anything about his kids. Even he foamed and frothed at the mouth about, what did you do, Death? And my mods tried to destroy my community. And no,
I don't know about all of that
he
stuff. Like
destroyed something good that we had going. I thought we was doing positive stuff. I invested my time and everything else into this situation. He displayed to me that he wasn't capable of doing that, just from his example of what he was saying to me in his DMs. And I thought, oh, here we go. And I thought, okay, I started, women and children abandon ship kind of thing, and get what I could from the situation, leak what I could in this and that. And then at the end of it, I was like, okay, there was a couple other problematic people or whatnot. And one particular one I called out in the Discord, and I knew it wasn't going to go down well. I knew it was going to go down like a lead balloon, but I knew it was going to be my last move and out. Do you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I get Loopy, I get your point. Everybody says that because of their perceived notion of that person now. But let's be honest here. There was a lot of people that came to Chantel way before that, before she met Natter and all this, that liked her content, that thought she was a different person, that she was a sweet person, what have you. She gave off this different persona. Because I'm saying, it's like things over time. It's not like, oh my God, you like Negs, or you're a Negs. I was never, okay, yes, in the beginning, I was like, oh, he's funny. And yes, I shouted him out on my channel. And there was a couple of friendly interactions every now and again, but I didn't get like deep into his life and like all that. Like I had enough going on, in the community I was in. And after a while, I didn't even see him anymore. And then I heard about all the dark stuff he was involved in. And I was like, okay, I'm not even going there. But that's what I'm saying. Like, people go, oh, you liked Negs at one time.
I know.
Some of y'all, you like Chantel at one time,
It's a damning statement even for me because I affiliated with him, because I helped him out for, several months rebuilding a platform over on Twitch, and I almost feel responsible for, and I'm like, oh God, I shouldn't have given him that, or, you know what I mean? In the sense, because like, look at it now. But at the end of the day, as I said, things can still remain true. I still think he has got the potential to be funny. He has got the potential to do other things. If he applied himself in the correct way and didn't get caught up in all of his feelings and things and people attacking it, this goes back to the thicker skin thing. Some people really shouldn't be on the internet, and he's one of them.
However you perceive it, whether it's, I mean, Chantel too. Chantel has had some, times where I laugh my ass off, and it's not even anything she does on purpose. It's just her natural habitat.
Be funny. We're all human, right? So we can all be funny.
Right.
But we can, there's also the opportunity for us all to be, bad traits as well. Sometimes at the same time, sometimes not. Sometimes it never comes out. Sometimes you see a consistent pattern of behavior from the person.
Y'all, Karina, before Karina was a drama channel, Karina used to have a nail polish channel. And that's when I met her. That's when I liked her. I thought she was cool, and we were friendly. And, and then she went down the spiral of drama. Things changed. And, I saw a different side to her. So for me, bye Bamboozled. I was like, oh, okay, not cool. Don't really, at the time, I wasn't really like comfortable with what she was saying because she was talking about behind the scenes and how everybody wants to do this in YouTube. And I felt like you're not speaking for all of us. That's not right, and we had a couple of just disagreements ourselves. And then she came back and she's doing, she was doing the beauty drama, and then now she's in the girl world, and I from time to time I'll check in with her, but it's like time changes and circumstances will change, and you can only hope that people improve. You don't want to see them be the same way for all the time, but then there are some people that never change.
Yes, or they lean into it harder, like I was saying before. They learn that it's too profitable,
right,
not to be positive. And this is what I think Negs found. Like even when he went to Twitch, and he was playing like Jackbox games and doing others and watching foul videos, and he was like, "Oh, I'm not getting as much attention as I once was on YouTube." And sometimes it's monetary, sometimes it is just as toxic. It's like a drug, the attention. And if you're not getting enough of either, then people will pull their own kill switch in that sense and be like, well, let's shake it up, shall we?
Right, exactly.
I've seen it happen again and again. There's no coincidence to it. There's method to it.
Yeah, there's always a method to a madness, that's for sure.
And everybody thinks they can outsmart their audience and the members, but there's always going to be some or a few or just a couple even that will see it and highlight it. There's never going to be no one that's smarter than them, that they can totally outsmart everyone. You know what I mean?
That's right. And after this cycle of people, there'll be other cycles of people, and other communities will have their own issues with whomever. Like it's a constant cycle. I mean, that's the one constant here is you can shut up. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh yeah, you're gonna shut down these channels, strike them, but I'm like, and then there'll be 10 to 15 behind them.
And some of them the same creators, because you got to remember a lot of these don't even use a photo or an avatar of themselves. That they might use like garlic bread, or you know what I mean, or cupcake this, or
right. They reinvent themselves to be something else.
In fact, some of them might already have 5 channels, and you wouldn't even know that they're connected.
Yeah, it would be a reinvent. There's always like when you think they disappeared, then all of a sudden there's a reinvention of them, and they're a different name, and they come under a different avatar, what have you, and and then you're supposed to believe they are new and improved, but it's still the same person, or what have you.
Like peanut pistachio, you mean?
Whatever, I don't familiarize myself with every aspect of this world. What pulled me in was actually funny, was Alex the Shook, because I remember Alex the Shook in my old community, and he was doing ALR and he was doing Foodie Beauty, and then I got pulled in. So it's like 6 degrees. Onion toast. Yeah, right.
What do you think about Alex the Shook now? Because he has altered somewhat, don't you think?
I will say this, from what I've known Alex to be to what I know now, complete 180. I really think he's thrived, and he looks good, and he's a completely different person than what I remember him to be. We'll put it that way.
I think he went through that initial ego blasts as well, which a lot of people do. Looking at their analytics too much, looking at their own thumbnails and their own camera too much, and you know what I mean. I think and he's not that old, and I think he went through that insecurity period as well, and he's a little bit more comfortable with who he is and that he's liked for who he is now as well. And that makes a difference.
No, it's actually, it's kind of good because from what I remember in that old community, you know, a lot of things went dark. A lot of people there's a lot of, you think this community's bad? No, there was a lot of behind.
Remember this tiny dancer, that EXO?
Oh yeah, she was on the other night with us.
Oh really?
Mm-hmm.
She, I believe, used to be a mod as well for Alex's Shook, and Callie.
She was. I think she was. But I also know she was a mod for Katie Joy. Without a crystal ball, yeah.
Right. And then you got Gothic Glitter, who's in Negs's community, who's a real little shitster, but she also.
That does not. Okay, for who you ever modded for or channel you were part of at one point in time, that does not
impact. Because
it's not right.
Places and realize they're not for you, or something. Right. This is what like DC brings us up. Death is because running with Negs and moves from community to community. It's like, bitch, this is the internet. It's YouTube. There's 50 million channels. You think I'm going to stay in one place, and if I don't like it, that's it. You'll never see me again on YouTube. What are you talking about?
Exactly.
Only because she goes with her 17 alt accounts to go into various places that she thinks everybody else should move like that.
Pete's little brony, if you can hear me, absolutely, sure, no problem. I have no issue with that. You can DM me on Twitter.
Yeah, I should find you on Twitter actually.
Yeah, I'm under the same. I'm under the same name as I am everywhere. Well, everywhere else. I'm only on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay, well, all right, dear. Hold on.
But I see y'all are having your separate conversations, which means everything has come to a halt, and I have been here 6 hours yet again. Yeah,
yeah, I joined. It must have been 3 hours in. And
yes, exactly. See what I'm saying, though? But we're having this discussion. It doesn't seem like this time has gone by.
No, it doesn't. I mean, I'm having fun. I really like it here.
Great. And you are welcome to always come back. I mean, I love having people up here.
It's an interesting place to have discussion, and I'm always interested in that, especially about YouTube in terms of this world, these communities, the things that it all bleeds into. It's such a woven thing.
Right. And and I appreciate other people's perspectives of YouTube because I know what I have gone through in the last 10 years and so many changes, so many different, it's like you can't keep up anymore. I've had, lives where I've sat here and YouTube has changed something and you're like, what the hell? Like, you don't know what you're doing anymore. But the chat is like saying, please come back, Death. Death, where are you from? Where's your accent from?
I'm from London, England.
Oh, you are from London. Oh, I have that's on my bucket list. I love England, love London. I've always, ever since I was a kid.
Right, honestly. This is you, right? You've got a locked account. That's you, right?
Yeah, that is me. Yes.
Okay, I found the right one then.
Yeah, that is me. I'm so glad you guys enjoyed. Thank you so much, and please keep everything. I know a lot of this it sounded like we're, bullying. We're not bullying. We were discussing. We're trying to, give people an opportunity to speak about things that they feel oppressed on themselves. And YTR had that opportunity to do the same. She declined, and we have our say too.
Imagine if she accepted. And then,
well, we would have been called a bunch of morons and a bunch of idiots.
I would come up on panel and confront her with all this, you know.
You know what? Hey, I don't have an issue with that being a discussion, but I'm saying it's like if you're gonna call this kind of stuff out, if you're going to excuse this kind of,
be willing to do it as well.
Exactly.
Because that's the other thing.
There's always going to be, for every action, there is a reaction, unfortunately, that we have discovered.
I realized that the minute I was like, oh, should I talk? Should I not talk? And then I was like, no. This is the thing. I don't talk. She's already, and you said, oh, are you the one that, so she was already talking, right?
Yes.
So this is my free to be able to come back, but also the offer stands, and if you're willing to do that and platform that, then
There
I
you
would
go.
mediate
Absolutely.
it. I
Sure.
would do that.
Sure. If that was an equally, you know, I guarantee it won't be, but
I doubt very much she's got the fucking cojones to do it.
well, that's by choice. But anyway, thank you so much, Death, for coming up
It was
tonight.
a pleasure.
It was a pleasure having you. And thank you guys for being here. I will talk to everybody soon, wherever you are. Have a good evening, good day, good morning, good afternoon. Hi, Glasgow. You always come in at the same, like at the end. Very good. Oh, okay, cool. I'm glad. So leave comments, whatever, if you need to, you know, go back to the beginning and listen to the beginning. Comment
And if
section
any
is
of you
always
want to
open.
find me on Twitter, well, I'm on Charity's list now, or I will be when she adds me back. And just add me, everyone.
Yes.
I'm fine with that. I'm cool. I'm chill.
All right, cool. That's even better. All right,
Night,
guys.
everyone.
Bye.
Bye.